njëjtë dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigante. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet, majet, guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to all of you from The Economist. We're very pleased to welcome you this morning to our conference, the Western Balkans Summit for 2022, Building Bridges for Peace, Prosperity and Solidarity. I have to say, the idea of stability, which I think is one of the major themes of this morning, perhaps I'm not the right person coming from the UK to be talking about stability just at the moment. We normally like to think of ourselves as an example of stability and sensible, sober, moderate politics, but I'm afraid we've been putting on a bit of a show for the rest of the world over the last few weeks. I believe, or presumably almost as we speak, Rishi Sunak is on his way to Buckingham Palace to be made Prime Minister, our first Prime Minister of Indian heritage, which is, I think, is a good thing for us. Some people are calling it the Empire Strikes Back. Well, on the theme of instability, of course, it's not just Britain, not just the UK. We live in a very unstable world at the moment, a very turbulent world. But I think this is more than the usual turbulence that we're experiencing at the moment. What we're seeing, I think, is a challenge to the global order that has ruled supreme around the planet since the end of the Second World War. And a new contest between power centres and indeed between models of global governance. So our conference today takes place in this context of global change on a historic scale. Russia is waging war in Ukraine. China is no longer hiding its strength and biding its time. And like Mr. Putin, Xi Jinping has made clear his intention to extend his rule beyond the constitutional norm and perhaps for the foreseeable future. In the United States, next month's midterm elections may see the West's most powerful democracy enter a period of relative political paralysis as the tribal warfare between and within the Democratic and Republican parties takes centre stage. Every slip these days in the West's democracies is seized on by the world's authoritarians as further evidence of our system's inevitable decline. That's the way they frame it. Between the US, China and Russia stands Europe. The continent has seen unity increased in its response to COVID-19 and to the war in Ukraine. But the EU still remains deeply divided over the standards that should be required of members and, in the case of UK, whether they want to be members at all. Within this context, the Western Balkans, of course, represents a substantial market in its own right, with tremendous potential ripe for investment opportunities in transport, energy, tourism and other sectors. But it's also a crossing point between the EU core and its southeastern flank, significant from the point of view of trade and economic exchange, but also as a route for refugees traversing the continent. The region's integration into the broader European and global economy promises development and stability, but remains some way off and is obstructed by long-standing discord among its members. Over the next few hours, we're going to dig into some of these themes and the wide range of opportunities the region offers, but also some of the barriers that stand in the way of realising them. And we're joined by an eminent, celebrated group of speakers and panellists. I'm very proud, actually, to be chairing this conference because I believe we have an extraordinary lineup of speakers and panellists who are going to be joining us to help us understand some of these issues. Before I do, I'm going to turn to my co-chair for the day, Mario Bikarski. Mario is the Economist Intelligence Unit's lead analyst on Russia, Central Asia and the Caucasus, and an expert on the Western Balkans, and indeed a local of the Balkans himself. So please join me in thanking everybody who's here today, all of our speakers who we're going to be hearing from soon, as I make my way over to have a word with Mario. Thank you very much. We need to turn these on. There you go. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
How are you finding Pristina?
It's quite nice. It's my first time here, so it's quite exciting.
Yeah, it's my first time too, and it is tremendously exciting. I spoke really about the global picture there, but here I'd like to focus a little bit more closely on the subject for today and where we are. We have a difficult winter ahead of us here in Europe. Can you give us some thoughts, your thoughts and the ERU's thoughts on the outlook for energy and growth within Europe more broadly.
Yes, of course. So Russia's war in Ukraine has had a major impact on Europe through commodity price surges and also supply chain disruptions. These all compounded problems arising from the pandemic. We see how surging inflation, particularly of energy prices, and the subsequent monetary policy tightening is squeezing European households' budgets, and is also affecting businesses, especially those in energy-intensive industries. Europe is rushing to overhaul its energy policy system and is rushing to move away as quickly as possible from Russian energy resources and its dependency on Russian natural gas and oil, but that will take time. And until that happens over the course of over the next few years, European countries will have to deal with natural gas shortages, which of course will feed into higher electricity and energy bills for households, and also it will be problematic for businesses as well, who will either have to decrease or halt production or move production elsewhere, especially if they operate in these very energy-intensive industries. Now, all this leads to a very difficult winter ahead of us, and we are forecasting a full-year recession in the euro area and in the EU in 2023. We're forecasting a recession in the euro area of negative growth of 0.4% next year, and for the EU as a whole, that will be minus 0.2%. Inflation, it will be decelerating next year, but at 5.9% on average across the euro area. It will be the second highest reading since the euro area was established after 2022, of course, which will be the highest. And now this will encourage the European Central Bank to continue with its current policy of increasing interest rates, and that will further dampen the growth prospects of the region.
Great. Well, we're here in Pristina. We're at a conference about the Western Balkans. So can you place the Western Balkans within that picture for us?
Well, of course, similarly to other East European economies, the Western Balkans are particularly exposed to the unfolding crisis. On the one hand, the region is closely integrated with the EU economies, and a recession in a major partner country such as Germany or Italy would have negative spillover effects for this region as well. On the other hand, the countries of the Western Balkans have much more limited fiscal space to provide support for households and businesses. And of course, a key note to mention is that the countries in the Western Balkans do not have access to the same array of instruments and support mechanisms that EU member states do. And that will again provide some limitations as to how they can support the economy. But it should be noted that we have a more positive outlook for the Western Balkans than for some European economies. For example, we still believe that growth in the region will remain positive across the board, around 2 to 3%. Some sectors, for example, such as tourism, could continue to perform strongly, especially as European tourists are looking for more affordable destinations during a recession. But it will be a difficult time, and we'll see that inflation will also remain problematic, and this will also direct the future of the EU and Western Balkan relationship, because in a time of crisis, this closer cooperation and closer integration will become ever more important. The issue of EU enlargement will remain contentious within the EU. We see that there is still opposition inside the Union about that. But we see how the war in Ukraine has placed a new emphasis on integration and enlargement, and we could be surprised positively by some developments in that respect to accelerate the Western Balkans Euro-Atlantic integration process.
Fabulous. Thank you. Thanks very much. I think that you know, the broad picture that you give us there really leans towards the opportunities side of the balance that we've been talking about, which is a good thing. Well, we'll be hearing more from Mario later on in the day. He'll be chairing some sessions after lunch. But for the moment, Mario, thanks very much. Thank you. So we'll move on to the first session proper of the conference today, and I'm honoured and delighted to welcome a very special panel to join me up on the stage. We have the Prime Minister of Kosovo, Albin Kurti, with us. A great honour for us. Mr. Kurti, perhaps you'd like to come up and join us. Joining us remotely, sadly he can't be with us today, but he'll be with us remotely, is George Papandreou, who's the President of the Socialist International and the former President of Greece. He'll be joining us online. We have Martin Schulz, who's the former President of the European Parliament and Chair of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. And to provide us with the US perspective, we have Jeffrey Havonier, who is the US Ambassador to Kosovo. Jeffrey, if I've mispronounced your name, I apologise.
It's Dutch.
It's Dutch. Okay, well, it's not my fault then. Thank you. So the format here will be, I'm going to hand over to each of our speakers in turn to give us their introductory thoughts on the themes that we're going to be discussing today, and then we'll have some Q&A. Now, I've got a whole list of questions here, but if there are questions in the audience, then I'll be happy to consider them once I've asked my questions. Okay, so be ready to let me know if you have questions when we've heard the initial words from each of our speakers. Of course, first, I'm going to hand straight across to the Prime Minister for your introductory words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to all our distinguished guests who have traveled to the Republic of Kosovo to attend today's important event. The Economist Western Balkans Summit 2022 and the timely theme of building bridges for peace, prosperity and solidarity. And many thanks to the organizers for inviting me to introduce the first panel discussion entitled Removing the Barriers to Sustainable Growth, Prosperity and Stability for the Western Balkans. Both the theme of the summit as a whole and the subject of this first panel are large and important topics. We could easily spend 1 week discussing them rather than 1 hour or 1 day. My goal in these opening remarks will therefore be far more modest. Using the Republic of Kosovo as an example, I hope to show that the key to achieving sustainable growth, prosperity, stability and peace, not only in the Western Balkans but also in Europe and beyond, is democracy. By democracy, I mean specifically the establishment and promotion of well-functioning democratic states and solidarity among such states. Our government took office on March 22nd last year with a commanding popular majority. Only 1.5 years later, we have already shown that democracy and economic progress go hand in hand. Of course, essential to democracy is the closely related principle of rule of law. A democratic government, to borrow the words of John Adams, is a government of laws, not of men. This is because the laws, having been approved by elected representatives, are the ultimate expression of the will of the people. Therefore, a truly democratic state must ensure that the law is fully respected by all and equality applied to all, to the rich and to the poor, to the strong and to the weak. Under our government, the Republic of Kosovo has made great strides towards that ideal. In the past year, we improved by 17 places in the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index and another 17 places in Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index. And we are number 1 in the region regarding rule of law according to the World Justice Project. Since we took office, law enforcement authorities have conducted around 800 police operations against economic crimes and corruption, and arrested over 2,000 people, including approximately 300 public or state officials. They have disbanded 68 criminal gangs and confiscated over 1.7 tons of illegal drugs. And just last week, prosecutors sequestrated 75 villas that had been illegally constructed in a national park. The list of owners was shocking, but not surprising. High-ranking judges, wealthy businessmen, politicians and their close relatives. The era of official corruption and high-level impunity is fast coming to an end. Our progress on democratization has been equally matched by our economic advancement. We ended last year with 10.7% of GDP as economic growth and an 83.6% increase in exports. Food and beverage, ICT sector, leather, textile, and especially wood and metal processing. Foreign direct investment in Kosovo has likewise increased by 47.6% and tax revenues by 34% without changing in fiscal policy. We have created over 25,000 new jobs, and this year's budget is the largest in the history of our country. When I say that democracy and economic progress go hand in hand, I am making not only a logical but also a casual claim. Yes, contrary to what some of the world's dictators seem to believe, there is no inherent contradiction between democracy and economic success. But beyond that, our democratic reforms have also directly contributed to that success in at least three distinct ways. First, foreign companies are much more willing to invest in a country if they are not forced to bribe public officials in order to enter the local market. The days of pay to play in Kosovo are over. Second, individuals and businesses are more likely to pay taxes when they know that their money will be spent responsibly by the state, rather than stolen by corrupt politicians and their relatives. And third, when people are optimistic about the direction of the government and the country, they tend to spend rather than save. In all of these ways, our democratic reforms have helped power forward our economic progress. But despite this progress, we are always striving to do more to help our citizens weather the multiple crises afflicting the world today. Here also, Kosovo can provide a useful blueprint, a blueprint for how a well-functioning democracy can successfully manage a crisis for the benefit of all citizens, especially those least advantaged. This is especially significant because Kosovo is fighting a tough battle against the two most worrying economic threats confronting the world today: drastically reduced energy supply and rapidly increasing prices, especially of basic goods. Due to the past governmental inaction and neglect, these problems are hitting Kosovo citizens harder than citizens in some other countries. For instance, over the previous 2 decades, there has been an almost complete lack of investment in new sources of electricity generation. This was combined with a failure to conduct the necessary repairs to keep our already existing power plants fully functioning. As a result, Kosovo has become excessively reliant on the import of electricity. Similarly, there has been a lack of government support for domestic producers and industries over the same period of time. This has made our citizens vulnerable to the rapidly increasing prices of foreign-produced goods. In the face of these unique challenges, our government has been guided by 2 overriding objectives. The first is a short-term objective, ensuring that our citizens are shielded as much as possible from the worst effects of the present predicament. Along these lines, we are currently enacting a substantial inflation relief package. That package subsidizes electricity bills for those who reduce their electricity consumption. For example, for the amount of the energy that you save per month in this autumn and winter, in comparison to the same month of last year, we are going to double the subsidy of households. It also provides financial relief to pensioners, recipients of social assistance, students, and public sector employees. And finally, it offers incentives to private sector employers to increase their workers' wages in order to soften the blow of rising prices. Every private company which decides to increase the salary of their employees, we are going to subsidize 50% of the increase. Together with these short-term measures, our government is also taking steps to address those long-term problems that made our citizens excessively vulnerable in the first place. In the energy sector, we are implementing a new 10-year strategy that focuses on securing new sources of electricity, especially renewable sources. We have negotiated and signed a $236.7 million compact with the Millennium Challenge Corporation that will contribute substantially toward that aim. The compact allocates funds for a range of priorities, including battery storage to increase efficiency and enhance energy security. It will also expand employment opportunities in the energy sector for women and youth. Furthermore, we have implemented a number of permanent changes that will help citizens overcome both the current economic challenges and also future such challenges. Thus, among other initiatives, we have introduced long overdue subsidies for new mothers and children for the first time in the Republic of Kosovo ever. We have increased pensions by 11%, including pensions for disabled persons by 33%. And for the first time in our country's history, public higher education is completely free of charge. Only for PhD, you have to pay a bit. On the private sector side, we have allocated 108 million euros to aid in the expansion of local production and export industries. In the long run, this will reduce the exposure of citizens and businesses to fluctuations in the prices of imported goods. I want to close this address by saying a few words about the connection between democracy and peace, in addition to the connection between democracy and economy, especially in light of Russia's illegal war. History has shown us time and again that autocratic rulers, accountable to no one but themselves, often make liberal use of war as a means to personal glory, territorial expansion, or financial gain. By contrast, accountability to the people makes democratic states generally averse to war. If Russia were a genuine democracy, it would most probably never have invaded Ukraine. And likewise, if Serbia were a genuine democracy, rather than a one-party state where the opposition has no chance of winning, it would not pose such a serious threat to long-term peace in our region. In this sense, President Biden's effort to promote democratic values around the world can just as well be seen as an effort to preserve peace among nations. By contrast, autocrats turn their backs on their people to embrace one another. Nowhere is this tendency on greater display than in the increasingly cozy relationship between Russia and Serbia. To begin with, Serbia still refuses to join EU and US sanctions against Putin and the wealthy oligarchs who help him remain in power. And since the war began, Belgrade has turned a blind eye to Russia's aggression, war crimes, and other human rights abuses. The President of Serbia has displayed no qualms about entering into two major agreements with his friend in the Kremlin. The first agreement, negotiated in May, secures for Serbia a 3-year supply of natural gas from Russia. This is at a time when Russia has radically reduced its supply to EU countries, thereby deliberately aggravating the current energy crisis. The second agreement, signed just last month, is even more alarming. According to that deal, Belgrade and Moscow have agreed to conduct mutual consultations on foreign policy matters going forward. We have long known that Serbia wants to have it all: Russian guns and Chinese investments on one hand, European money and American tolerance on the other. But Russia's invasion has revealed something that we had long feared, though not yet known with certainty. Faced with the choices between democracy and autocracy, Belgrade is sending increasingly clear signals that it would choose the latter over the former. In stark contrast to our northern neighbor, Kosovo has proven itself to be a reliable partner and a faithful ally to all other democratic states. We enthusiastically participated in Defender Europe 2021 alongside 26 other countries, and we are among the first to join US and EU sanctions. We have provided shelter to over 1,800 refugees from Afghanistan and 9 journalists from Ukraine who are now residents of our capital city, Pristina. In short, our foreign policy is driven by the firm conviction that the democratic world must speak with one voice. It must act with ironclad determination toward a common purpose. Now is not the time for neutrality, but for solidarity. The prospects for perpetual peace, not only in the Western Balkans, but also in Europe and beyond, depend on what we choose to do together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for those comprehensive words. You covered an awful lot there in a very brief time. I'm going to move straight across to George Papandreou, who I hope is joining us online. Are you there, George?
I can hear you, yes.
Excellent, excellent. 10 years ago I would have said that and I would never have got an answer. Today we can lean and rely on our technology with confidence. George, it's a real pleasure to have you with us, even if you can't be here personally. Would you like to take it away with your introductory words, please?
Certainly, Alistair, and thank you very much. I first of all would like to express my sorry that I'm not there with you, with all of you, and my good friend, of course, Prime Minister Albin Kurti and Martin Schulz, an old friend of mine. But let me begin by commending the work of Albin Kurti. He is one of those politicians that believes in what he preaches, and then when he takes on power, as he did democratically in his country, he worked hard and has been working hard to implement what he believes. So it is definitely necessary to commend the work he has done for transparency, for fighting corruption, the rule of law, building on democratic principles, which, as he said, and I cannot but agree with him, is important both for economic progress, but of course is very important in the process we are in, the moving towards membership in the Council of Europe and finally in the European Union. I had the honor of tabling a report on the Western Balkans only 2 weeks ago in the Council of Europe, and this, of course, was key to what needs to be done in the region. And, the European dream that we have in the Balkans, and I'm including all of us, and Greece, of course, not just the Western Balkans, is not simply a dream of growth and prosperity, but it is one of peaceful coexistence in a very diverse, ethnically, religiously area, where we would like to see this diversity as something beautiful and not something to fear. But insecurity over the centuries and decades often pushed us, put different groups and different countries and different ethnic or religious groups towards looking towards a big brother powers that usually would supposedly be there to support us, to protect us, but then we became victims of proxy wars in the geopolitical fight of the greater powers. That's why Europe was the dream to establish rule of law, respect of human rights, good neighborly relations, respect of the sovereignty and integrity of our nations, and of course, democratic values. And that, in fact, means security for all. What I think is important is to see that democratic values is security. And of course, it is linked to peace, as was said by Albin earlier. Both the example of former Yugoslavia, and where authoritarianism was part and parcel of the war, but also, of course, today, the horrible war and invasion by Russia of Ukraine shows when you do not have democratic rule, you do not have very often peaceful resolution of differences. And of course, the Balkans are a target of the new geopolitical rivalry that's developing in this world. And that's why it is even of greater importance to see how we can support the accession of the region to the European Union. It's been 20 years since the Thessaloniki Declaration, where I was then foreign minister. It's been a long time, and the shine of Europe has been waning. We need to reward countries when they do make progress. I think the North Macedonia was a blow when it was not given the status of the accession, opening the accession talks. And of course, now things are moving ahead. But, and of course, Europe has seen now the accession process as more important after the war in Ukraine. This has given a new impetus, but we need definitely to create a more new impetus. And here I want to make a point about Europe. It is, in fact, an existential question for us in Europe, where we want Europe to go. There are some very big issues in this, as you said, Alistair, earlier, the geopolitical rivalry, and Europe must play an important role. But that also means that we need to see how we can work together more closely. I always have believed that our capacity is much more, we are much stronger than we often understand ourselves in Europe. When we unite, we can be very effective. Martin Schulz, when he was president of the European Parliament, was very supportive of Greece during the financial crisis, but it took quite a while for the European Union to understand that we could actually tame the markets until Draghi came in to say whatever it takes. But then, of course, during COVID, we have seen that unified action was very important, and it will be important, of course, now in the areas of energy and the just transition to a green energy and renewable energy economy and society. This, of course, is absolutely important, not only for the lives of our citizens, but it is also very important to break the dependency we have, not only generally on gas and oil, but also on Russia in this particular case. So we need to show the political will for the region. I think that is one of the basic conclusions I have had in my report, but most would agree with it, with this and in this new geopolitical situation. As for the region itself, we need not only incentives, but we need the internal political will, such as Albin has been showing. Political will for change, and change for the better. We need to show that there is a ownership of this process. This is not change imposed from outside. This is change because we want better societies. We want more just societies. We want more transparent societies. We want investors, as Albin said, to come and believe that there is rule of law in the countries they invest, so that they can be sure that things will work as they can plan, and not depending on the whims and the will of some high up in the bureaucracy or some oligarchs, local oligarchs, who may want to play games with the investors that come in. That's why the change needs to be owned by ourselves, but it is not easy, as over the years there have been established powers that have grown and who do not want change. That is why Europe can be very important to help those who really want to reform in the region to be supported. But I also want to add that this is something which we need to do amongst ourselves also in the region, Western Balkans, but I would say more widely in the Balkans. Our regional cooperation can be of great support to those leaders who really are moving forward in the process of changing, of reforming, and moving towards the European Union. And there are many forms of regional cooperation. I know they're not always easy. There is the Open Balkans, which I know is difficult for Kosovo. There's the Berlin process. There are other forms too. However, I would put my support in finding ways of working together, because this will be, first of all, very important to support each other in our reform process. Secondly, there will be benefits, financial and others, economic benefits for our countries and our citizens. It is also a way to slowly but surely overcome conflict and bring in dialogue and understanding after very, very difficult times in our region. A final point, we have the new European political community, which has been established, important for geopolitical reasons. However, I do want to be clear, this should not, cannot substitute for the accession process. Therefore, I think we need, first of all, more systematic meetings at the summit level between the European Union and the Western Balkans to assess progress and help move the accession process along. Secondly, we need to integrate the Western Balkans into EU activities in areas where the Western Balkans have made progress, or in areas which we feel the Western Balkans can participate in a positive way. Let me just give you one simple, understandable example, that of health. Initially, the European Union did not see the Western Balkans during COVID as part and parcel of this process. Later on, there was solidarity towards the Western Balkans, but I would say, why not bring in the Western Balkans into the institutions in certain areas, such as in the health area, where we can cooperate, where it's so important. And there are many other areas, of course, also. Finally, my best wishes to the work that the government of Kosovo is doing. I know that you have applied for the membership in the Council of Europe. Recently, we allowed not only observer status, but also the right to speak in our assembly. Dora Bakoyani, head of the Greek delegation in the Council of Europe, is now working on a report for Kosovo, which I'm sure will be very important towards the accession of Kosovo in the Council of Europe. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations, Alban, for all your work.
Thanks very much for those words, George. Before you disappear, I don't know if we have you for much longer, but I did want to take the opportunity while you're here to put one question to you, if that's okay. You said, I think quite rightly, that what the Western Balkans probably doesn't need is solutions imposed from outside. So let's focus on a solution that came from inside. I think there was a striking achievement of agreement between Greece and North Macedonia that allowed the region to move forward, not just in the agreement itself, but in the mood that surrounded the negotiation, the mood of willingness to compromise. What lessons do you think we can draw from that process for similar processes that now have to occur elsewhere in the region to bring compromise between parties that maybe struggle to see the benefits of compromise. Are there any lessons, any advice you think that process that we saw with North Macedonia can throw up? We have a frozen image. So we seem to have stepped back 10 years in time to that period I was talking about, where you can't rely on the technology. It seems we've lost George Papandreou. It's a good question, though, wasn't it? Maybe we can put that to some of our other speakers when the time comes. Well, let's move straight along. Martin Schulz, former president of the European Parliament, and a chair today of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation in Germany. Would you like to bring us your introduction, please?
Thank you very much. Listen, my feeling after listening to you, to the analyst, to the Prime Minister, it's reminded me a little bit to the feeling at the end of a plenary session in the Parliament. Everything is already said, but not yet by everybody. So I could not agree more with your introduction. The assessment of the analyst is absolutely correct. I found your speech very inspiring, and what Yorgos just said is 100% clear, so I must not get back to things already presented to the audience. I want to focus on the European Union itself. It is absolutely clear that in the multipolar world in which we are living, Europe must give an answer to the role the European Union itself want to play, who is able to play. And therefore we should perhaps describe an element. The European Union is on whatever is on the table, split. Whatever is on the table or whatever is on the agenda, on stake, the European Union is divided, or is hesitating, or is postponing necessary decisions. And this is, in my eyes, for the time being, a disaster, because other parts of this multipolar world are more committed, more decided, more acting in their direction, in my eyes, sometimes a very dangerous and a wrong direction. Listening to the conclusions of the just finished Congress of the Communist Party in China, I heard very worrying things. Perhaps getting back to one of your introductory remarks, looking to the midterm elections in the United States, facing the risk that the administration is blocked by a hostile majority in both chambers of the Congress, with a pending situation then in the United States, is another element of worry. Therefore, the European Union, more than ever, should normally have a clear roadmap, and the European institutions entitled to apply the content of the roadmap backed by the member states. And what is the reality? There is no roadmap, and the few elements of a coherent action of the European Union in relation to other parts of the world is often not backed by the member states, because the member states as sovereign countries are divided on the strategy. And this is weakening the European Union in a dramatic time, in a dramatic way. And therefore my assessment, my analysis is the European Union is failing for the time being in answering to the challenges of the time in which we are living. But what should be the answer to the question linked to my description? The question is how to change it. And therefore, I support all these people in Brussels or in the capitals of the member states urging for an entire reform of the European Union. The biggest misconstruction in the Lisbon Treaty was the creation of the Council of Heads of States and Government. When we had the constitution, the draft constitution in the early years of 2000, constitutional project failed then by referendum in France and in the Netherlands. The main progress was that in 80 main items of political actions of the European Union in 80 fields, the majority vote was the basis of action. And the creation of the Council of Heads of States and Governments with a known president as a known organ of the European Union was nothing else than the reintroduction of the principle of unanimity by the back door, by the backstage. Because in the Council of Heads of States and Government there is never a majority vote. If a French president says no, you can't vote. If a German chancellor says no, you can't vote. And for the smaller member states of the European Union, let's take Malta. If the Maltese Prime Minister says no and he is overruled by a majority vote, you have immediately the discussion that the smallest member states matter less than the bigger member states. So why not reform the European Union? And I will get back immediately to the question of enlargement, to the majority vote as a principle, with a certain mechanism which is avoiding that smaller and middle-sized countries could be overruled by the big member states, and the other way around, a voting system which is avoiding that the smaller and middle-sized countries could overrule those countries who, Italy, Germany and France, guarantee 70% of the financing of the European Union. This is possible in my eyes, but if we will introduce such a reform in the treaty, and enlargement is much easier. Because a lot of member states of the European Union are arguing, if we enlarge the 27 member states union to 31, 32, 33 countries with the principle of unanimity, we are deepening this kind of paralytic situation of the European Union, and this is not a contribution to answer to tackle the challenges of the 21st century. Therefore, I am urging reform of the reform of the European Union voting system as a precondition for enlargement. And the second is coherent action of the member states. The North Macedonian Greece example Yorgos just raised, to solve the problem with the Prespa agreement, was linked to the promise, if you solve the problem, all the hurdles for opening of the negotiation of membership for North Macedonia are abolished. And what was the reality? Everything was done, everything was endorsed, and then you had a council of the heads of states and government where some, not only the French president, also others said, yeah, you know, this is too early, and our domestic situation. Normally, in a private life, you call it a betrayal. But what is in a private life inadmissible should, in a diplomatic relationship, never be used. Because this is destroying one of the most important things in international relationship, mutual trust. And therefore, I think, more than ever, the European Union must stick to the promises. I was always urging for membership of Turkey into the European Union, because I thought 20 years ago already that this could contribute a lot to stability in the whole region, and we are promising the Turks in 60 years a membership to the European Union. Whenever they have endorsed reforms, the answer of the European Union was, yeah, fine, but there is still another item leaving, and let's discuss this. This is destroying credibility, but credibility is what the European Union as a worldwide acting entity needs more than ever. I want to take one element of the speech of Prime Minister Kurti. I agree entirely with two things he said. If Russia would be a democracy, I think they would never have dared to invade Ukraine. I share entirely your view. Because in a democracy, you must justify to the opposition what you are doing. And secondly, you can't ask a membership to the European Union and then go against all the principles of the European Union. And this is the case in Belgrade for the time being with President Vučić, who tries to waver between once, if it is useful to be nearer to Moscow, and if this is less promising, I try to approach a little bit the Europeans. Playing one against another is also not an instrument of a credible international policy. And therefore I was a little bit afraid as a German looking to Chancellor Merkel's last trip around to go to Belgrade and to meet President Vučić bilaterally, and then to invite all the other prime ministers of the Western Balkan countries to Tirana and to meet them all together there. This was creating a kind of double standards in the region, which is exactly what a leader of the European Union should avoid, to create the image of different importances. And therefore, my conclusive remark, the European Union must stick to their own promises to keep credibility, because only as a coherent, acting, credible economic and political heavyweight, you can tackle the challenges, especially coming from Russia, from the authoritarian countries or dictatorships like China, and also, the ambassador may forgive me, in case of a change of the administration in the direction of the last president of the United States, if we are urging and if we are running as European Union for the rule of law, for a rule-based relationship worldwide, my hope is that a president of the United States who has based his own action on lies, betrayal, and denunciation of his political opponents, declaring NATO 3 years ago as obsolete, challenging President Zelensky only to provide him with money and weapons if he is delivering a dossier about Hunter Biden. This is already forgotten. I'm urging even more, if such a president would be re-elected in the United States of America. The United States are not a reliable partner for the European Union, and that the European Union should be, as an enlarged European Union, stronger than ever, acting on its own. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I couldn't have drafted a better introduction for the US ambassador myself. So, with no further words, I'm going to hand straight over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. So, what I was asked to do was provide the U.S. perspective on the broader Western Balkans. And it's already a challenge to some extent, although I have some familiarity with the topic. I am the American ambassador to Kosovo. And what I'd also have to say is, having listened to the entire conversation, everything has been said, and now you're going to have to hear a little bit of it again. I apologize in advance, but I think the point is to make the point of the U.S. perspective on this. You're not going to learn a lot from me here. I think I'm going to restate some well-known policy positions, but in the context of the conversation we've just had with the Prime Minister, with Prime Minister Papandreou, with Martin Schulz, who I remember from his time when I served in Berlin as a man who spoke his mind and continues to do so in very refreshing and honest ways. I think it's important to reiterate how the United States sees this region and why. So let me just say, the United States is very focused on the Western Balkans. This administration has both chosen a team and given a substantial amount of attention to this set of issues. Part of it goes back to a policy priority that's existed since the time I joined the diplomatic service in 1990, and that is we have a vision of a European partner that we work together with to address the threats and challenges to our security and prosperity globally. We have had a vision articulated by a number of American presidents, perhaps most notably by President George H.W. Bush, of a Europe whole, free, and at peace. And while we have had enormous success together working with our European partners to see this vision come closer to reality, we do see areas in Europe, including the Western Balkans, where more work needs to be done to secure this, to lock this in, to make this vision a reality. So our policies and priorities fit into this vision, which is to support the goals in the region for peace, prosperity, and security. This vision isn't new. I will say that it's even more urgent in the context of Putin's brutal, unjustified, inhumane invasion of Ukraine. I will also say our vision is not just ours. We think it is Europe's, we think it is our partners. So our highest priority for the Western Balkans is to support the process of European integration. Pure and simple. We want to support and anchor the countries of the Western Balkans into European and Euro-Atlantic structures and institutions. And everything our embassies do in the countries of the Western Balkans is aimed at achieving this goal in various ways, because we see this as achieving security, stability, growth, and prosperity, which we believe is in the interest of the countries of the region, which we believe is in the interest of the European Union, and which we believe is in the interest of the United States. We find ourselves sometimes having conversations, particularly with, as Martin Schulz alluded to, with our European partners. It's always dangerous to tell another set of partners what's in their interests. We at times are puzzled, as you described it, with some of the strange processes and customs that seem to get in the way of strategic goals when I think we all agree on strategy. So we also spend a lot of time in conversation with our European partners about their processes and structures and how to achieve a strategic end, notwithstanding bureaucratic impediments or political imperatives or strange tribal customs. We have our own as well. So we start from a vantage point that every country that joins, that enters the European Union, is more stable, democratic, and prosperous. And we start from the point that every Western Balkan country should have that perspective, and that this should be our strategic goals to advance that vision. We do see the Western Balkans as one of the fastest growing regions in Europe. It's a place of opportunity, innovation, and dynamism. As the American ambassador here in Kosovo, one of the things I most enjoy are the opportunities I have to meet with Kosovo's youth. It is Kosovo's greatest asset. Young, dynamic, English speakers, almost all of them, ready to contribute, committed, idealistic, and capable. So there are things we want to do to harness that and the other opportunities in the region. We follow processes as well to enhance economic integration and regional cooperation. Countries that are not yet in the European Union, we want to help them do what we can to help them prepare to be or make their best case to be, whether that is on the security side with NATO, whether that is on the kind of political and economic side with regard to the European Union and other things. And do what we can as well to help increase flows of goods, services, capital across borders without regard to EU status, as a means to attract investors, create jobs, increase the inclusivity of economic gains. The Prime Minister spoke quite a lot about that. So that goes back to what are we supporting? We are supporting any initiative that will actually help achieve that, so long as all the countries in the region participate on an equal footing, and so long as the end states of those processes are aligned with European Union integration requirements. The last thing I'll say, because I'll probably stop before my 10 minutes are up to give you some time for questions, is we have throughout the region, in each of the countries of the Western Balkans, an extensive set of programs. We put our money where our mouth is to support this. Here in Kosovo, as an example, our embassy has 3 large strategic goals. And all of our foreign assistance is tied to those strategic goals. I'm not going to put them in order because all 3 are really important. But I do try to have my embassy spend less time on things that don't align with these goals. So for Kosovo, the first one, and this goal is a little bit unique, is supporting Kosovo take its place in the family of European and Euro-Atlantic structures and nations. That means an enormous amount of work in support of the EU-facilitated dialogue, because we see that as the best means to achieve that goal. It also means the work we're doing in support of the Kosovo security forces. We believe that Kosovo can and should and deserves and needs to have a NATO interoperable multi-ethnic territorial defense force subject to civilian control. That this is an essential element if Kosovo is going to become a member of NATO, which we believe very strongly it should be. That is one of the tools it will need. So this process of helping Kosovo take its place, be what it is, small to medium-sized Western Balkan country that is in the clubs and able to speak for itself and participate in these structures, is a fairly high priority for the United States. The second one would be economic growth and development. The Prime Minister talked about it. This is an economy that, from our perspective, could do more to deliver prosperity to its citizens, and there are structural impediments to economic growth and development and prosperity being shared by all. There's particular challenges in the energy sector, which the Prime Minister spoke to, and again, we have enormous structures and processes in place to help attract investors, help provide a more sustainable energy infrastructure to help achieve this goal. The third one is what I would call good governance, rule of law. This is not a unique set of challenges to Kosovo, neither is the economic growth and development one, but you are in a country that still has institutions that at times do not have the experience, because independence was 14 and a half years ago, as some, and that require some support in development as they provide services to citizens. And in particular, the rule of law system, where the United States and a lot of other partners are very proud of the support we have given so that there is a police system and a judiciary that delivers the rule of law. And we spend a lot of time on that. So you put that all together, it's all aligned towards this European future. It's all aligned for these countries on their own. These people have achieved it. We have helped and supported, but it is done by the people of Kosovo in this case to realize this vision. And I'm not going to do it, but I could talk about programmatic work in all of our embassies around the region as well that are key to very similar objectives. So this is our perspective, this is our vision. It is a European set of issues with a logical European end state, and with the United States very supportive and seeking to encourage both with regard to decision-making bodies, but also with regard to the countries themselves being ready to take on. They are ready to take on, but being even more prepared to take on those responsibilities, both politically and practically. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. The eagle-eyed among you will have noted that we're already way over time. So all those questions I promised, probably not going to happen. But I'm not going to let the Prime Minister go without asking one question at least. It's come up a couple of times, I think, today, and it fascinates me that Kosovo has such a young population. And, you know, that can be a two-edged sword. It can be difficult to satisfy the expectations of a young population. On the other hand, if you can, you have this sort of this cohort of people who are ready to drive the economy forward. Your own political background began fairly young, I think, as a student activist. So what is your, what's the opportunity, do you think, that the youthful population in Kosovo presents? And what are you doing as a government to develop that opportunity?
Thank you very much. I believe that we couldn't have had a better topic, building bridges. Bridges imply gaps. There are certain gaps, and we need to bridge them. And besides implying gaps, bridges need riverbanks where you anchor. I believe that for a strong democracy, riverbanks are women and youth. Once you get together in social and public policy, in governance, women and youth together, then you ensure the strength of democracy and the sustainability of peace. So we are trying to work as much as possible with youth and women and with the two together. One of the gaps that we have in our society is the skills gap. So many students in these 2 decades have been graduating law, economics, international relations, but with not much linkage with labor market. So we're trying to bridge the skills gap by using dual education system, which is typical for Germany, Switzerland, and not only. And we have learned it from our diaspora. We want to provide non-academic professionalism. So people can go to schools and faculties, but also get vocational education and training. So a diploma can ensure a job. There must be a bridge between diploma and job, and I think this is crucial for the youth. On the other hand, average age in Kosovo is 31. So I may seem young to you, but not to Kosovo, really. And everybody speaks English. Many speak German as well. Perhaps we can conclude that in 20th century, Esperanto has failed. But in 21st century, I believe that Esperanto is coding, and it will not fail. That's why in our education system, we're looking forward to introduce coding in high school and in elementary school with large and deep digitalization transformation of our society across the board, education, healthcare, public administration, and industry. So these are some of the things that we believe could increase employment and definitely both decrease migration and replace brain drain with brain gain.
Fabulous. That's a fantastic answer and pleasingly brief and concise. We could spend the whole of the rest of the day discussing, I can feel that. But we are out of time. It's what happens when you invite four senior, extremely well-informed and opinionated speakers to a conference, I'm afraid. But we are out of time, so please do join me in thanking our wonderful opening panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen. If you'd like to leave the stage. Thanks very much. Well, as our panellists leave the stage, I'm going to move right along to our next session, which is a discussion, a conversation. I'm very pleased to be able to welcome up onto the stage Sir Stuart Peach, who is the UK Special Envoy to the Western Balkans. Stuart, please come and join me. You can find your way through the maze. Get yourself a chair. Welcome. Nice to be accompanied for a little while, at least, by a fellow Brit. We can have a quiet conversation about the football, or we should probably, given time, head straight into the matters at hand. You have some thoughts that you're going to share with us, I know, and after that we'll have a couple of brief questions, but please, you go ahead and give us your introductory words.
Well, thank you.
You'll have to press the... There you go.
Thank you very much, Alistair, and thank you to The Economist for this invitation. And it's good to be back here in Kosovo. Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, and other distinguished members of the Kosovo government. I feel very privileged to be able to speak on this panel. And, of course, I will associate many of the thoughts with the four speakers you've just heard. I think geographically we sit in the heart of Europe, and I don't think we should stop saying that, because geography matters. And here we are in Kosovo, and that heart of Europe sense has to now be put into a context. And that context is not just the war in Ukraine, but the war in Ukraine is reshaping the geopolitical framework. And that illegal, brutal, inhumane war continues now in many months, and the people of Ukraine are suffering. We show our solidarity across this room to them, and we continue to support them. But anybody who thinks that strategic competition is a business for think tanks or academics, it's not. It's real. And it's affecting this brilliant answer you just heard from the Prime Minister of Kosovo on the prospects for the young people here. And I share everything the US ambassador said about how wonderful they are. They need that better future in the face of this geostrategic competition. And that's when the values that the Prime Minister set out this morning also matter. The democratic processes, the anti-corruption that requires, and the bravery, Mr. Prime Minister, you've shown. The rule of law that requires change across the region in many countries. And, of course, regional cooperation. And if I had an initial thought for this setting, where the wonderful work The Economist does worldwide brings that thought of economics and companies, small, medium and large, and I really mean the small, medium and large, not just big corporations, because ideas that drive the future economy will not just come from huge labs in California and huge corporations. So we need to bring all of that together. Why? Because since the Euro-Atlantic journey, which I believe in and my government believes in, started, the alternative view, let's call it that, the toxic, hollow offer from Russia, the mercantilist ideas of China, which are on China's terms, as the recent Congress has just demonstrated, that narrative means we must not be complacent and think that the journey that we're on is going to last forever. And what I would say, with my many decades of military experience, is that we need to be really careful, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, that we don't allow political challenge, political problems, to become security issues. And we see what happens when they do. And I worry in this region, which I love, and I travel across the whole region frequently, I do worry about too many people, and I strongly agree with you, Prime Minister, about the women and the young people, too many people trying to turn the clock back, trying to say it's like the 90s. It's not like the 90s, it's like the 2020s. That's where we are. And we face the competition now. And trying to turn the clock back constantly means you'll break it. And so, how do we help? I'm here as a British person, and the UK is not going through a period of instability, it's going through a period of political change. And we've witnessed that. The King, King Charles III, will today approve the appointment of a new Prime Minister. British policy will continue. There is continuity in that, despite the political change. And our policy is very clear. It's very similar to the US Ambassador's very skillful weaving of all those thoughts together. We support, despite leaving the European Union as a UK choice, we support the Euro-Atlantic journey in this union, in this region, strongly, both personally and professionally. We support the Berlin process. I will be at the, hopefully, inshallah, if I'm allowed, I'll be at the Berlin summit next week, which, of course, is another opportunity to sit down with the leaders here and reset regional cooperation. We support the membership for Kosovo as one of the first recognisers of the state of Kosovo for the Council of Europe, because the more we can encourage Kosovo to join this Euro-Atlantic community, and I make no apology for raising Euro-Atlantic, because the United States has been very generous by people and government to this region. The United States, through its security membership and leadership in NATO, has been very generous to this region. And the UK supports that. We support anything that sustains unity. So what have we seen this year? Despite the war, despite this terrible, illegal, inhumane, brutal war, we've seen the European Union and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which embraces the United States and Canada and the UK and other non-EU NATO members, who represent the majority of military capability on the continent. 80% of NATO's capability comes from non-EU members of our alliance. That alliance keeps 1 billion people safe and secure through collective security. So it is not brain dead, and the UK will continue to be a strong ally in NATO, and NATO and the EU. Another myth I'd like to have this opportunity to explode. I was the chair of the military committee in NATO, the military head of the alliance, and my closest friend, colleague, and action team member in that role was not some chief of defence from the alliance, friends as I was with the majority, if not all of them. It was the chair of the European Union Military Committee. And we worked together tirelessly to improve NATO and EU cooperation. And so Europe as a whole together has this year demonstrated unity and solidarity. The challenge now for everybody, including our friends here in Kosovo, is to sustain it. That's why the UK supports the European Union Force mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina without reservation. And I'll be very honest, in this setting, we shouldn't need, 28 years after that war, an international force. We should not need it, but we do. We shouldn't need the Kosovo force here, but we do to support our friends in Kosovo on their journey. And the UK will continue to support those missions, both with troops and support, and also with command and control. Why do we do that? Because I think this forum can also be permitted to help us all together set the conditions for reconciliation. If turning the clocks back is a bad idea, a good idea is setting the conditions for reconciliation. I think the Prime Minister of Kosovo has helped us to do that in his speech today. We also have to work together with industry, with partners, with young people with good ideas to reduce the energy dependence on Russia. It won't happen automatically. It won't just be a boardroom decision that drives it, important as they may be. It'll be the young engineers, as the Prime Minister made clear in his answer to your question, Alistair. It'll be those young people who come up with the ideas to connect the electricity grids, to enable renewable energy to be delivered more quickly, to reduce the dependence on the old forms of power generation, because we need it now, just as we need power for military affairs in the future, which is not reliant on fossil fuel. All this matters. The UK will continue to support the region with up to £100 million in ready investment through British Investment International and the UK Export Finance model. And if we don't do any of that with our United States friends and friends in NATO, then of course the region will look for alternatives, and that's why it's so vital. So in addition to thanking you all for your solidarity with this Euro-Atlantic journey, I'd just like to finish by saying, in the face of this real strategic competition, now is the time to find space in our hearts for collective approaches, for unity and strength. That's what matters, and that's what's going to give hope to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Stuart. A nice, wide-ranging but very pointed presentation, I thought. You mentioned the importance of trying to ensure that lively, fiery rhetoric doesn't tip over into military conflict and into violence, which I think is a vital point. And we in many parts of the world, and very much in Europe, there is often a sense that things sort of almost inevitably move forward. So you achieve some kind of new agreement. It might be tiny, but that now forms the bedrock from which you move on to the next stage. But of course, every now and then we get these examples of how things can fall apart, how things can break. It's normal and appropriate in international relations that at times there is quite fiery rhetoric, can be quite violent, but generally speaking, behind it, there isn't a violent intent. It's hard for you to answer this question, I know, but what can you do to try and strengthen the non-violent content in these relations, not necessarily just in what people say, but in what people feel, and therefore push off the risk that things fall out of control and that violence suddenly flares up where it wasn't expected?
There's a very fine line between policing and military support. And so the direct answer to your question is to have an understanding in security structures about what are risks and where are opportunities for reconciliation, my favourite word, and how to bring temperatures down is the direct answer to your very good question. And if I take a cut through my almost 5 decades of military experience, it is the removal of boundaries. I grew up as a young officer with lots of boundaries, lots of hierarchies. I was in the Air Force, although most of my latter career was spent in international roles, and everything was about boundaries, and things across a boundary were different and foreign, whether it's police and military, or whether it was between nations. And I think NATO has done a fantastic job, honestly, over 7 decades, in bringing those boundaries to a sensible reality. And as we've seen with the terrible period of countering terrorism, extremism, then we needed to work across those internal boundaries between policing and international forces. And of course we did succeed in some places more than others. And I think my message for the future is where you have a hard boundary, you don't work across it, you allow the conditions for rhetoric to flourish and then become potentially dangerous. And it is really, the technique is about bringing the temperature down. How do you do that? Is by having the international solidarity. The strongest family I've ever belonged to, apart from my own, is the family of the Chiefs of Defence of NATO, where although we may not agree, and we didn't all come from the same sort of political system, my word, that was overcome by the strength of that relatively lonely position, whether you're in Kosovo or the UK or the United States, of having that solidarity that the family of NATO created. And the number of times where in that small group, without hundreds of staff, the Chiefs of Defence would ask each other questions. Do you have a problem with this? And the answer is often, we do. And actually the problems are very similar, and there are ways of bringing temperatures down. So it is about that, for politicians, and perhaps even budding politicians in the room, it's having that ability to not to allow rhetoric to turn into violence.
Fabulous, thank you. Well, we have time, I think, for one more brief question. Actually, we don't, but I'm going to ask it anyway, and ask you to oblige with a brief answer. You made a really important point about, not to get too provincial, but about events back in our home country, in the United Kingdom, the difference between what may appear from the outside to be utter chaos and actually the progression within the rules, the grinding of the gears, the institutions actually working, and therefore what we have is a continuity rather than a breakdown. I'm interested to move that into the European sphere. Obviously, Britain has left the European Union, and from outside it can look like a dysfunctional and chaotic relationship and aftermath. Can you give us any insight into what the, hopefully a positive insight, into what the actual relationship is?
Well, we've left the European Union, we haven't left the continent. So it goes back to my first question about geography. The UK remains a rainy, windswept island off the northwest coast of Europe with a tendency to like fighting. That's what we see through our evolution in our history. But at the same time, we've evolved a whole series of constitutional checks and balances which work. Hard fought, and I'm constantly reminded with our own history of how hard fought they were. And we're not a shining example on the day-to-day business, but my word, those checks and balances matter. They allow us to change, yet remain constant in both policy, and I very much associate with the US Ambassador's remarks on the constancy of policy. And I think the older I get, the more I realise our friends in the world expect us to be consistent. So it's not just policy, it's also consistency. And in answer to your direct question, I have been happily living in Brussels as the military head of NATO. I have many friends across Europe, hopefully friends across Europe, and our relationships have not changed that much. So we've left the European Union as an institution, but the British Prime Minister and the British delegation attended the recent European Political Community meeting in Prague. It's not a substitute for the European Union. The UK remains a member of many of the European institutions. Particularly, I would emphasise again, knowing where I am here in Kosovo, the Council of Europe. And we'll continue to find ways to work with our European partners as friends. And we'll continue to find ways here to work with fellow ambassadors, fellow countries, on collaborative and cooperative projects. Rather than have the Prime Minister of Kosovo and his government facing 20 different offers, why not get together and collaborate on everything from cyber, it's a serious threat, reducing our dependency on energy. The UK is ready and willing to help. I know our friends are here from the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. We strongly support those institutions. So yes, we've left an institution, but we're committed to our continent and we're committed to collaboration with our friends.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Sir Stuart Peach. Thank you. Well, we're going to move straight along to our next session, and after that we will have a coffee break, so something to look forward to beyond the wonderful discussion that we're about to have. We're going to stick with the themes of geopolitics, international relations, and the Western Balkans' place in a wider world. But we're going to go into some of these issues in a bit more detail with this panel. I'm delighted that I'm going to be joined by three really super speakers. We have, first of all, Donika Gevala-Schwarz, who is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora for Kosovo. Please come and join me. We have Shlomo Ben-Ami, who is the former Foreign Affairs Minister of Israel and the Vice President of the Toledo International Center for Peace. Probably Toledo International Center for Peace because it's not Spanish. Please come and join me. And we also have Richard Kaplan, who I'm particularly pleased to welcome because he comes from my hometown. He is Professor of International Relations, Department of Politics and International Relations at the University of Oxford. Mr. Kaplan, please come and join us on the stage. Wonderful. So we're going to stick to the same formula. I'm going to give each of our speakers an opportunity to give us some introductory thoughts on what is an extraordinarily broad thematic canvas that we have laid out in front of us. First, I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Kosovo, Donika Gevala-Schwarz. Apologies for my pronunciation.
The pronunciation was perfect. Thank you. Good morning. Choosing Pristina for this very interesting discussion. As we are trying to put Pristina on the agenda again, but this time not about peace and stability only, but about how can a country develop that has faced war just 22, 23 years ago, less than 25, where the citizens who do not remember war anymore are not older than 25. So it was mentioned here that Kosovo has a very young population, very skilled, multilingual, and you will recognize that my English, for example, is not as good as that from others here in Kosovo because I'm coming from the diaspora. And in the countries where we live, English is not so well and so broad spoken as in Kosovo itself. So that means that having people where between 80 and 90% are in favor of the European Union integration, 80 to 90% of the people approve the NATO membership. You see that this is something very special in this small and very special country. And that brings us to our main asset, which is our young population. If you choose any open ambience to sit with them, you will recognize that they are not only skilled and multilingual, but they are really just eager to experience democracy and to apply European values in their everyday life. And that's why what they expect us as government to show every day our commitment for true democracy, rule of law, and European values. That brings me to the point that, as I have read in your agenda, with the European Union integration of our region, which will be not very easy. It will be a long process. We heard Mr. Schulz telling us about the European Union intern problems in this eternal search for the European identity. These are questions that we in the region have answered since a long time, because we know why we want to go to be part of the European Union, and it's definitely not the money on first place, because as Kosovo can tell the story of a huge diaspora, helping not only with knowledge, but helping with a lot of finances and money as well. 1/3 of our state budget is compared to the money that our diaspora is sending to their families and helping the economy in this country. But the European values are those that the people in Kosovo has decided to apply for themselves. And this is not a decision of today, but this is a decision of the early 90s, and this is a decision that governments can come and go in Kosovo, but this will not change. So the pro-Western orientation. The EU accession will remain for the next years the main challenge for the region. And it's not only the identity problem of the European Union, it's not only the credibility, but sometimes it's the double standards that are being applied when you talk about one part of Europe that is, as it was said today, in the heart of Europe, and the cynicism of some of the European Union politicians looking at the Balkan and Balkanizing as a verb, that the Balkan is simply not able joining the EU because they are like they are and they will never get their way. That's why I'm very happy that in the last years, in the last months, the discussions about how to integrate the Balkan region, the Western Balkan countries, how to integrate them best in the European Union are going to be more intensified. We had this year already an EU Western Balkan summit. We will have the next one in this November probably. And that's a very important point because the Western Balkan countries must sit at the table when discussions about the future of our region are taking place. So we have one concern in the last months, and these are initiatives who are appearing and who show us that if the European Union is not serious with the effort to the countries of the Western Balkans, not only malign influences will be strengthened, but alternative alliances will appear who are not only not good for our region, but who are a real threat for Europe itself. And if I should mention just one of them, I would pick out the Open Balkan Initiative, who would open the doors for a lot of Chinese, Russian, and other influences to the European Union markets. So Kosovo is clear in that. We want to become members of the European Union. We want to become as soon as possible member of NATO. And I really believe that the EU integration itself is not enough when we describe the alternatives and the future of the region. We always speak in Kosovo about the Euro-Atlantic integration because the Euro-Atlantic integration is the part who is guaranteed stability and peace long-term in our region. Now, it's difficult talking in these days about Europe, peace, stability without mentioning that we have to manage two challenges. The first one I would mention is coming in next days, and this is the 31st of October. an issue of rule of law, which is very important in Kosovo, but is being seen by Russia and Serbia as an opportunity, as a possibility to strengthen the threats towards Kosovo and the peace in our country. And the second one is a structural problem. That is the threat, the long-term threat to the peace in our country, but not only. So when we talk about the first one, the rule of law, we have an issue we need to bring to an end in the next days, and it's about car plates. I see here a lot of expert specialists. Seldom in the history of countries, when you speak about peace and stability, you need to mention car plates, such technical problems. And it comes maybe from this, what we are used with our northern neighbor to experience, is in taking one small technical issue, in making that the issue itself the most important one. And so half of Europe, our partners in the United States and in UK, are speaking with us since months about car plates. That shows that if you do not solve the big problems, the principal ones, the basic ones, then you will spend your time with small issues which will not bring the process of normalization with the neighborhood forward. So the dialogue with Serbia is about normalization that should bring the mutual recognition, and the final agreement should be the mutual recognition that will enable not only Kosovo, but the whole region to have a better regional cooperation and to have a better future altogether. But what does it mean, the final agreement? When we talk about final agreements, we create the impression that the final thing should happen anywhere in the future and any time in the future, and it's not something that we are dealing with in these days. I'm really convinced that without having at the dialogue table now, at this moment, the question of mutual recognition and deal today with that question of mutual recognition, instead of dealing with a lot of technical matters, it will be more and more difficult to find a solution with our northern neighbor, because the war in Ukraine has, here in the region as well, changed everything. We are not talking anymore about joint efforts to find a solution with Serbia, but we are talking about find a solution with Serbia, even when we know that Serbia has lost the European path. They have given up, if that existed any time, but they have given up that European path, and that the Russian influence and the Russian leverage over our region is so strong and so high because of Serbia behaving as the best, as a simple proxy of that policy. The Prime Minister mentioned that they signed in New York the alignment not about building roads or bridges or trade or industry, but about foreign policy with Russia. And in this region, but meanwhile in Western Europe and elsewhere as well, everybody knows what does it mean, what is the Russian foreign policy. The Russian policy is wars against neighbors. The Ukraine war is not the first one. And the Russian foreign policy is an aggressive policy, not trying to find solutions, but trying to find reasons, to find pretexts to aggress their neighborhoods. So that's why it's very important that when we try to find solutions, the analysis, the diagnosis is a real one, is a good one. And that's why it's important that when our partners speak with us and we try to find together solutions, that these at first place are everybody who speaks to us have in mind that we are interested on European value solutions and not on solutions which are coming from the 18th, 19th century, for example, in which basic thought is ethnicity as such. Those solutions must be not violating our constitutional framework, who, by the way, is a very European and very modern and very new one. It is one international constitutional framework. So if we have in mind these two principles, not violating our constitutional framework and thinking about European values and principles, then every solution will be possible. All the other proposals trying to find exceptional ways in dealing with the problems in the Balkans will maybe show a success today for some months, but will create for the future huge problems which we all together need to talk again. And I agree very much with Sir Peach, who said that we shouldn't need anymore the international presence and international mediators and all these efforts for peace and stability in our region, but because of the mistakes made in the past, we need that still, and we need to move forward instead of talking and not providing results.
Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for those words. Thank you. We're going to move a little further afield, but I'm sure the focus is going to remain on issues highly relevant to this region. I'm going to hand over to you, Shlomo, for your introductory words, please.
What we are seeing these days is a signal change in the behavior of Europe. Europe has finally come to terms with history after a phase where it lived in post-history, as if world leaders are all gentlemen that you can reach with them understandings through negotiations. I think that Putin's contribution to change the mind of Europe is this invasion of Ukraine. The UK is a case apart. UK has a military tradition and a different attitude. This explains this sea change in the behavior of Europe. And the reason was not, the fact that Europe didn't go into NATO in a more assertive way doesn't have to do only with Trump. It started even before. During the Obama administration, there was a lot of criticism at Europe for not investing the 2% of GDP in NATO, etc. But Putin changed all of this. And then you have the definition, how Europe defines itself. It has to do with the question of accession of the West Balkans. In the mental map of Europe, the West Balkans is a periphery. It's a periphery that doesn't belong to the core of the European Union. And I think it was President Macron who spoke about what he called concentric circles of Europe, where it is not official policy, but it is a mental attitude. And it is the conflict, it is the crisis that changes or perhaps speeds up in a way the possibility of accession. It took only weeks for Europe to declare the Ukraine and Moldova as possible candidates, whereas in the West Balkans, it hasn't created a sufficient level of instability and threat for Europe to be much more resolute in the process of accession. Bear in mind also, if I may, that Europe is divided not only about the mechanisms, which Mr. Scholz was very eloquent on that, and it was extremely interesting, but it is also on substantive issues. It is divided. There is a difference between the West, say France, Spain, Portugal, now Italy because of change of government as well. For them, Ukraine is not the main problem. The Mediterranean, illegal immigration, the Sahel, Morocco, Algeria, these are the strategic problems. And therefore my question is, and I rather wonder, is really Europe capable of sustaining the war in Ukraine with the billions of dollars that this requires monthly, sometimes even daily, until the Ukrainians recover all their sovereign land, and at the same time carry on its back the Herculean financial burden of incorporating into the European Union the entire West Balkan, Moldova, Ukraine, etc., and sustain the war with Putin for a long time, because Putin is going nowhere. I wonder. And this explains why countries like China penetrate the region by exploiting the ambiguities of Europe, the ambiguities of the West. This is where Russia, or particularly in terms of economic development, the Chinese. Now we'll have to see what is the end game with Russia. I am very much preoccupied, I am very much worried by the fact that the West doesn't have a clear idea what to do with this war. Where is this war going to end? Kissinger taught us that in 2014, with the Crimean crisis, that the question is how it ends, not how it begins. When the war started, Biden was very much worried by the fact that, Putin doesn't have an exit strategy. What is Biden's exit strategy? Just weakening Russia? How do you quantify this? What does it really mean? So I think that we need some diplomacy urgently. Urgently because also China is changing. China is changing, giving now priority to national security issues over economic questions. Maybe the Chinese will go now into, or are already in the middle of an economic crisis. You can't publish anymore the GDP in China because it isn't going to be very convincing. But national security has become uppermost, or the main item. And in national security, there is no longer peaceful rise. The legacy of Deng Xiaoping is dead. Now we have a new Mao Zedong. How is the United States going to deal with it? Is the United States, contrary to previous strategic advisors, going to take on at the same time China and Russia, and the disruptive, revisionist Russia, that with president, whenever he goes into difficulties, his option is to escalate. He escalates. He doesn't go down. I mean, he doesn't retreat. So I think we need to take Putin more seriously. It's not a question just of us judging his behavior. We all agree that we have here a criminal revisionist. Now the question is, how do we deal with it? And I think that we need some piece of diplomacy from the West, which is absent right now. And I hope it happens as soon as possible. With regard to the West Balkans, they have done, many of them, we heard Kosovo, we know about North Macedonia. They have done their homework mostly. And we need to think, the leaders of the West, not just, I mean, democracy is the best system that we can, with all its imperfections, but we need to think also about order. Order and democracy, to try and find a wise balance. Sometimes you can find order even without democracy. It was the West, it was President Biden that decided that the current conflict is between democracy and autocracy. just as during the days of the Soviet Union, two ideologies. I think that we need to strengthen our democracies at home, and abroad we should not be about exporting democracy, but putting the emphasis on order, on a system of order. Vučić, the president of Serbia, is a disruptive authoritarian. So is Milorad Dodik in Republika Srpska. But you have done an excellent job in trying to find accommodations. 2013, you had the Brussels Agreement, where they didn't recognize the moral existence of Kosovo, or the moral justification, but yes, the political institutions, and they are ready to collaborate with the political institutions. You know, we had peace with Egypt on the same line. The Egyptians doesn't accept the moral existence, the moral reason for the existence of a Jewish state, but the reality. Our problem with the Palestinians is that it is moral, that we address moral questions. We are a country that was born in sin, according to the Palestinians, and it's a very difficult problem. But once you turn it into an institutional issue, into a strictly political issue, which is what you wisely did with the Serbs, you can find accommodation and develop your country and not try to change them. Maybe something inside will happen that will change them, as what we saw with the Soviet Union. At the end of the day, state building, the philosophy of state building of the United States failed resoundingly. Freedom House has just published the report, the annual report, about the increase worldwide of authoritarianism. So we need to strengthen our democracy at home. If what happened on 6th January 2021 in Capitol would have happened in an African country, or perhaps in Kosovo, the UN would have sent a delegation to put your house in order. So we need to start strengthening democracy at home. Let's be worried about democracy in China and other places, and try to push the emphasis on reaching workable settlements, not for a universal peace, but perhaps for peace in our time. Thank you.
A lot to chew on there, Shlomo. Thank you very much for your passionate words. I'm going to hand straight along, because we are once again short of time, but I'm going to hand across to Richard Kaplan.
Thank you very much. Real pleasure to be here. Alistair, I want to take a couple of moments and step back and reflect a little bit on the quality of the peace that we are establishing, that has been established in the Western Balkans. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, a war which, until the current war in Ukraine, was the most violent conflict that Europe had experienced since the end of the Second World War. 30 years ago, not only was war raging in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but it was looming on the horizon in Kosovo, in the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, and once again in Croatia. Now, a few weeks ago, I had the pleasure of being interviewed by a team of young Kosovo journalists who'd come to Oxford. And at the end of the interview, I asked them a question. I asked them, what are your concerns about the future? And without any hesitation, they offered the same response: a return to war. Now, statistically speaking, their response was not baseless. Research that I've done with colleagues at Oxford on the longevity of peace after armed conflict paints a very disturbing picture, which you can see here on the screen. This shows how long peace established after civil wars lasts as measured in days. These are peace episodes of 1 year minimum. So how long these peace episodes, and there are 210 in the period 1990 to 2013, how long they last as measured in days. And our research shows that once peace has been established following a civil war, the chances of survival of that peace after 2 years is 99%, which is very good, 99%. After 3 years, 83%, also good. But after 12 years, it's less than 50%. In other words, within 12 years, nearly half of all civil wars reignite. And that's a high rate of peace failure or conflict recidivism, as we sometimes refer to it. So, should we share the concerns of these Kosovar journalists and be worried about conflict recidivism in the Balkans? Short answer is no. Obviously, what sets this region apart from most other places in the world is the degree of robust third-party engagement, militarily and otherwise, on the part of NATO and the EU. And that makes a huge difference as both a deterrent, but also an effective mechanism of conflict management. But, and we've heard this already this morning, we must not be complacent. Moreover, we must recognize that peace in the region is not self-sustaining. It requires the presence of NATO and EU forces to maintain it. Furthermore, it's a minimal peace. We're talking about peace understood as the absence of armed conflict, but most of us here, I think, would agree that peace is more than that, or should be more than that. It should also entail a positive disposition, tolerance, respect, acceptance on the part of members of society towards one another. Peace understood as the absence of armed conflict is what scholars refer to as a negative peace. A negative or cold peace may exist between adversaries, as was the case between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War, or between formerly warring states, as is the case between Egypt and Israel today, or among different identity groups within states, as with unionists and nationalists in Northern Ireland today. A negative or cold peace is what prevails in large parts of the Western Balkans. Now, does it matter if a peace is a cold peace? A warm or positive peace arguably has greater intrinsic value. It's desirable in and of itself. It's also arguably more stable than a cold peace. Few will question the relatively greater stability of the positive peace that exists today between Germany and France in post-World War II Europe, and the sense of security that affords these two former enemies in contrast to the other cases that I just mentioned. While a negative peace may be durable in a post-Civil War state, a positive peace, it's widely agreed, affords communities greater prospects for preventing the recurrence of violent conflicts. Now, can a cold peace become a warm peace? In many parts of the world that have experienced bloody religious wars in the past, and think about 16th and 17th century Europe, for instance, there is now mutual tolerance and respect among different religious communities that were once mortal enemies. More recently, thanks in part to the work of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities and others, there have been meaningful improvements in relations among rival national communities as a result of the curbing of discrimination against national minorities, reforms to educational systems, including textbooks, the enhanced representation of national minorities in government, and various trust and confidence-building measures. And I want to stress, these are not hollow measures. They've made a genuine difference in the quality of peace in many countries. Now, the opportunities to promote social cohesion are considerable, but they will require the sincere efforts of national authorities in order to gain traction. Committed leadership is what made possible the accord that established the peace that broke the stalemate between North Macedonia and Greece after 30 years. And it took courage to sign that accord because there was strong public opposition in both countries. It's the absence of such leadership in part that explains the continued failure to broker a peace between Greek and Turkish Cypriots, and the absence of leadership committed to building positive peace is evident throughout the Western Balkans. Now, I appreciate that sometimes a negative peace is all that one can realistically hope to achieve, at least initially. And I think it has been the case in Kosovo. Kosovar Albanians suffered severe discrimination and repression, and Kosovar Serbs suffered retaliation in return. The Serbian minority and the Albanian majority in Kosovo today are deeply alienated from one another and, to a large degree, live separate lives, sometimes as a matter of personal choice, but sometimes at the behest of their community leaders. Peace prevails in Kosovo, but it is a negative peace. There's no armed conflict, but there's very little positive engagement across national lines. Now, although various efforts are being made and should continue to be made to bridge the Serbian-Albanian divide, a negative peace is arguably the most that can be achieved at this time. It's perhaps unrealistic to expect a warm peace to develop anytime soon, and the same is true across much of the Western Balkans. Beyond the memories of recent trauma, which explain the situation that prevails as I've just described it, there are other forces working against a warm peace in the region, and this is where geopolitics comes into the picture. The Western Balkans have again become a fulcrum of geopolitical competition. We've been talking about that this morning. A competition which is reinforcing nationalism and further entrenching divisions in the region. The EU and NATO are pulling one way. Russia, which has become increasingly visible, increasingly active in regional politics, is pulling another way. We can debate the extent of Russia's influence in the region, but I think it's fair to say that at the very least, Russia is leveraging its connections with political parties, business elites, and opinion makers in the region to oppose the EU and NATO and to encourage disintegration. Russian support to Republika Srpska specifically has been reinforcing the separatist tendencies of its leadership. And as my colleague Dimitar Bechev has observed, even if Russia has no capacity to project itself militarily into the region, it can take advantage of divisions in the region, existing divisions, to foment trouble. And at the same time, we're seeing the appeal of liberal political values which underpin and nourish positive peace, waning. And this is partly related to a global trend, again, something else which we've been acknowledging here, the growing strength of illiberalism, the rise of authoritarianism, and the concomitant calling into question of the merits of the liberal democratic model. And as The Economist's own intelligence unit has observed, democratic rights around the globe are at their lowest ebb in 15 years. Closer to home, this is reflected in challenges to some of the foundational norms of the European Union, and not only from outside the EU, but from within the EU. And as a result, the normative force of the EU is being undermined, and with it, the primacy of liberal political values. Now, are there ways of meeting the challenge of building positive peace in the Western Balkans? I believe there are, and maybe we can discuss this. I see we're out of time, so perhaps we can explore these in the discussion. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. I mean, what a rich set of thoughts we've been presented with. It's hard to know where to begin to start to tease apart the layers of analysis and thought that that you've presented us with. I've been dreading this moment, but we do need to grasp the nettle and think about Russia, Ukraine, and the scenarios that emerge from that situation. I'm keen not to allow Russia to take over our conference, just as Ukraine is keen to maintain its sovereignty. I want to maintain the sovereignty of this conference. That said, it's clear from the discussion, from things that all of you have said, that this is looming over the local picture and the European picture and the global picture as well. So let me open this up by, first of all, addressing something you said, Shlomo, about the absence of a European or of a Western endgame. It strikes me very forcefully that that's correct. There is a negative there. There's an absence. On the other hand, there is an imperative, which is the potential cost of allowing a clear, unambiguous win for Russia, which is the other side of that same coin. So, in a sense, the West is impelled to assure that that doesn't occur. That whatever else happens, what doesn't happen is that Russia and Putin, let's personalize this issue, doesn't come out of all of this strengthened, emboldened, with bigger, looming larger on the world scene than he does. So to a degree, the end game for Europe is a negative one. It is to make sure that that thing doesn't happen. So I want to just launch us into a little bit of a thought experiment. I don't know where you sit on your expectations of how this is all going to work out, but let's imagine that in that limited aim at least, the West is successful. And over the coming months or years, more likely, this situation settles into one where whatever's going on in Ukraine, Putin is diminished as a global figure. He's diminished as an advert for his style of government, and he's diminished as a messenger. So his influence in this region and in other parts of the world is greatly, greatly lessened. So let's put ourselves into that world and imagine what that might mean for the Western Balkans. How does that change things? If Serbia looks at where its opportunities are and decides that, okay, we thought they might be with Russia, but clearly they're not. Does that change the equation? And I invite you to, give your thoughts on whether you think that's likely in any way. So I'm going to go back to the Deputy Prime Minister to kick us off on this. What are your thoughts?
I think that the most important question is what do we believe that when, and I'm convinced about that, Ukraine wins this war and Putin loses this war, what will be the next thing he will do? Are we expecting Putin just to accept losing the war and going back to Russia and apologizing to his people for this war he has started? Or are we expecting him to find other hotspots, to create other hotspots, so that he never needs to accept in front of his people that it was everything senseless what he did in rescuing 100,000 of lives for his crazy ideas? And I expect him to do the second one, and which is the most possible region he will choose. It will be one region where he has his proxies doing his work for him, because you cannot just enter any region where you have not prepared the ground for that. And having Serbia behaving like they behave, and there is no doubt, they are not thinking, should we go in this or that direction? They have already decided where they belong. The Europeans are the ones who are still not understanding that Serbia has decided to leave the EU path. And the Europeans are the ones who are not accepting that Serbia has no desire at all to become part of the European Union. Yes, European money, but that's it. It's not about the political future in the European Union. And as we are not talking about a country anywhere where European Union does not have any influence, but we are talking about a country with a candidate status. So I would expect the European Union at the fourth week after this war started, and Serbia showed everybody that they are not aligning with the rest of the democratic world in sanctioning Russia for this war. I expected the European Union, for example, to freeze the candidacy status of Serbia. The second step that I expected the European Union to do was, for example, at the moment when oligarchs in Serbia signed the contracts for fuel and gas with oligarchs in Russia, I expected the European Union to put them on the sanctions list. So, which is the message that we are sending altogether to the rest of the countries in the Western Balkans who do align? If you look to Northern Macedonia, and I agree, for a long time they were the example of making compromises, looking to the future. And if you look now, the approval rates for the European Union, there are 11%. And this has reasons. Because citizens to ask themselves if that's so easy to oppose the rules and nothing, no consequences are coming. So why do our governments do the steps in solidarity with Ukraine and let the citizens pay for that with inflation, with higher prices, with insecurity and all the other questions? So it's true that it must be consequences for actions that are showing that they do not only align, but what happened in New York with signing on foreign policy is really a slap in the face of everybody who has believed that Serbia is still thinking about which way to choose. They, as in the 90s, we were trying to show that a war is coming, and that is no chance on appeasing Milosevic that time. And as we see now, Serbia making every day steps back. For example, since 2 days, we know that the new foreign minister and the coordinator for the security agencies in Serbia is Ivica Dačić. He has been for 8 years, he has been the spokesperson of Milosevic, but not 8 years. It is the period from 92 to 2000. During the genocide, he has been the spokesperson of Milosevic. Putting the foreign policy in his hands means for us in the region that we are really looking back to the past. And for us, as we hear always from our partners and friends, do not look into the past, look in the future. It's not the past of Serbia who is the problem today. The presence, how they behave today, is the problem for the future of our continent. And that's why we are urging and asking all our partners to act now and to send the signals that the people in Serbia, not only the government, but the people in Serbia need to hear and to understand, so that we have now a chance, not stepping up in a next conflict we cannot manage in the future.
Thank you very much. Shlomo, feel free to respond to what you heard, but also to the broader question.
Very briefly. Just as the conflict in the West Balkans transcends banal territorial issues and goes into complex knots of intractable contentions over identity and religion. I think this is also the perspective that we need to look at the conflict between Russia and the West. It has a very strong ingredient of identity, in my view, and even a diminished Putin would not change the affinity that exists with, say, Serbia, because there is an identity affinity, as it were. And we know that we as humans give a lot of emphasis, importance to identity, sometimes even beyond the tangible sort of issues. So I think that a diminished Putin would not change this proximity between Serbia and the Russians. What people throughout the world, those who opposed sanctions against Russia, what they oppose also is American power. You see, superpowers throughout history, the Spaniards in the 16th century were hated. There is this, the British invented the Black Legend. And then when Britain became the superpower, you had perfidious Albion. There was an image against them. And then when the United States is so immodestly big, immodestly strong, this is how Edward Gibbon defined the Roman Empire. It fell because it was immodestly great. So people are taken aback from American power. There is this extraordinary novel that was written in the 1950s. There is a movie with Marlon Brando, The Ugly American. How America gives help all over the world, assists everybody, and yet it is hated. It is rejected. So I think that's not only a question of power, whether he's diminished or not. It's a question of identity. And in recent years, Putin has put together with his court ideologues a body of thought, a philosophy about conservatism, a return to religion, a return to family values, against LGBTs, etc., etc. This is a Weltanschauung that is now quite popular beyond Russia. It is accepted in India, it is accepted in Africa, it is accepted in China. So I think that the power in itself would not change the equation, I'm afraid. It will teach a lesson to Putin, not to repeat it again, etc., maybe. But think that perhaps his defeat might be as dangerous as his victory. We don't know. I saw an article the other day by by Khodorkovsky, the former magnate in the Wall Street Journal. Well, he said, listen, there is a danger of the disintegration of the Russian Federation. You have 200 ethnic groups, 21 states, 5 autonomies. They are held together by the central power. So if there is an unconditional defeat, mutatis mutandis, that was the problem also with the conditions that the West put to Hitler in 1945. Unconditional defeat. Unconditional defeat meant that he fought to the bitter end. And if he could have created a nuclear bomb, which he tried, he might have used it, because it was about unconditional defeat. So we need, we are not far from Greece. Themistocles, the golden bridge, give him a golden bridge to retreat. Otherwise, it might be a bleak scenario for all of us.
Thank you very much. Richard, your brief concluding words, please.
I can read your mind, keep to time. 2 very quick points. One, I think we can't afford to compromise on the principle of territorial integrity. It's not just what's at stake in this particular crisis, but it will have wide-ranging repercussions, not only for Europe, for this region, the Western Balkans, open up all kinds of questions about how border changes can be achieved, and for international order more broadly. I mean, this is a cornerstone principle of international order of the UN Charter. That's one thing. The second thing I want to say is that we do need to think in terms of not just defeat, but a positive future for Russia and for Russians. And I think that this has to be part of any exit strategy, which is to say that Russians have to believe that they have a future in Europe, that they have a future in the international society, but not on the basis in which they engage currently in the world. But the leadership, especially the youth, have to see that the future is not bleak, but they have to change their ways, and then they can enjoy all the benefits, I think, of fuller participation in a European order.
Allow me just a very brief comment. When I speak about proxy being proxy, I'm not talking about the cultural affinity on reading Pushkin or Mark Twain, which you like more. But I'm speaking about the fact that since 2012, since Vučić is in power, the military joint exercises in Serbia with Russia has increased from 1 or 2 per year in around 100 in last year. I'm speaking about having, at the Defense Ministry of Serbia, having Russian officials working for the Ministry of Defense of Serbia. I'm speaking about institutionalizing the dependence from Russia on a political, military, and all-over way, and not about the cultural affinity that maybe we have to each other in different aspects.
Well, that was a wonderful, wide-ranging discussion, and I guess we really barely scratched the surface of everything that we could talk about. We could continue all day. I will finish before I release you all for 15 minutes or so for coffee. That for me, what comes out of the discussion we just had is the tone from the Deputy Prime Minister of warning, which I hear and I take very seriously. So thank you very much for that. Please join me in thanking our panel, and I'll see you after coffee. Thank you.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi rreth si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do të jemi lirë në majët e botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigante. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
keni shumë shok, ama zemrë se keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet, majet, guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jem i lirë në majët të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigante. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet majet guhës I ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe I beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt I ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jem I lirë në majët të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më I mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi I gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjate. Dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigande. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhëtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
keni shumë shok. Shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet, majet, guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jemi lirë në majë të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjati. Dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigante. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
keni shumë shok. Shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet, majet, guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi rreth si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jemi lirë në majët të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjen çdo gjë dhe han ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u çon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj njëjtë.
Out in the sunshine. And it took me a second or two to realize that actually that big red thing in the sky was the sun, because I've come from the UK, obviously, and it's a while since we've seen it. I landed in Munich on the way here, and it was just pouring down with rain. So we're incredibly lucky to have this beautiful weather for a beautiful day. And what is going to continue to be, I hope, a great program. We're going to stick with geopolitics, with the global view, with the Western Balkans in its context for the next session. And we're very fortunate and honoured indeed to have as our guest speaker for this next session Wes Mitchell, who is the former US Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs. Wes Mitchell, would you like to come up and join me, please, and give your introductory words from the podium? Thank you very much.
We're good? Well, thanks, Alistair, and let me just say at the top what a privilege it is to be here again in Pristina, and what a delight it is to see The Economist hosting this terrific conference. I had a chance in my last job at State Department to spend some time in Kosovo, and I haven't been back since before the pandemic started. So even in that short period of time, it really is remarkable. I was just saying to some of the guests on the sidelines, the energy and dynamism of Kosovo, and I think that's exemplified by this conference and by so many of the people who are here, and so it's really a privilege to be back and see a lot of friends in the audience. Building on what Alistair just said, Nectaria asked me to say a word about the war in Ukraine, which we've skirted around in some of the earlier discussions, but take it on a little bit more in a head-on fashion. What that war means for the Western Balkans, what it means for the future of Europe's security architecture, which has been alluded to in some of the other sessions, and something else that's been hinted at in some of the earlier sessions. What are America's strategic priorities, and where is U.S. foreign policy headed? Let me just start by saying the war in Ukraine, I think it's clear to all of us now, is the most important geopolitical event since the end of the Cold War. The war is far from over. It has the potential to escalate, and I think its effects will be with us for the rest of our lifetimes. Events in Ukraine have been a reminder of what Thucydides called the incalculable nature of war. Eight months ago, the conventional wisdom was that the Ukrainian army would disintegrate and that the Russians would be at the Polish border by spring. Today, it seems more likely that the Russian army may be the one to disintegrate and that the Ukrainians may be at the Russian border by Christmas. The Ukrainians have shown great courage. They've achieved remarkable battlefield victories, and they certainly deserve our spirited support. It's possible that Vladimir Putin will use nuclear weapons, but I think it's doubtful that even that would improve his situation. To be effective, any kind of weapon has to be linked to an attainable political object. And it's not clear to me how the use of a limited nuclear strike, whether that were against a military or a civilian target, how that would alter the will or ability of the Ukrainian people to keep fighting to regain their homeland. I think Putin's main goal at this point, as far as I can tell, is to make it to winter. For some reasons that were enumerated in Mario's presentation earlier, maybe on the bet that higher energy prices will dislodge Western support and force Ukraine to the negotiating table. But I think it's unlikely that we'll see a diplomatic end of the kind Shlomo was referring to anytime soon. For diplomacy to work, both parties in a conflict have to approach it with sincerity, and they have to have more to gain from talking than from fighting. The Ukrainians are succeeding militarily right now, and I think their negotiating position is only going to improve as they advance. The Russians are failing militarily, and they're likely to approach negotiations cynically as a way to buy time and lock in their position on the battlefield. So even if there were a ceasefire tomorrow, I think it's unlikely to yield a durable political settlement. The barbarism, the atrocious acts that have been committed by Russian troops has created a generational enmity. I think the Russians are likely to use any pause in the fighting as an intermezzo to rearm and resume the aggression at a later date. And even if Putin were to be deposed, and that's not impossible at this point, I think it's likely that his successor would interpret Russian interests in a lot the same way that he has. But whatever course the war takes from here, the point that I want to emphasize is that Russia's power and prestige have been dealt a very serious blow. The backbone of the Russian army is shattered. The Russian economy has been weakened by sanctions and capital flight. Russian energy infrastructure that took decades to build has been disrupted. And when the war ends, I think we can assume that Russia will be a lot more dependent on nuclear weapons for its great power status, and it'll be a lot more dependent economically and politically on China. All of that has implications for Russia's influence in neighboring regions. historically, when Russia loses a war, it tends to be followed by two things: flux inside Russia and vacuums in the regions around Russia. You saw that in 1905, 1917, 1989 here in the Western Balkans, and I think that will probably be true today. You see signs of this in Central Asia and the South Caucasus right now. Kazakhstan's refusal to send troops to help Russia and Ukraine, the renewal of hostilities in Nagorno-Karabakh and the fighting between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. And I would have to add the casual disrespect that Central Asian leaders showed to Vladimir Putin at the meetings in Samarkand last month. That weakening of Russian power, I think, will also be felt here in the Western Balkans. Russia's role in this region has always seemed to me to rest more on its capacity for disruption than on the ability to offer any constructive alternative to the West. It's entirely possible that Russia will compensate for its losses in Ukraine by sowing instability in the Balkans. We're clearly at a very dangerous moment internationally. We have a land we have a land war on in Europe. We have tensions that are mounting over Taiwan that could lead to an open conflagration. And this is really not the moment for provocations by any party in the Balkans that could lead to miscalculation or conflict. But I think the Ukraine war also presents an opportunity for diplomacy in the Western Balkans of a magnitude that we haven't seen in a very long time. Any leader in the Balkans who had looked to Vladimir Putin as a patron or saw Putin's claims to Crimea as a kind of analog to irredentist claims in the Balkans is now very much on the back foot. I think the war underscores the strategic importance of the Balkans to Europe, including not least as a transit region for non-Russian sources of gas. But most importantly, I think it's a reminder that neglecting EU aspirations in this region only allows tensions to fester and spill over into conflicts that affect all of us. And all of that suggests to me a rare opportunity for creative diplomacy, and we should use that opportunity wisely. The war in Ukraine also has implications for the broader security order. I wanted to say a word about that. The war has breathed new life into NATO, and we can talk more about that in the Q&A, but it's clearly refocused NATO on its main mission of defending the European home area after a long period of focus on out-of-area operations, and all of that is to the good. But I think there's also no denying the fact that the war has rendered a lot of the components of the post-Cold War security architecture in Europe defunct. The Helsinki Final Act, the Paris Charter, the Vienna Document, the Budapest Memorandum, the NATO-Russia Founding Act, all of those are basically dead letters at this point. All of them were predicated on the notion that Russia and the West could cohabitate peacefully under some semblance of a shared conception of order, and all of that is gone. A lot will have to be rethought, certainly after the war. Ukraine will have to be rebuilt. Its relationship with Europe will have to be redefined. It will need a predictable basis on which to arm itself and create a deterrent against future Russian attacks. Our relationship with Russia will have to be rethought fundamentally in a way that acknowledges the new realities, but also allows us to manage nuclear risks as constructively as possible. And none of this is happening in a vacuum. Unlike after World War II or the Cold War, Europe today is not the epicenter of global geopolitics. The rise of China is the defining economic and strategic reality of our time. So we have to make arrangements in Europe with a view over our shoulder to what's happening 5,000 miles away in Asia. And I think that reality has implications for America and Europe. For America, it means we simply have to devote more military attention to the Indo-Pacific than we do to Europe. According to the Pentagon, the United States does not possess and does not plan to develop the ability to fight and win major wars in Europe and Asia simultaneously. That doesn't mean that we're abandoning Europe, but it does mean that the United States military presence in Europe will certainly have to be less than it was during the Cold War. And I would add it will have to be less in coming years than the Biden administration has placed in Europe since the start of the Ukraine war. For Europe, the situation in Asia means that Europeans must finally, truly begin to carry the lion's share of responsibility for their own defense. Putin's invasion did more in the first 2 weeks of the invasion than successive U.S. administrations over several years in convincing Europeans to take security seriously. We should applaud the decision by the German government to increase defense spending and reduce energy reliance on Russia. But the reality is that the United States is still carrying a disproportionate share of the burden for European security. Since January, the United States has provided more aid of all types, military, humanitarian, and economic, to Ukraine than all of Europe combined, despite the fact that Europe has a bigger economy. $67 billion. That's 3 times more than all EU institutions combined. That's 15 times more than Germany and 50 times more than France. Europeans should not be under any illusions that this state of affairs will continue indefinitely. Joseph Borrell is right when he says that Europe's prosperity since the Cold War has been based on easy security from America, cheap gas from Russia, and cheap imports from China. And he's right when he says that all 3 of those things are shifting. The good news, and I'll end on an optimistic note, is that a lot of factors are now working in our favor. Putin is failing in Ukraine. The shocks from the Ukraine war and from COVID have been a wake-up call on both sides of the Atlantic. Both America and Europe have gotten more serious about supply chains, semiconductors, investment screening. I think the increased defense spending and energy diversification in Europe, if they're followed through on, will put Europe in a lot stronger position in a few years' time and free up American bandwidth to prevent a major war in Asia. All of this works to the West's advantage in what is clearly shaping up to be a very turbulent period in history. We have to be diligent and, as Dr. Kaplan said earlier, not revert to the old complacency, above all in regions like the Western Balkans. But I'm confident that if we learn from the lessons of Ukraine and we make the most of the harsh opportunities that it's creating, that America and Europe will ride out the storm together like we have in the past. So thank you again for having me, and I look forward to Q&A.
Speaking as a European, I think that was fairly clear. Thank you very much. So I want to step back a little bit. I mean, the last session, I don't know if you obviously were here because you mentioned some of the things we spoke about. We were looking a little bit at some of the scenarios for how this plays out in Ukraine. And in this case, what I'd like to do with you, I'd love to focus on an area which I think has been a bit of a vacuum in European thinking, possibly in Western thinking. And this is, we all accept that Putin can escalate. What I don't see a great deal of is clarity in our forecast of how that escalation will occur. So what the steps are on the ladder. I think for this discussion, I'm happy to rule out nuclear conflagration. I mean, tactical nuclear weapons, who knows? But I don't see that really as the practical next step for Putin. But where do you think we could be blindsided? Overall, I agree that the picture seems to be of a weakening Putin, but a weaker Putin is a more dangerous one. Where are the vulnerabilities, do you think, of the West that he might exploit?
Well, it's a great question, Alistair. And look, the reality is Putin doesn't have a lot of great options right now, period. I think the options are narrowing towards escalatory options. And I think Shlomo is right that should give us a lot of pause. He can escalate horizontally inside Ukraine. He's trying to do that by calling up more manpower. But that places a lot of internal pressure on his regime. Or he can do it by nuclear means. But as I've mentioned, I'm not sure that would change anything. He can escalate by creating new problems elsewhere. So in the Western Balkans, for example, I've heard it mentioned that Putin could incite instability or heightened tensions. He can do this probably most effectively vis-a-vis the large Western powers. So the nuclear threats themselves, he has an intended audience. The economic and energy manipulation, that has an intended audience. And so I think going into the winter, Putin's calculation must be something like a combination of various forms of military and rhetorical escalation that lead countries in the West, perhaps principally in Western Europe, to say, gee, this really hurts. Our gas bills are triple what they were last year, and there's mounting political pressure. You already see some of this in Germany. It's natural. But I think his wager at this point is a political one, that at the end of the winter, the picture looks different. His manpower is up to higher levels. Cracks are appearing in the Western unity, and he's able to get the Ukrainians to the negotiating table and on some basis sort of cement or lock in what's left of his positions on the ground militarily. And then probably, as I've said, cynically, within a couple of years, rebuild militarily and resume the offensive. I think that's probably his play at this point.
Right. Do you think that there are, I mean, clearly the vulnerability so far for Europe has been through energy supply. And, you know, there have been reports of unidentified drones floating around Norwegian oil fields and the like. Would you expect him to take that step to sabotage further, possibly critically, gas supplies to Europe?
Anything is possible. I mean, we've seen things in the last 8-9 months that a lot of us thought we would never see. And the Russians have shown their willingness and ability to carry out acts of sabotage on energy infrastructure. I tend to doubt that the Russians would take the step, even an asymmetric strike at storage facilities, because it would be a pretty clear and direct transgress of NATO Article 5. So I'm skeptical that they would move in that direction, but I think the last few months have taught us that diligence is indicated, and we should be prepared for all contingencies.
Right, okay. Well, sticking with Russia just for a moment longer before we move elsewhere. You mentioned in your presentation the possibility that Putin could be deposed. I think you added your thought was that might not make a huge difference to Russia's strategic position. But let's imagine it for a second. First of all, what is the potential route for the collapse of Putin's own regime within Russia? Secondly, what's the probability that that will happen?
Well, that's a great question. I think the first part, the root is the unpopularity of the war, but it's with two different domestic constituencies for two different reasons. The Russian people more and more appear to be feeling the human and economic costs of the war, and I think they oppose it increasingly on the grounds that they don't want it to continue. I think the Russian nationalists and members of the Russian elite oppose the war because it's failing, and they want a successful war in Ukraine. I would tend to see the latter of those two groups as having a greater potentiality for overthrowing the regime than the former. I think Putin has spent the last 10 years building a very effective police state that has considerable population control. Within the ranks of the Kremlin, though, or within the Russian elite or the intelligence services, Russian nationalists who actually want to prosecute the war more effectively may be a more lethal threat. In terms of probabilities, I would say if there is change in Russia, it's more likely to come from inside the Kremlin. I'm hesitant to put probabilities on it, but I think Putin's position at this point, if I had to bet, is probably more stable than we realize. I don't know that the Russians have a lot of viable alternatives in the minds of those of the kleptocratic elite. I don't know that there are a lot of viable political creatures, so to speak, in the Kremlin who are not byproducts of the Putin. So some of the most powerfully placed people are Putin loyalists. So I wouldn't hold your breath, but if we've learned anything in the last 30 years, it's that when change comes in Russia, it's catastrophic, it's total. Our own best minds on Russia are usually taken by surprise. So we're clearly in the terrain of surprises.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I can't let you go without moving to the United States. The picture in the United States, we're on the eve of midterm elections that could change the picture dramatically and, of course, set the scene for the presidential race in 2024. So you've given a very clear, I think, stand from Washington on policy, American policy towards the global picture and Europe's place in it. Does any of that change depending on how things develop in the United States? I'm not, as a European, I'm not saying is there any chance you can send us more money. I'm just suggesting that maybe the commitment to policy, the shape that policy takes, changes as a result of who's in charge. So
Sure.
what do you think is going to happen?
I think there's some potential for change. I think there's a lot of potential for continuity in certain aspects of American foreign policy. When Europeans look at America politically, whether it's the midterms or in the future, I think the two big things to keep in mind, number one, it's the economic situation, the size of our debt, that will bring changes over time. And the other is the fact of China. It just more and more takes the air out of the room for us on security issues. These midterms, it looks like the Republicans will take the House. It's kind of a coin toss on the Senate. I heard some of the comments in the sessions earlier, or the speculation about where the U.S. would move. You know, a democracy can produce all kinds of results, and democratic results don't stop at the water's edge with foreign policy. That includes foreign policy. But I'll tell you what I see in Republican circles, and I'm a Republican, and what I see is not a broad rejection of support for Ukraine. There are a few voices who say, do we really have a dog in this fight? Those are perfectly legitimate voices. I happen to disagree with them, but in a great democracy that have interests all over the world, you've got to have those debates. And we learned from Iraq and other lessons in the past that the United States needs to be thinking through these strategic questions carefully. We've got to debate them. But what I hear from most Republicans, senior Republicans of all stripes, is the volume of aid to non-military expenditures in Ukraine, number one, and number two, accountability. You look back a couple of months ago, the House Republican leadership sent a letter to the State Department that said, basically, look, when we approved the supplemental funding for Ukraine, there was a proviso that there would be accountability structures. A bank account would be set up. These monies could be audited. None of that has happened. So if I had to predict what I would say, the main change you'll see on Ukraine, it won't be that somebody flips a switch overnight and the United States is not supporting Ukraine. It's that support will be more laser focused on military aid. I think you'll hear more voices in the United States calling for Europeans to step up more on the economic and humanitarian side. And I think you'll see more in the way of accountability for how those funds are used. And to my mind, all of that is to the good.
Okay, well, fantastic. I'm going to just briefly offer the opportunity to, because I know that I'm sure there are questions bubbling in your heads that I haven't asked and that you would love to ask. And if that's okay with you, Wes, sure. We'll hand over. There's a gentleman here, if we can get a mic to him.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to let me raise two questions pertaining to Russia. Question number one. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Harry Tampakakis. I've been working with NATO intelligence for the last four decades, correct. I'm a dinosaur, I would say, at the end of my career. In the previous session, there was a question about what the West perceives as the end state in the Russian-Ukraine war. If the end state is regime change, could you elaborate on the post-Putin era? And I'll be more specific. Could Russia be closer to China or closer to the West in a post-Putin era? Question number two. If the Republican Party wins the elections, could you prognose the stance, the posture of the United States towards Russia? Thank you.
We didn't catch the second question, Harry. Do you want to repeat that one?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. In the event that the Republican Party wins the elections, what could be the stance of the United States towards Russia in this event? Regarding the war in Ukraine, regarding the aftermath, if you like, the
I think you addressed that one a little, the second question in our discussion, so you can be brief on that. But the first question, I think, is an excellent one.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's in some ways the key question, the first one you asked on U.S. policy and approach to Ukraine, Russia. It hasn't been clear to me, certainly, from looking at, I mean, I'll venture a friendly criticism of the administration. I don't know that the Biden administration has clarity internally about its goals at this point. Some senior officials in the administration say it's about change inside Russia. That's how I understood the Secretary of Defense recently. Others in the administration indicate that it's only about helping the Ukrainians eject Russian forces from their territory. To my mind, the goal should be, and I think on the ground, by the facts of what we're doing, the goal is that this ends in a situation in which Ukraine is a viable, territorially intact state with the capacity for self-defense in the future and economic viability. So you have a viable Ukrainian state. And you can look at that and say there's certain defensive attributes that it will need, whatever treaties are needed, whatever armaments. It'll need use of its ports, it'll need sovereignty, it'll need its territory intact, et cetera, et cetera. I think when you go beyond that, what you're really talking about are the knock-on effects of Western policies and goals in the war. So could an outworking of achieving that result of an economically and strategically viable, defensible Ukraine, could one outworking be political change inside Russia? Absolutely. I, for one, would not say that we should make that our policy aim. I think some believe that we should. As much as we do not like Vladimir Putin, the reality is that Russia is still the largest nuclear power on Earth. And I think any post-Putin scenarios, as I've indicated, I see more reasons to believe that we would have something like a repeat of the Putin regime, or at least a regime that acts on a nationalist Russian interpretation of Russian interests. But I think, finally, a signal lost for the Russians in Ukraine, I think inevitably, means a deepening of the Russo-China relationship. You already see it in energy. In physical infrastructure, the Russians are just going to pivot more in energy towards Asia. Russian Far East and the relationship between Russia and China in the East, I think a lot of that will be on a trajectory of deepening political and economic ties that may be uncomfortable for the Russians over time. Their interests are not coterminous with the Chinese in every regard. But I think those are good questions you're asking.
Excellent. Well, I think we are out of time, so we'll have to leave it there. We could go on all day. Thanks very much for your frank words and your openness in answering questions. Please join me in thanking words. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Okay, we're going to move right along to our next session, which is about, we're beginning to veer now more towards the economy. Some of you may be pleased that we're leaving geopolitics a little further back in the distance and moving to an economic discussion. I'm going to be joined for this session by a co-chair, thank goodness. And that is another economist. You can never have too many of them. Branimir Johanovic, who is an economist with the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. Welcome, Branimir.
Thanks.
And now I'd like to invite up our panelists for this development and growth session. To start, we have Besnik Bislimi, who is the Deputy Prime Minister of European Integration, Development and Dialogue for Kosovo. Please come up and join us. Fatmir Batiki, who is the Deputy Prime Minister in charge of Economic Affairs for North Macedonia. Colin Ellis, who's the Chief Credit Officer for EMEA at Moody's Investors Service. Please find a seat. It's all a bit tight here. You're probably better off taking that one, yeah. And to make sure that the economists don't run away with it, we're going to invite up some representatives of the business community, and they are Cosmas Vamvalis, who is the chairman of the European Federation of National Maintenance Societies. And we have Ariane Zeka, who is the executive director of the American Chamber of Commerce here in Kosovo. Cosmas Vamvalis, by the way, is also the CEO of Atlantis Engineering and on the board of directors for the Greek Exporters Association. So welcome to everybody. There are a lot of us. I'm going to hand on, without any further ado, to Besnik Bislimi for some introductory thoughts on this area, please, of development and growth in the Western Balkans.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here for this discussion. I am one of those that are very happy to see that we are moving from the discussion on peace, security, solidarity, stability to economy. Actually, the goal of our government is to make sure that in the near future, when we meet our international friends and partners, the discussion doesn't start with questions about tensions, eventual tensions, about peace and stability, but the questions are, how did you manage that economic growth of more than 10%? How did you manage this fast accession towards EU? Are you managing the energy situation and others? So we are looking forward for a new steady state where economy is in the forefront and not security issues. I would want to design my introductory speech around 5 questions that I want to address. The first of them is, what do we want as Kosovo? When we discuss about our goals and priorities, usually this discussion is associated with these key terms and concepts: jobs, justice, investment, exports, formalization, energy, environment, sustainability, education, and diaspora. These are the key terms that you will find in any meaningful discussion about the goal of this government, especially when it comes to the economic aspect. The next question that I want to address is, are we succeeding in achieving our goals and targets? And I would want to use here 5 indicators. Each of them has a specific role. If you want to create the analogy with basketball, each of the players on the team has a role: the center, the point guard, the shooting guard, small forward, long, big forward. And I will use 5 indicators. We recorded a double-digit growth rate. This will be our center, so 10.7%. We increased our budget revenues by 30% in 1 year. Let's say this is the small forward. We managed to increase our exports by 2/3 in only 1 year. These are all numbers that relate only to 2021. Let's call this the power forward. We managed to increase our FDI by 22%, call this the shooting guard. And we managed to create 35,000 jobs, out of which 10,000 are formalized jobs. And you know how difficult it is to reduce the informal economy, and also how important for the business environment is to reduce the informal economy. The next question that I want to address in this opening speech is to look for the sources of this success. If the answer to the second question is yes, we were successful, the next question will be, but what contributed to this success? And I will want to point 4 strengths here. First, the quality of democracy. I see part of these indicators that I mentioned in the second question as a dividend on democracy, as a way how the business community, but also households, show the trust in the new institutions. The second element that is very important is the so-called political stability. Kosovo has been an exporter of stability in the past 18 months, and this has been also reflected in a much faster path towards fulfillment of EU integration paths. The third strength is our successful anti-corruption policy. I think it was mentioned before, Kosovo jumped for 17 places in the International Transparency Index, which shows the commitment of this government to rule of law. And the fourth element that I would want to address is the quality of our recovery packages. We had several recovery packages that addressed the challenges of the pandemic, but also the challenges of the energy crisis, and I will want to use this as an indicator or contributor to their success. The fourth question that I want to answer is, what do we offer to potential investors? What are the strengths of Kosovo vis-à-vis the region? So why you should include Kosovo in the decision-making when you decide on the perfect location for your investment. And I will simply list some of them without having the ability to elaborate. We have the highest internet penetration in the region. We have very attractive labor cost taxes, corporate income taxes, and very good provisions for repatriation of profits. We have established a commercial court. We have euro as a currency which completely eliminates any exchange rate risks. We have very successful reduction in bureaucratic procedures. Now it's possible to create a business in 2 days. We have agreement with many countries on avoidance of double taxation. We have free access to EU market, and we have a preferential access to the US market. We have completely harmonized our legislation with that of the EU. Our laws are even being translated into English and published on the websites. We have completely a new strategy on anti-corruption and asset confiscation. We have much advanced legislation on economic zones, private entrepreneurship and innovation. We have excellent alternatives for outsourcing on the IT sector or business process outsourcing. We have an economy that enables you to produce at relatively comparative and competitive unit labor costs. We have the ability to secure nearby producers in the supply chain. And let's say we have a competitive transportation networks, including the fact that Kosovo is very close to several seaports. Now I'm coming to the last questions. Where do we see the potential for attraction of foreign investors, or where do we have promising sectors? And I think on this also other panelists will talk, especially Mr. Zeka. ICT is one of these sectors with young, educated, and skilled and multilingual labor that we have. Most of our companies produce in the IT sector mostly for the export sector. Then we have food processing and beverage industry that accounts for almost 10% of our exports and showed very high growth rates in the past. We have mining and energy, and I'm sure Minister Izvanoli will talk more on this in her panel. We have automotive components industry, and industry that used to be very efficient in the past. The resources are there, talent or the skills are there, we only need to tap it again. Winter tourism is also a very promising sector for growth, and one of the fastest growing economic sectors in economy is the wood processing industry, a sector that managed to double production in only 2 years. I will stop here and then be available for discussion later.
I know how painful it is to stick to time, and so I very much appreciate you making your best attempt to do so. I would ask the other panellists to keep everything as short as possible as well, because there's a lot of us, and we do want time for questions. So I'm going to pass on to Mr. Batiki from North Macedonia. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I see here today we have mixed audience, government representatives and business, and it's perfect for raising two questions I have that are part rhetorical, and in part I will try to make my fair efforts to address, no matter that I'm an ex-basketball player, so I will speak as a politician. The first one is, if we might make up one industry that we can start talking about developing without the lack of working force being raised as an issue or discussion in our region. That's the first question. And the second one is how we can maintain growth and sustainability in smaller, fragile economies for Western Balkans. So, as I was actually thinking about the subtopic of this panel, investing for inclusive and sustainable growth, my mind got scattered to as many possibilities and opportunities there are, but none of those were possible without people. People that share the same belief and optimism of getting over this crisis and inclusiveness and justness. To address the topic of this panel, how we should develop towards sustainable growth, it must be towards gaining back the trust that hard work pays off, responsibility is rewarded, and anyone could make it if they tried. No matter who you were, no matter where you came from, no matter how you started. And it must be actually right away. Moreover, we in Balkans have in our DNA to work hard and contribute not only for ourselves and our families, but as well for the entire humanity through different personalities, Nobelists, such as Mother Teresa, Nikola Tesla, Ferit Murati, and others. Faster steps towards reaching the stage of doing business based on fair play. A fair shot and fair share will require all of us to see that we have a stake in each other's success. And it will require that we will take responsibility, and that will obtain sustainability. For this, we need to join the forces of the powerful, as we call it, triple helix: government, business, and people. Both our countries, North Macedonia and Kosovo, are similar in many ways. And now I believe we should be fighting for our people and the open debate about what businesses and government are doing for them, and not just as political rhetoric. The debate between the three parties should be of the best way to restore trust, restore growth, to restore prosperity and fairness. And the bottom line that will perpetuate us all forward and upward. Restore, as we call it, solidarity. And yeah, how we got reminded of solidarity in the hard way for the past 3 years. Thus, as I say, social democratic governments need to restore the middle class. We need to restore the belief in the intrinsic value and integrity of workers. This is defining issues of our time. This is a make or break moment for the middle class and the developing force for our sustainable growth. And both our social democratic governments should take the pledge in doing so. The key towards developing the middle class and in the same time the labor market is bridging the gap between the old and new qualification that the labor market is hungry for. Both our countries are coming out of a system that was not really supportive to requalification on fast-paced change as we have now. So we need to work together, government and business, into building people. We should be giving people the chance to get new skills and training so that they can learn to make semiconductors and high-powered batteries, deal with mechatronics, or even work with AI, artificial intelligence. We should invest time and money into developing their potential by giving them resources, time, and the opportunity to do so. This cannot be done by governments alone. This has to be a joint effort because it is of joint interest, and if you ask me, of joint importance and value. The workforce is a bloodstream of the economy, and you cannot grow if you cut your lifeblood. And that is the skill and experience that the workforce delivers. So let's build on that. And the second topic that I raised in the beginning was about how we can maintain growth and sustainability in small and fragile economies of Western Balkans. I think first and foremost, we need a change in the strategy of the game that we are playing. The shift from dependencies of each other on different resources towards creating strong bonds of interdependencies. This new approach will create higher growth, more innovation, and a stable region. Therefore, This will bring us to another stadium of economic development since we will not compete between us in every industry or sector, but it will drive us to work together and be more competitive as a region as a whole. Based on the global shifts in the new economic era, the fastest way that we can jointly work and bring value for our countries is through creating joint platforms for attracting FDIs with similar packages for support and bring the whole value chain from the Far East to our region. And instead of competing among us, who will get the investor, let's change our approach. We seek for value chain as a whole to bring here, and not only one single company that will employ 1,000 employees. So nearshoring is an eminent thing to be done and to happen now. Ladies and gentlemen, the key towards sustainability and growth of our economies is through building trust. First, of our citizens in the government and businesses, and the second is building trust between our countries. We go up or we go down, but we go together. That is why we should work together for an economy where both businesses and workers can and should win. Thank you.
You gave us back 13 seconds, so I greatly appreciate that. Before we move on to our business representatives, I'm going to hand over to Colin Ellis from Moody's. I'm doing my best not to hold it against you that you put the UK onto a negative outlook, so let's just leave that to one side and give us your thoughts, please, on this region.
Thank you very much, Alistair, and good afternoon, everybody. It is wonderful to be here today. It has to be said, as Alistair hinted, rating agencies are rarely seen as the kind of bearers of good news. You normally hear from us when things are going wrong, and indeed with the recent announcement on the UK, we can talk about that in the break, I think, because it's not the focus here today. But actually, we do have a perspective on growth and development. We rate over 120 countries around the world as Moody's. Most of them have pretty long track records. And the question of how you generate lasting, sustainable growth is actually a really, really important one for us when we think about government's ability to refinance and manage their debts. What does sustainable debt look like? And in its very simplest, sometimes you can just frame that in terms of managing the financing gap. As a young, relatively middle or low income economy, development is what you want to aspire for because that's how you generate welfare, that's how you make the lives of your citizens better. But you often don't always have the funds to do it. And finding all of the money in order to generate the investment in the infrastructure and all that kind of great stuff is the challenge. People often borrow money. That's where we come in. Our job at the end of the day is to tell you whether we think someone's debt is sustainable or not. And I want to say a few things about sectors, because that's part of the focus here today. But I also want to make a pretty broad point that I think was actually picked up in the morning session and just emphasise that, because that's incredibly important for us. When we look at economies around the world, when we think about sustainable development, we do, of course, look at the near-term prospects for different sectors around the world. And at the moment, we have 4 sectors that we're highlighting as probably in a good place to benefit over the next 12 to 18 months. Those are hospitality, communication, and maybe a little more depressingly, defence and aerospace, for fairly obvious reasons. But the reality is we're about to go into a global downturn. We heard some of the macro data, the forecasts, in the very first session this morning, and we very much share that view that it is going to be a tough, probably 18 to 24 months around the world. But that's why I think it's really important not just to focus on the near term, but to look beyond that. And Kosovo stands out for me as a region where we're already seeing immense progress in recent years. So 2 things that we always talk about, and you've heard it already a lot today. We talk about the digital economy. There are plans underway. The World Bank program here is going to have a material impact. The government is supporting that with its policies. But we kind of need to look beyond the obvious. One of the lessons from COVID is a lot of service sector work, if you're talking about research or analysis or briefing, can be done from anywhere. As a global company, we have hubs in Bangalore, Vilnius, Costa Rica. where an awful lot of the critical work that underpins all of our analysis is done. There's no reason why I couldn't see that being done here as well. When we think about the green agenda, we can talk about obvious things like climate change and solar power and all that kind of stuff, but there is still a very real global need to address some of the transitional issues. We are not going to get to net zero without finding a way to make mining, metals and metal processing, minerals, greener. There is a lack of private sector money available for that right now. We see that as a gap. And so where governments are willing to step in and lead and partner with private sector firms in those more difficult areas, they have the potential to be really strong winners because those kind of technologies will be used around the world. The same goes for carbon capture and storage. Right? We will not get to net zero without that. The same goes for nuclear. Nuclear is very expensive, but we now have these new modular reactors that are being, like, why can't we have some of them here? Why can't there be a partnership between some of the companies there, relying on the stable political environment, the infrastructure, the backing from the government to kind of do that here? And all of this comes back to one final point that I'll make very quickly. For us, when we look at how countries have become stronger and developed over time, the single most important thing is institutional strength. Right? Essentially, and this is going to sound a little bit odd, particularly for various young countries in this part of the world, it is remembering an old adage from a British politician, which is sometimes the purpose of power is to give it away. Sometimes you have to put your trust in institutions. And the fundamental reason for that is because the growth and development plans that we're talking about have a much longer shelf life than any individual government in a democracy. I'm going to stop there, Alistair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You only gave us back 2 seconds, so but still better than nothing. Every little helps, as they say. So let's move on now. We've heard from government and we've heard from the rating agency. Let's hear from our business representatives today. First, over to you, Cosmas Van Vallis. I think what you're going to tell us ties in quite nicely with this idea of the need for a sustainable development. So please go ahead.
Thank you. So it's really good that we're not talking only about growth, but we're talking about sustainable growth. And maintenance that I represent, we believe that it's a main pillar regarding sustainable growth. Let's see a few figures about maintenance. Maybe it's not so attractive. Nevertheless, there are about 10% based on the statistics of the European GDP is devoted on maintenance, which is making 1.6 trillion euros. Also, if we consider the personnel, 7% of the European population is working on the maintenance field, which is about 35 million persons working on this domain. So it is an important one, although it's usually on the background. But let's try to link maintenance with sustainable growth. There are 5 reasons for this. One is the energy. So if our assets are well maintained, they will consume less energy. Second reason is the life cycle of the assets. If they are also well maintained, their life cycle is extended. And now with all this environment that is high in the agenda of Europe and all this green logic, it's really important to extend the life cycle of the assets. And for all the companies now, it's more important to think before they recycle or before they dispose an asset, to think how we can extend its life. Also, maintenance is important for the quality of the products. If the assets are well maintained, they don't produce defects. So it's another aspect with a direct link. Finally, but not less important, is the safety issues. So maintenance is relevant with the accidents. Based on statistics, we have seen in Sweden that 10% of the railway problems were linked with, or accidents were linked with maintenance. Or from Boeing, a report on 1995, it was mentioning that 15% of the jet accidents were linked also with maintenance. But of course, we had some very important accidents as well, like the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, that it was based on the New York article. It was linked again with maybe drilling priorities in relation to safety priorities. So for all these reasons, we understand that maintenance, it's not anymore on our mindset a cost, but it's an investment. And it's really good that companies are changing their mindset, they are investing on this direction, and they are thinking on this, which is good for their sustainability, but also for the sustainability of our society. Here comes some difficulties. The Prime Minister mentioned on this in the morning that companies want to invest on maintenance, but it's not easy to find personnel. Maybe they don't have the right skills. Maybe these skills have changed from time to time, so we need the young personnel have to be well trained and to be updated on all the new technologies, which is very important. Another thing is that maybe young people prefer to have a job in an office than working in the shop floor of a factory, which is less attractive as an environment. But if we close, let's go to the good news. Maintenance is using now all the modern technologies, is being done remotely, so this is more important, is using now artificial intelligence to achieve the prediction of failures. We're having sensors everywhere, collecting data, running algorithms is being more effective, and the management is more happy about that it's effective, and also the personnel working on it is also more happy because it's more challenging. Thank you.
I find it absolutely fascinating because it's not an area that we think about or focus on particularly when we talk about development. You know, the guys keeping things working can be as important, make as big a contribution as the guys who made the thing work in the first place. So it's a fascinating area to explore, I think. Let's move along to Ariane Zeka, the Executive Director at the American Chamber of Commerce here in Kosovo. Would you like to give us your thoughts?
Thank you very much. I feel absolutely delighted to be speaking on behalf of the American Chamber of Commerce in Kosovo and to be representing a significant portion of Kosovo's private sector and which has significant impact at the same time on Kosovo's economy. I prepared opening remarks, which is a very rare occasion in my particular case, but out of respect for the organizers and also to meet the strict timeline requirements. So we are living in extraordinary times, and extraordinary times require both intelligent measures and extraordinary measures at the same time as well. But more importantly, they require collaboration and dialogue, comprehensive dialogue, as is the case now here with us. Hence, I could not think of a more proper time than for the Western Balkans in general and Kosovo in particular than this one chosen by Economist Impact to organize this summit in Kosovo. Crisis after crisis have marked our last 3 decades, and unfortunately, they are not likely to end. And ironically, I guess new crises may emerge in the coming days, weeks, and months. We have experienced some unprecedented developments over this period that have shaken our systems, models, and patterns of behavior at an extensive level. Nevertheless, they have tested our resilience and economic decision-making capabilities as well. Mistakes were made, weaknesses were identified, and glitches in the system were uncovered. Opportunities were missed, and hopefully lessons were learned as well. Constant global struggles and resilience remind me of a quote of the former US President Theodore Roosevelt, who said, "Courage is not having the strength to go on. It's going on when you don't have the strength." However, at times, the courage is not the most important thing, and it's not sufficient. We need to utilize our brains as well for a well-thought approach. The recent crisis is a reconfirmation that we need a new growth model. The ever-increasing natural disasters, on the other hand, remind us that we need a model that will enable a green growth as well, which was emphasized and underlined in this panel as well. It is time for an acceleration of the climate transition. I remember the early days of the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. In our dialogue with the government at that time, the Deputy Prime Minister was Minister of Finance, reiterating that Kosovo has an outstanding chance to restructure its economic growth model. We emphasized that manufacturers may have a unique opportunity to bridge the supply chain gaps, and luckily it did become a reality. In 2019, Kosovo's exports amounted to around 383 million. Only a year after it, the exports grew to 20%. They doubled in 2021 compared again to 2019. Export is one thing, but meeting the local demand, on the other hand, is another thing, and an important one. All the recent crises we have experienced should have taught us that we need to strengthen our capacities to absorb more effectively the supply shocks. The current disruptions should catalyze change, and innovation should be at the core of these efforts. Ironically, again, growth trends will be affected by new unfavorable circumstances. Higher interest rates will slow down investment plans. Unsecured and more expensive energy supply will significantly impede further growth, as will the workforce shortages do. The latter triggers the need for more flexible foreign labor policies. In general, Kosovo, and as a matter of fact, many other countries, need redesigned industrial policies to further support and develop their manufacturing capabilities. We cannot lose the momentum, despite how dark the prospects may look. In February, Kosovo's Energy Regulatory Office, and I know the people of ERO are here, refrained from increasing energy tariffs for businesses, taking it into account the recommendation of Kosovo's government, a decision that was greeted by the representatives of the private sector. I hope we will be able to sustain this no increased tariff for businesses approach in the coming or during the next revision of tariffs as well. Higher electricity bills will mean higher price of consumer goods, and ultimately will further shrink the purchasing power in the country. I hope we will be able to find a model again that works and works for all. Lastly, the potential global recession will put restraint on investors' ambitions, as it will force them to become more selective in terms of international expansion. Kosovo and other Western Balkan countries need to unleash their creativity, and at the same time, they need to be more generous in terms of what they offer to foreign direct investors. And lastly, but not least importantly, the countries of this region should find the way to strengthen their partnership to eliminate barriers to trade and cooperation and promote free flow of people, goods, services, and capital. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, well, we've heard from all of our speakers. I think we've had a pretty broad range of views and information. So thank you very much for that. For the Q&A, I'm going to hand straight across to Branimir. Branimir, do you want to kick us off?
Yes, sure. So as a good Balkan boy living in the West, living in the EU, my question will be trying to replicate something that the EU is doing in the Western Balkans. Concretely, it's about windfall taxes. We saw that the EU a couple of weeks ago decided to introduce windfall taxes, which means taxes on excessive profits that companies are making due to the high prices now, and to use that money that they will collect through those taxes in order to help those who are suffering from this higher price, from the crisis. So what do you think about doing the same in the Western Balkans? All of you talked about how we should invest more into sustainable development, into green infrastructure, but to do that you need money, governments need money. And on the other hand, you cannot find that money easily, at least on the international markets, because interest rates are soaring everywhere. So these windfall taxes appear to be like a very logical solution to this problem. So what's your take on that? And is it okay if we go through everybody, very short answer from everybody? Okay, good. So maybe 1 minute take from all of you, starting with the Deputy Prime Ministers.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know whether I'm the best person to answer this when the Minister of Finance is in the room. However, it's true that in these extraordinary times, there are certain companies in certain sectors that are enjoying windfall gains. However, the question is, what is the best policy to address this issue, knowing that none of the policies that you can implement will be a perfect one. If you decide to start with windfall gain taxes, you are pretty much violating one of the key guiding principles of a good tax policy, which is the stability of the tax system. And the question is, what will be the signals that you send to the business community if the tax policy can change from time to time, depending on the situation in the economy? Or you will do use another bad instrument that you normally don't want to use, which is put ceilings on the prices for those key products that are leading to the windfall gains for the companies. We have seen in the past 12 months that there are mainly two sources of these excessive profits. One of these are shortages of basic food products caused by the war in Ukraine, and second are price manipulations inside the country. Because you see also, for example, producers of hamburgers saying that we have to increase the price because of the increase in the energy prices or others. And then the question is, what will be the best policy to address this issue? Of course, for some basic foods, I will say use the unpopular price ceiling. For other sectors, if the situation continues, there will be no other choice but also to go back to windfall taxes.
Thanks.
Well, I will come to the answer of Branimir, but first is what we are for here at the moment as governments. We are here to create an enabling environment in which economy will grow, become more competitive, and therefore being able to pay taxes. If we are talking on small economy, fragile economies, talking only on taxes without talking on sustainable tax system and predictability, which is one of the crucial moments for the economy, I think that whatever intervention you do to the tax system will not give result, or it will give short-term results in terms of additional revenues, but in a medium term to long term you will lose your competitiveness, because in a fragile economies like we are in the Balkans, we cannot act as in the developed economies. If you would ask me, personally, yes, because you have to show that there should be a kind of ethics in the way how the companies act, even in a period of crisis. So whether it is with a windfall tax, that might be one of the things to be done. But whether it is the most sustainable things to do, I'm not really sure, because we have had the cases of different individual tries out in individual countries throughout the Western Balkans, where actually we have seen, because of certain decision of one government of one country, that the other economies of the other countries and the other governments have gained from that decision. We had the case of progressive taxation 3 years ago, putting it in North Macedonia, and then most of our labor force and people, even the companies, they went to Kosovo and Serbia and in Bulgaria and trying to avoid. So, yeah, the issue of windfall taxes is something to be considered, but it should be considered regionally, even though we do not have a regional policies as European Union has, because in European Union, when they decide on a much bigger market. But this might be one of the things in which we might sit together and say that there is a common stand on this, because that might actually improve the competitiveness of our economy, meaning Western Balkan economy.
There have been unusual and possibly unearned profits in various business sectors as a result of the distortions in the market arising from the war in Ukraine. What's your view, your thoughts from a business perspective?
Well, I was praying you were not going to ask this question, and particularly me as a representative of the private sector companies. We are in almost daily contacts with businesses in the country, and I certainly tend to believe that this is not the case, or not the case to a large extent. There might always be individual cases and examples of companies misusing the situation and manipulate with prices as well. But nevertheless, I think that the cost of the operational expenses in the country have increased significantly over the last year. And we're talking about migration of the workforce. So workforce unavailability. So what companies have been doing in order to maintain their current workforce is that they've increased salaries. And of course, this then affects the price of goods ultimately as well. So I tend to believe that this is not a widespread behavior, although I'm not overruling that this might be a possibility. If I may just relate very quickly to what was said earlier and some of the things that might be taken by the governments, and it's not by accident that I included in my opening remarks the fact that we need to strengthen industrial capacities in order for the companies here and for the countries to be able to meet the local demands more. I'm going to refer to a recent legislative hearing in United States. There was this discussion between a U.S. legislator and the Federal Reserve boss, and at some point, so I'm going to skip most of the parts, at some point the U.S. legislator asked the Federal Reserve boss, and he said, so you're saying that inflation is happening because supply cannot meet the demand? And he said, yes, absolutely. And he said, so why increase interest rates? So why not focus on supporting local industrial or development of industrial capacities so that supply then can meet the increased demand? That's why I said in my opening remarks, this is something that we need to see. We need to see a new industrial policy. Local governments in the Western Balkans, governments in all the countries of the Western Balkans have limited financial capabilities as well. The European Union support, financial support in this case, is of utmost importance.
You can steal 30 seconds, but no more.
Okay. So I don't know whether this is an indicator of the existence of excessive profits in the Kosovo economy, but just I will give you two numbers so that you can use them to interpret. 2021, our tax revenues went up by 30%, and then based on this performance, we increased the target for this year by another 10%, and we are now in month 10, so another 7 days to start 9 months, which means 80% of the time. But the revenues from the corporate income tax are 6% above the planned annual revenues, which means we have already exceeded the plan for 2022. I want to believe that this is a result of the better performance of the economy, but part of it could be attributed also to excessive profits of particular sectors of the economy. But for this, you need some deeper analysis to go on that. But it's a good sign that the business sector is operating better than before.
Okay. Fabulous, thank you. Cosmas, let me pass over to you. You can address, if you want, narrowly this question of windfall taxes and the business response to that. But what's been clear, I think, the discussion that we've had so far is this sort of difficult relationship between business and policymakers. Obviously coming from different priority sets, but it has to work if business is going to work and if policymakers are going to get the growth and development that they're looking for. So feel free to broaden your thoughts a little if you would like.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I don't think that in our daily business there are really so much effect. Of course, now I understand that there is this issue of the energy, and in practice, although it's not my expertise, I understand that in Greece we have 90% tax for this extra profits on the companies of the energy, so it's something that it has been implemented. But in principle, I think that it's good for the companies not to be so much influenced by the change of economic policy, so they can develop and it can be a stable policy that it can last for years, so each company can plan without being affected by so dramatic changes on the political situation. I think the energy is now a situation that is different, that we have, the political system has to take decisions and to change the situation, but in general I think it's better if we are not so influenced.
Thanks very much. Colin, I'm going to hand over to you for a final word. Do be aware that all of these people now are supposed to be having lunch. But don't let me rush you.
No pressure, thank you. So very quickly on windfall taxes, I agree with, I think, pretty much everything the Deputy Prime Ministers have talked about. It's a short-term measure, it's a lump sum. It doesn't really factor into our thinking about medium-term fiscal prospects, because it's normally a one-off thing. It's much better to grow the tax base the way that's been described. In terms of a broader remark about business, I think maybe tax rates, if I can have a little poke at the EU, I mean, tax rates are important, but I come back to this point about institutions and rules, and something simple like having clarity over an insolvency process is incredibly important, because the reality is, in a market economy, through no fault of their own sometimes, some businesses are going to go bust. And being able to resolve that very quickly is important. And it's an area where the EU is still struggling. 30 years into the Capital Markets Union project, there are 27 different insolvency regimes. So that's a potential comparative advantage right here, if you can come up with a way of addressing that clearly and quickly, as some of the parts of the world have.
Fabulous, beautifully concise. Well, we're going to finish there for the moment. Mario Bikarski will be back hosting you after lunch, and I'll be back a little later on in the afternoon. But for the moment, before you go for your lunch, please join me in thanking our fabulous panel. Thank you, gentlemen. My mistake. We actually aren't at lunch yet. That was my stomach talking. So we have another session to go, which is investing in the Western Balkans for resilient growth, for a resilient growth model. So apologies for that. I raised your hopes that you were about to get some sustenance, but it's not yet time. So can I ask you to come back, please come back and join us for our last session before lunch. And when you're settled back in the room, we'll move on with our next session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move right on with our next panel. As I said, investing in the Western Balkans for a resilient growth model. I'm delighted that we're going to be joined by yet another fabulous panel for this session. And while everybody's settling, I'm going to invite them to join me on the stage. They are Hekuran Murati, who is the Minister of Finance, Labour and Transfers for Kosovo. Please come up and join me. Apologies once again, my mistake entirely.
I think also the panel in the background needs to be changed.
Right, they'll move that on. And next we have Filip Nikolovsky, who's the Deputy Minister of Finance for North Macedonia. Mr. Nikolovsky, please come and join us. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. We're going to be joined via a connection to give introductory words by Liliana Pavlova, who is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. And then a colleague of hers will be with us to take part in the Q&A afterwards. We're also joined, I'm very pleased to say, by Matteo Colangeli, who is the Director, Regional Head of the Western Balkans for the EBRD. Welcome, nice to see you again. And by Xiaoqing Yu, who is the Country Director for the Western Balkans for the World Bank, who will also be joining us remotely via a connection. And finally, to give us a perspective from the banking sector, we have Jem Maloku, who is the member of the management board at the NLB Banca organisation. So, Mr. Maloku, please come and join us too. It's very good to see you. Once again, apologies to everybody in the room and to our panel for preempting lunch. I know I got your hopes up, but you have to do this first. So, investing in the Western Balkans for a resilient growth model, there's quite a lot in there. We're talking about investing, we're talking about the region, but we're talking about resilience in growth. Let me hand over first of all to Minister Murati for your thoughts, please, on this area.
Well, thank you very much, and apologies for keeping you away from lunch. I know the attention span won't be the same as before the announcement, but we'll try to make it as interesting as possible with, you know, economic speech and economic talk and numbers. For the past 2 years, most governments have been through, let's say, some of the most difficult times we've gotten to experience in the recent decades. And we've come to the situation where there seems to be some sort of a fiscal exhaustion from the governments. Too many strains and pressures on the fiscal budget, first with the pandemic, then, you know, securing the vaccines, securing the right proper infrastructure in the health sector. And then afterwards, the governments needed to step in to save the economies after the closure from the pandemic, the lockdowns. And then last winter, we had the energy crisis, afterwards the war in Ukraine. So crisis and problem after problem that has somehow caused this fiscal exhaustion and basically put almost all of the countries in their limits. And we're entering a new winter, again, with high uncertainties when it comes to energy prices, electricity prices in general. And it seems like there doesn't seem to be an end. But I think, considering with what we've seen so far, this is more of a common problem that we need to solve, and I think it's not possible to solve the problem of the energy crisis, to leave it to each country alone. Otherwise, we will have a situation of dancing chairs, where, you know, due to short supply, somebody will be left out. And that's why I think the right approach is for the European Union in this case, and Europe in general, to take a common approach and to take a common stance when it comes to this, in order to apply the same measures and the same support towards households, but also businesses. After this, I think there will be additional pressures, especially that will result or materialize in the upcoming year. And this comes due to the higher interest rates, which is a necessary evil in the sense of fighting inflation, but that at the same time, it will find many of the developing economies unprepared for after, let's say, for the past 15 years having near zero interest rate environments. And this will put additional pressure that will come basically from higher public debt, higher interest rates that they will have to roll over existing debt, but also finance new debt at higher interest rates. And at the same time, other needs for support, which will be supporting households and businesses in the energy sector or in terms of electricity prices, but also other, let's say, fiscal pressures, which comes to social payments and especially pension funds. But not everything is as dark as it seems. I think due to the fact that our people and our businesses, our entrepreneurs have gone through many hardships before, they have become resilient. And as such, our economy is much more resilient, I think. And when I say that, I speak also regionally. This can be seen, although despite coming of a much higher growth rate from past year, this current year, you can see the economy is still expanding despite these hardships. You can see credit is expanding, and you can tell the economy is still at a healthy level with the very low rate of non-performing loans that the banking sector has, which stand at 2%, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe the bank representatives from NLB can correct me. So we do have a resilient, let's say, economy, but there's always more as a government that needs to be done. And that's why we've supported businesses first, as the business representative from the AmCham mentioned, by not increasing or by not allowing, by subsidizing the price shock of electricity and not allowing it to increase. As a government, we wanted, one, to ensure that our manufacturers continue to produce and expand in order to fill the gaps and voids created by the supply chain disruption in a global level. And second, by not giving them an excuse to increase profit margins by blaming, let's say, higher electricity costs. The other support that we tried, or we have placed as a measure, was to subsidize investment loans that were dedicated for increasing manufacturing capacities. And through that, I think it was a very good program, and we have some beneficiary companies here, I've seen. So I think we need to see how we can continue this support, but at the same time be careful that we do not slip, let's say, into non-prudential fiscal measures and fiscal policies, because we also have to keep in check the long-term planning and the long-term sustainability of tax policies, government expenditures, and financing in general. So I think we have opportunities also in every crisis, in every bad situation, bad environment. There are opportunities, and I think those opportunities, we can benefit from those opportunities as a region and also as a country by having the right ingredients, which were mentioned many times by now. So young, talented labor force, low tax regime, and very sustainable public finances. And these are, I think, the ingredients that help an investor to make a decision when they are now considering, after the disruption of trade routes, after we've seen that on a global level the economy has become too globalized. So now if a country is having a problem and a producer is sourcing a particular material from that country, the entire production line has to be stopped, because nearshoring has become the new norm. And I think that's where we can benefit as a government, as countries, as economies, and I think that's what's going to support us towards a more resilient economy. So more intertwined regionally, but at the same time making decisions together so that we don't have a sort of a dancing chairs game. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed for that. Let's move straight along then to Mr. Nikolovsky. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. I don't know if the question is more difficult or the situation, but let's find some answer here. Like my colleague Murat said before, it's a very difficult year and very difficult 3 years in a row where we are now, but we have to find solutions for all the questions. From the other side, we as a country and all the governments have to provide some economic growth, and from the other side we have to pay attention on the budget deficit and on the public debt, on the level of the public debt. Our projections for North Macedonia for this year for the growth will be around 3%. Even the first, the plan was at level of 4.5, but according to the current situation and all the surroundings, we made new estimates for 3% for this year, which is far away from the growth of Kosovo. Like I heard before, it's double digit at level of over the 10%. Congratulations for that in this kind of surroundings. And like I said before, the very important thing is the budget deficit, and not the way how you finance the budget deficit, but also the cost of this new borrowings. We paid a lot of attention this year on this issue. it was very easy if we went to the capital market and to issue a new Eurobond. We followed the situation, we made the analysis whole year. The cost of capital in this way was very high. For North Macedonia, it was at level of more than 8%. But as I said, we made analysis and we followed the situation. So we find it solutions where we, step by step, we get some borrowings from the international financial institutions and also the commercial banks. But the most important thing was that the cost of this new capital was twice less than if we went on the capital market for a new issuance of the new Eurobond. So with that, with this thing, we made very good savings for the next generations because of this, as I said, twice less cost that we had for the new borrowings. Also, as I said, we have to pay attention on the fiscal consolidation, and the next debate is how do we use and for what we will use these new assets. This year we had two packages of anti-crisis measures, which were in amount of more than 700 million euros, which was the biggest in the region from West Balkans as a percentage from GDP, where we allocated these assets. They were targeted for the social categories, for the vulnerable categories, and also for the stimulus of the business and the economic sector. Last month we brought the new organic budget law after 17 years we had a new budget law, which is according to the directives from the budget frame of the European Union. And it's very important for us, especially in this starting the negotiation process for the full membership of the European Union. I will stop here and maybe later for the next questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, so we've heard from our two government representatives, and we're privileged to be joined by representatives of three of the multilateral, the three big in this region multilateral finance organizations. And first of them is the European Investment Bank. I'm going to ask Liliana Pavlova, who's speaking to us remotely, please to give us your thoughts on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon on my side from Luxembourg. I'm really sorry I couldn't join you in person this time, but I really want to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate virtually and to have this very important discussion of the event, really that fosters and summit dedicated on topics fostering regional cooperation, economic ties, and solidarity. Because as my fellow panelist and Hekran, the Minister of Finance of Kosovo, said, we need to act together jointly in solidarity and joining forces in efforts, and this is something I truly believe is the only way forward. And I really hope that the messages and the discussion today will resonate beyond this event, because as EU and the Western Balkans, we need more than ever, via uniting our efforts, really to ensure a sustainable and development and prosperous future in our EU family together, despite the difficulties and challenges we are all facing. And I believe that the European Union and all institutions, we have demonstrated our unwavering solidarity to help overcome unforeseen challenges in Europe and beyond during past years, and always the EIB, the European Investment Bank, which is part of, we are a bank, but also we are an EU institution. Now, we have been always there to support overcoming challenges over the past decade, offering different and flexible new instruments in order to help countries, governments, local authorities, and businesses to face these challenges. Because during the sovereign crisis and also during the pandemic, the bank has turned into a counter-cyclical economic policy instrument, so that in times of liquidity deficit, we could restart investments in the region. Of course, now we are teaming up with the European Commission to implement the ambitious REPowerEU strategy that is going to fast forward the decarbonization in Europe and to help reducing the dependency on Russian fossil fuels. And also we are looking forward now to see the forthcoming proposals on also specifically on the Western Balkan region, how to help the region overcoming the consequences of devastating war in Ukraine, which led to energy, economic and crisis, and also to see what else could be done. And the pandemic showed that united under Team Europe initiative, our action can be fast, can be broad-based, and could bring a global scale impact in tackling the one of the worst healthcare crises in our recent history, and we need to do the same now. And this is what exactly we are doing now, facing all the crises which coming on top of each other, and that is why. And following this aspiration, we also launched a special new reinforced dedicated branch we call it EIB Global, for all our operations outside of the European Union. And our activity so far for outside the EU was very strong and proactive, but now by establishing this branch, the EIB Global, as a dedicated financing arm of the bank, which provides more flexibility for us to adapt our instruments, to increase our local presence, and also to make sure that we have tailor-made support with our experts in helping each country or region based on its specificities. Through this mechanism, we are providing significant support to Ukraine. We have already approved over 1.7 billion euro to address both the most urgent needs, but also helping and starting to rebuild the country. We have a mobilized package of 4 billion euro for neighboring countries of Ukraine to host refugees. And under this new branch, of course, we want to help the region and all regions around Europe through the Global Gateway initiative of the EU to mobilize some 300 million of sustainable infrastructure projects. And for the Western Balkans specifically, this means more resources to finance projects, more grants, and more experts on the ground who are fully dedicated to local projects. And within this format, of course, we have already been able to increase our support for key infrastructure, transport, environment, but also for key educational projects and projects in support of the private sector, supporting SMEs. We are providing technical assistance. I'm glad that we agreed to support Kosovo and the district heating system of Pristina with special technical assistance to build out the project as a strong one. We are now diligently continuing to support and to encourage more innovation, digitalization, and climate-related projects in the region. And now we are preparing a special green credit line to support, for example, Macedonian businesses, which will be implemented in our cooperation with the Development Bank of North Macedonia. So these are just a few examples on what we can do more in the region. Of course, it is extremely important facing the challenges also to ensure that decarbonization, transition to low carbon economy is just and fair. So we need to couple the climate objectives with also positive socioeconomic outcomes to prevent job losses and to focus how to minimize the negative impacts on most vulnerable communities. And we will be doing this through our financing on one side, policy engagement, grants, and technical advice and knowledge sharing, which we are able to offer and to propose. And we already have some good examples like the urban transport project in Sarajevo and support for SME sector in the region as well. Because one of the key elements here is also to promote more energy efficiency, renewables and green practices, both in public sector but also in SME sector, which are still not sufficiently adopted among, for example, companies in the Western Balkans. Because the analysis shows that 60% of total energy savings could be achieved indeed in less energy intensive sectors. And in order to help mobilize more funds and expertise for all these initiatives, of course, the partnerships and joining forces is the best way forward. We are teaming up with EBRD, with the World Bank on different projects, and I believe that public-private partnership between international financial institutions is indeed the best way forward. Because in order to finance and to support this twin transition, digital and green transition, we need to team up. We need to help bringing the fiscal gaps for key infrastructure and then private sector projects together. So and this is what we are really strongly committed to do in the region. So let me conclude here by saying that in this grave time for the world, for the region, that threatens really to disturb the very foundations of our lives and economies, the only way forward really to advance with all activities, with boosting and supporting economies and energy sector to overcome the challenges, is that we need to join forces to achieve it, and we need to find the best synergies in all what we are doing. So you can fully rely on support by the EIB group, by the bank, by our fund and EIB Global, together with the European Commission, together with our partner IFIs and with governments to move forward in this very decisive moment for the continent. So thank you very much for your attention. I want to apologize myself for not being able to stay longer in the panel discussion, because we have this week our board meeting and I have a meeting starting just shortly. But my colleague Konstantinos is online with me, and he will stay for the rest of the panel to participate in the discussion and to answer any questions which may arise. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Pavlova. And thank you for being with us. I know it's you have other things to do, and we're very grateful that you've found a colleague who will be able to join us for Q&A to the extent that we have opportunity for that. So let's move straight along to Matteo Colangeli, who's the Director Regional Head of for the Western Balkans at the BRD. Matteo.
Alistair, thank you, and I will try to give you back some time. I think the message from Mr. Murati and Deputy Minister Nikolowski was quite clear. Life for a finance minister in the Western Balkans nowadays is tough, perhaps tougher than it has been over recent years. And this is because of a combination of situations that are coming together at the same time. We have an economic slowdown which is imported, nothing much this region can do to mitigate consequences of the slowdown in the Eurozone. We're still forecasting growth of 3.2% for the region for this year, slowing down to 3% next year. It's not bad, but there are a lot of downside risks to these projections, and in any case, it is not the type of growth that this region wants and needs to close the living standards gap with the rest of Europe. Then we have the energy crisis, of course. It's been discussed widely this morning. The region is paying the price for the things it didn't do over the last few years: diversification, investing in renewables, and especially investing in reducing energy waste, which is a big issue in this part of the world. Finally, specifically to the Western Balkans, there is still here a big gap when it comes to infrastructure that needs to be closed. And this is important not only for improving living standards of citizens, but also to keep economic activity momentum going. This region doesn't have the luxury of structural funds, which other neighbors in the Balkans benefited from in the last couple of decades. So ways need to be found to balance all these competing demands on budgets and supporting the economy as much as possible. So I only have one message really for policymakers in this region to share today, and the message is the following. At times of narrowing fiscal space, of tight budgets, it is, we think, of great importance to leverage to the maximum private capital, the private sector. There is no need to spend budget money, which is scarce, limited, on things which private investors are best equipped and very keen to finance. And I'd like to make briefly 3 examples. The first one, infrastructure, transport, but also environmental infrastructure. Certain things, airports, ports, toll highways, but even solid waste management, can be financed through PPPs. Well-structured PPPs, we've done a lot of work in the region on all these areas, creating competitive processes to attract investors that will bring in the capital and the expertise to deliver this infrastructure for this region. And by the way, when I say PPPs, I do not include in the definition bilateral agreements under government-to-government deals where basically certain infrastructure is handed over without competitive tender processes to contractors to deliver from certain countries for geopolitical reasons. The second point is about renewables. Again, there is huge interest by private investors to do solar and wind in this part of the world. And the best way, in our experience, to mobilize that interest and translate it into projects is through auctions to award capacity under transparent processes to developers of wind and solar power. We've done it successfully in Albania, we are doing it in Serbia, in Montenegro, and it's something we'd like to replicate elsewhere. There is no need. The energy sector has a lot of needs, including investing in grids, investing in big hydro projects, providing balancing power through thermal generation, and all of these needs likely will fall on sovereign budgets. There is no need to also pay from the budget for solar and wind power, which private investors can deliver very efficiently. Third and final point, energy efficiency. And this is really the one thing that can be done quickly to make a difference. The region is 2.5 to 3 times more energy intensive than the EU per unit of GDP. This is waste of energy and money, which obviously needs to be reduced as quickly as possible. And again, budgets can be used to support the switch to a more efficient economy. But it is best if this is done in conjunction with the private sector. For example, it may not be necessary to give to an SME 70% grant to install solar panels. Perhaps a 20% grant and access to a loan from a commercial bank is good enough. And in order to make those decisions as to what grant intensity is needed and as to where the money should go, our position is really that markets should be trusted. Commercial banks, for example, if we're working through credit lines, which we are doing as EBRD throughout the region, are best placed to make the judgment as to what is needed to use the limited grants and budget funds available for the biggest possible results. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matteo. Okay, we'll move straight along to our third multilateral institution, which is the World Bank. And we have online Xiaoqing Yu, who is the country director for the Western Balkans. Ms. Yu, would you like to give us your opening thoughts on this area, please?
Thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me well. I hear a little bit better. It's a great pleasure here at Western Balkan countries. The World Bank has released our Western Balkan Regular Economic Report, in fact, only yesterday. So if it's okay, I'd like to share with you very briefly 3 highlights. One is on the broader economic outlook. The other is how the government actions during challenging time, and very briefly on what we do in the region. So Western Balkans had a strong start in the first 2022, recovering from the COVID shocks. The employment rate for the region averaged 46%, 3 percentage point higher than a year ago. So all sectors contributed to the job market recovery, with service including tourism playing an especially strong role. As a result, labor shortage has a key concern highlighted by many businesses across the region. The unemployment rate in Western Balkans also declined to a low of 13.5 by mid-2020. Encouragingly, the broad-based recovery in the labor market also benefited vulnerable groups. However, this trend, as discussed by many other panelists, the region is now confronted by a series of shocks. Their energy wood price have pushed the inflation level to an unseen level that's unseen for decades, eroding the purchasing power and business confidence. The region's export boom has begun to slow, and import costs has sharply increased. So this has widened current account deficit sharply and putting a pressure on currency and foreign exchange reserve. All of this monetary tightening policy that is needed to tame inflation is pushing up financing costs and weakening demand. So all of this has put significant pressure on budget. So this combination of supply and demand shocks weighs heavily on the region's outlook, keeping inflation high and dampening consumer investors' confidence. So as a result, the growth in the Western Balkan economy has been further revised down, the growth projection to negative 0.03% in 2023. This is for the sub-region as a whole. So the government, as ministers mentioned, the government are facing acute fiscal pressure now due to a combination of energy relief measures and high financing costs. This comes at a time when the fiscal buffer have already been depleted through COVID policy support, and the financing conditions are tightened. And the yield on outstanding Eurobond issued by the Western Balkan countries also widened noticeably in 2022, with some of them pushing close to as high as 10%. So fiscal risk will need to be closely monitored as energy generation and distribution firms struggle to finance their operations. In some countries, they are also prevented from fully passing their higher cost to end users. So that means fiscal deficits are expected to widen and public debt are expected to increase. So what can the government do in this current environment? That's my second. In the short term, government should prioritize support, ensuring measures that are time-bound to minimize fiscal risk. At the same time, with limited fiscal space, no-regret reforms that could boost medium-term growth needs to be considered and should still be the priority. So this, given the intense headwinds to long-term growth prospect, is critical for economies in the Western Balkans to advance structural reforms. At a time when resources are scarce, it will be appropriate to prioritize reforms with limited fiscal cost that would serve to accelerate growth over the medium term. It would include measures to raise standard of governance, including digitalization, increase the level of market competition, remove entry barriers to business, increase retention and investment among foreign investors to boost productivity as well as skills and reduce barriers for labor force participation. So this also underpins the importance of accelerating green transition and the difficulty to do that. But the transition still needs to be heading in the right direction to away from volatile hydrocarbon towards cleaner electricity generation. So in the World Bank, we are committed to supporting the Western Balkan countries in the short term through development policy operations in many of our countries and economies, we are trying to help government to relieve short-term pressure, at the same time introducing structural reforms in one operation. So these are trying to strike the balance short-term and priorities. And we're also to invest in long-term development areas such as health, education, clean air, water, urban development, risk management, and of course, energy. So we're also a country development report for Western Balkan economies, try to bring the climate change projections and the economic growth into an integrated analytical framework. We very much look exchanging views and analytical findings with you all process. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The sound wasn't great, I have to say, at this end, but I think we caught the gist of a lot of what you were saying, or at least I hope the rest of the panel did, because I'm going to ask you detailed questions on what we just heard there. Well, we've heard from the policymakers and we've heard from the multilateral institutions. We've heard quite a lot about the potential role of the private sector and of private finance. And I'm very pleased we have you here, Jem. You're from Slovenia's biggest financial institution, NLB Banka. So can you give us your thoughts on what you've heard and generally on this theme of investing in the Western Balkans?
Well, initially, thank you for the invitation. Pleasure to be here. I would just say that we pretty much share the concerns of both the ministers in terms of the environment and in terms of macroeconomic developments. At the end of the day, I will just have to say that, as you rightly mentioned, we are the NLB group present in Western Balkans, so we consider this part of the world as our home region, and we remain committed to invest in this region. I will have to say that the Kosovo banking system for 2 decades now, despite of the volatilities of the macroeconomic developments, and in particular of the last 2, if I may call them, stress results of COVID and the inflationary environment now, as Minister of Finance mentioned, the banking system still remains to be resilient with an NPL ratio in the range of 2%. And that's something to be appreciated in terms of appreciating the banking system as one of the most valuable assets of this economy. And I would say that rightfully the society should seek more efficient utilization of such a valuable asset in order to channel such capital into the economy. The last 2 decades, the banking system has had a double-digit growth in this economy, basically acting as a single source or amongst the very few sources of capital for the market, which actually brought along the line the economic development, or was facilitator of economic development in this region. Therefore, I would just have to say that with the unleashing of the capital from the banking system into the real economy should really be directed towards income inequality, addressing income inequality, gender inequality, climate change, which is very much, we have no other habitat, this is our home. And at the end of the day, as a country of such a small size of economy, it's crucial for us to invest on education and innovation. That's what will make the difference for our economy in terms of using as a competitive advantage. We will not be competing with large-scale economies. Therefore, I believe that with such a capacity of the economic scale or capital remaining in the banking system should be channeled throughout the real economy. And this, I will just give you an example that we as NLB remained actually quite committed in this market, in this region, in order just to facilitate and enable the capacity in this market, because actually we do not see this market just from the investor's paradigm. We do consider ourselves as part of this society. And frankly, we believe that by investing in the society, it's a commitment to the future, and this is the commitment that it's worth investing for. Now, are there challenges on the way? Apart from global challenges, there are also local challenges that we do face. Apart from what it was just mentioned, there are also local specifics that we do face. And majority of them were already mentioned during previous discussions, but also nowadays, just now. And that's basically the, the informal economy. currently in the market, the labor market, the immigration. These are some of the challenges, and also, at the end of the day, the economic growth model that the country has currently. And therefore, we believe that with an appropriate strategic orientation led by government, jointly, banks, government, and the society, could change the economic growth model and also the economic dynamics in terms of growth. And this is, I believe, what banks stand for, and this is not just us, but also other multinationals are here to facilitate such a process. And such a capacity should be utilized into the real economy, and a gap should be built, a bridge should be built between these two, I would say, to close this gap. And therefore, I would just want to emphasize that really it is a commitment worth investing in a sense of potential. We do live in a country of high potential, while on the other hand, we are amongst the poorest in the European continent. On the other hand, we do have financial capacity sitting on our backyard. Why not use that? And the society should be using that. And we are really here to facilitate such a link and close such a gap between the expectations of the economy and us as the investors in this economy. So I would just close my speech with saying that we remain committed and we want to further invest in this market because we consider this as our home investment.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. That's great. We don't really have time for much broad discussion, but I want to, for the limited time that we have, I want to focus on our two government representatives. We've heard an awful lot of the tone and the content of what we heard from the multilateral institutions, and I think from the private banking sector was almost about recipes for how development can occur in your countries. So I'd love to hear your reflections really on what you heard from the other panelists, but also on how you feel, in particular with the multilaterals, how that relationship works for your national governments. So let's start with you, Minister Moratti, please.
Thank you. We've heard that as governments we need to provide the necessary ingredients or infrastructure, so to say, for it to enable an environment of economic growth, resilient growth at that. And we are aware of that as a government, and we are working. What we tried to, let's say, change maybe in our relations with the IFIs, which we consider very good partners, is that in the past, not necessarily the driving force had been coming from the government. So it was more of a supply side effort in the sense that the IFIs were coming with proposals. And now we're trying to have mature projects. We're trying to see where the priorities and the problems are, and then going and asking for financing from the IFIs. And we've found a very good partners in the IFIs that are here present, but also others. Because they value the commitment and also the projects and the problems that we are trying to solve. They appreciate that. At the same time, I think it's quite crucial and quite important to have them as partners because, as was previously said, it is necessary. Now, with the wave of higher interest rates, market interest rates, I think it's quite crucial for developing economies to have access to those funds that the developing IFIs provide, because those are at concessional terms. And it allows our governments to continue to finance crucial projects, infrastructure projects, and priorities at a lower cost also for the next generation, not just for this government. So I think the relationship is quite good. There's always room for improvement and for bigger projects as we always try to push. But I think so far they have been a key ingredient in carrying out these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, the IFIs are a great support for our government and for our country. We need this. We need the support of IFIs because if we want to have higher growth, like we said before. It's very important, their support. I will just mention the point that Mr. Colangeli said before. According to our growth acceleration plan for the next 5 years, our government is planning to invest more than 4 billion euros, especially in infrastructure and in renewables. For sure it will be supported, I hope, from the IFIs, but my point is that these 4 billion euros will provide at least the same amount of private investments, which will boost our GDP growth from 2.5%, which was in average for last 10 years, at level of more than 5%, which will double the growth for the next period, what is very important, not only for North Macedonia, but also for the region. Thank you.
Matteo, you wanted to come in.
Just very briefly to come in on what Mr. Murati said. Just a small anecdote. You know, very often we get approached by government officials in this region asking us, you know, when is this road going to be finished? You know, it's late. It should have been finished last year. And you know, of course, I always respond politely. But sometimes what I think is, it's your project. I should be asking you, when are you drawing our loan? So the kind of ownership that Mr. Murati mentioned is really music to our ears. We would love governments in this region and actually in all our countries of operations to feel greater ownership of projects. We are financiers. We are here to help them, technical assistance, all the support possible, but governments should be in the driving seat in terms of choosing priorities and in terms of implementing their priorities. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We are a bit over time now, so I am going to break at this point. I'm going to apologies to representatives from the World Bank who didn't get a chance to jump in, but we're out of time. It is actually lunchtime now, regardless of earlier confusion, which may have had something to do with me. But before we all depart, please join me in thanking our super panel. Thank you very much. Sessions will resume at 3 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund, erdhi dita. Nga atje lart, do t'jemi lirë në majë të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigande. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet majet guhës i ka. Shumë motje një, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi rreth si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jemi lirë në majët të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me bler. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigande. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet majet guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi rreth si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jemi lirë në majë të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigante. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet majet guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi rreth si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jemi lirë në majët të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigande. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhëtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet majet guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jem I lirë në majët botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më I mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valixhet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi I gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigande. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhëtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet majet guhës I ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe I beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt I ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund, erdhi dita. Nga atje lart, do t'jemi lirë në majë të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti. Dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigande. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhëtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet majet guhës i ka. Shumë motje një, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jemi lirë në majë të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjate. Dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigante. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet majet guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi rreth si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jemi lirë në majë të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe han ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjalti. Dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigande. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Ju keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet, majet, guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi rreth si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund erdhi dita. Nga atje lart do t'jemi lirë në majët të botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më i mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi i gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me bler. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj njati dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigante. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
Keni shumë shok, ama zemrës e keni veç një. Me to s'ka, përgjegjet, majet, guhës i ka. Shumë motje nje, edhe i beson, ky është ai që prej tjerëve dallon. Telegrafi.com, shoku yt i ngushtë.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Gjithmonë kam dashur të fluturoj mbi si zogj, shumë lart. Ma në fund, erdhi dita. Nga atje lart, do t'jem I lirë në majët botës. Sa një qytet, plot njerëz, edhe rrugët kanë emra. Aty gjenë çdo gjë dhe hanë ushqimet më të mira. Është aeroporti më I mençur në botë. I ndihmon gjithë njerëzit dhe u aqon valigjet kudo që ata shkojnë. Është vendi I gjanave më të bukura që mundesh me ble. Dhe shijeve më të mira. Aty ku takohen njerëzit dhe shkojnë në muaj mjati dhe biznesmenët bëjnë punët e biznesit. Është shtëpia e mekanizmave gjigande. Një shtëpi për mbretërit e qiellit. Është një vend ëndrash. Kështu nisi udhëtimi ynë. I pari dhe miliona tjerë që do vinë.
I would like also to welcome Khaldun Firat Köktürk, who is CEO and Board of Director member of the Pristina International Airport Adam Yashari, Lima, Kosovo. And I would also like to welcome Kyriakos Pozrikidis, CEO of Hell Expo, Greece.
Hello, nice to meet you.
I'd like to welcome Minister Libor Aliu, Minister of Environment, Spatial Planning and Infrastructure of Kosovo, to be welcomed on stage. Okay, so while the Minister joins us, we'll begin our discussion on infrastructure with representatives from the business. So, Mr. Köktürk, if you would like to give us your keynotes.
Yeah, thank you. Minister arrived, is running.
Okay, the Minister is arriving now, so all good. Welcome, Minister. Okay, so we'll now hear some words from Minister Aliu, and then we'll carry on.
dear participants, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to take part in this important event with Mr. Haldun Koktur, the CEO of Ademir Shari Lima Kosovo International Airport, and Mr. Kyriakis Pozirikidis, CEO of Helexpo in Greece. So it's a great pleasure to be here. Sorry for being late, coming from ministry directly within a traffic jam. In the spirit of reshaping the Western Balkans region through infrastructure projects, today in Pristina we want to highlight the progress made so far and emphasize the importance of climate-positive infrastructure development. When we consider investing in transport, in energy and digital networks, we always have to make sure that it serves the region and it serves the people. In times where the global needs for climate-positive infrastructures are huge, my purpose in talking with you today, and I'm sure this is why the Economist asked me to speak to you at this important summit, is to make the argument very clearly that getting infrastructure development right is first, and above all, getting the politics right. I can see from the program and speakers for the summit that very wise people are looking deeply into important matters such as development and growth, sustainable energy, technology, and finance. These all matters to getting it right, but not will matter if the politics isn't right. I did not say it's easy, but I do say that if you want to change the trajectory of infrastructure investment in the region, to meet the huge outstanding need, we will need to create the structures, incentives, and the level of confidence needed to encourage EU and IFI investment. Allow me to say a few words about the reshaping Western Balkans region through infrastructure projects. The infrastructure development must be consistent with the zero emission goals. So climate neutrality is firstly in the target actually. Secondly, indeed it's about good governance and transparency. We call it partnership, and it will be value driven with a high quality and high standards. Therefore, I must say that the example we are giving of the new initiative with Albania is an outstanding and exemplary one. It is an excellent showcase, indeed, that the Kosovo and Albania are working together to bring it to life, the new rail project, Durrës-Prishtina Railway Connection, and we look forward to it considering that we have already launched the feasibility study and concept design for Durrës-Prishtina Railway Connection. Teaming up with Albanian Ministry of Infrastructure and Energy and both countries financially supporting this project will make the transition out of road transport and into rail transport of goods and people. I think that this partnership will be a blueprint, similar partnership with other countries. The construction of railway line from capital city of Pristina to the seaport of Durrës is one of very important project. This railway in the general interest of the future developments of the railway transport for passengers and in benefit of whole Balkan region, and moreover, this would be a shorter railway connection to the railway corridor 8 with the railway corridor 10, which will also be connected with a future container terminal in Pristina, the dry port, that will be constructed in the location next to Pristina, also as a big important project in our country. Such large infrastructural projects are not only going to increase connectivity in the region and integrate our markets, but they are also indeed in alignment with the carbon neutrality. Replacing heavy truck transportation of commerce, which is inefficient, will lead to a lower greenhouse gas emissions. This will happen by reducing numbers of heavy truck in the road, reducing highway congestion, and it will also become cheaper for our market to import and export goods efficiently. That will be left in our majority highway infrastructures will be passengers fleet, which will soon be incentivized to move into hybrid or in the near future to move into full electric, especially given the rising cost of vehicle fleet fuel. In order to accommodate that, we are setting the right legislative and technical infrastructure to allow public and private sectors in transition to eco-friendly mobility. Everyone in this room knows that, as I do also, the vital importance of infrastructure, the people's life, to functioning communities and to the growing national economies. And I'm sure I don't need to detail for this audience the incredible shortfall in infrastructure needs in region. As we often think of it, with the IFI estimating that the region requires at least 5 billion euros in infrastructure investment. This is both a tremendous challenge, but moreover a fantastic opportunity. The investments in infrastructure and transport make up the necessary components to create conditions for an economic development. The geographic location of Kosovo and the influence on trade and transportation coast underlines not only the importance of the development of such a system, but also helps to integrate it fully with the neighboring countries and the region. This is this kind of leadership that we need for this important initiative for the region. At the end, I would like to congratulate you for organizing this very important event, hoping that this summit will greatly assist in further boosting cooperation between all the countries and in obtaining the best practices in the field of infrastructure and transport network, a key into integration and development. I hope I have served the purpose for being here and provided some useful information, and will be happy to take questions for further discussion in this issue with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister, for these thorough remarks. I really liked your emphasis on railway and investment there, because I think that this is really an area that the Western Balkans has a lot of potential to explore. Now, moving on to Mr. Kukturk, CEO and Board of Director member of the Pristina International Airport. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Dear guests, it's always a pleasure to be here representing one of the most important private partner of Kosovo government as the partner of the Pristina International Airport PPP project, which is not only one of the most successful projects of Western Balkans, it's also one of the key projects of the emerging markets in Europe. We as the MAC group of companies have many infrastructure projects as investor and contractor, including ports, mega projects like railways, highways, bridges, airports. But still, Pristina International Airport is one of the pole position asset for us, not only for the economical importance, also for the strategic importance for the Balkans region. Interlinking with Minister Aliou's points with our industry, the national and regional economic prosperity of the country significantly affects the development of aviation in Kosovo vis-a-vis the road and the railway infrastructure development. Energy infrastructure and transition to digital infrastructure. These all together improve the passenger journey, increase the tourism parameters, enable a better business environment, hence boost the economic development of the country. From the foreign investors' perspective, we do celebrate our public partners' commitment towards the flagship project endorsed by the Economic and Investment Plan of EU Commission. And we also join forces and commit to do our part to foster a business environment which supports integration and convergence with EU standards, airport to airport, and if not later on, with modes of the transport too. You know, we as Pristina International Airport, with the leadership and the direct support and the contribution, not only financially, also politically support of the government, we completed the runway extension and the upgrade of Pristina International Airport, which we started to collect the fruits recently, although in severe conditions. Now, Pristina International Airport has the most advanced and the technological runway, which is giving the best safety standards, not only for Kosovo, also to the regional aviation partners. We are not targeting our approach with this limited. We do have the digitalized infrastructure project towards a seamless digital partner and passenger journey, which is committed towards the biometric enrollment and data management in the upcoming years, aiming contractless passenger experience, enhanced security, and a more efficient transport ecosystem. And as journeys become more digital, there's a growing need for seamless interoperation across travel systems, technologies, airports, states, and regions. Energy sector disruptions have increased in priority in global agendas, and the transition towards sustainable energy is more so gaining momentum. Alongside the economic benefits when it comes to energy saving costs, moving towards sustainable energy at airport is a step in the right direction to reducing the airport's carbon footprint. While our airport has finalized the assessment to move towards solar energy, I do believe committing towards sustainable energy, we do commit towards growing an environmentally, social, and economically sustainable environment. Of no loss importance in the management of the airport carbon footprint through stakeholders' cooperation and coordination as an integral proactive part towards operating airports as an environmental friendly and efficient facility in line with international standards, practices, and strategies. To date, Pristina Airport has reached carbon level 3+, which is neutrality airport carbon accreditation from the Airport Council International, in recognition of the airport's efforts to manage, reduce, and compensate all the carbon emissions under its control, and a part of the global airports industry's response to the challenge of the climate change. Last but not least, the need to address the youth skills gap conform the market needs has been brought to attention several times during the discussions today. And when it comes to specific industries such as aviation, this gap takes other parameters. As such, our airport has developed and run the Airport Limak Asi Institute for 4 years in a row to first train students of University of Pristina with the airport management and operational skills, then offer the opportunity to join the airport team. It was and still important to acknowledge the interest of young Kosovars to participate in tailor-made programs which bring them closer to the opportunities. But it is even more important to acknowledge their commitment if the opportunity is given. Thank you.
Thank you. I think your remarks really show how investing in infrastructure has become more difficult, as you have to consider both things like climate resilience and also resilient digital infrastructure, labor markets, and it's much more broader than maybe it was 20 years ago. I'll now pass over the floor to Mr. Kyriakos Pozrikidis, CEO of Calexpo. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. First of all, through you, I would like to thank the Economist team for this invitation and for this high-level event. Through the Minister, the people of Kosovo, that have a very warm welcome here in Kosovo. Thank you very much. And I am here to speak about infrastructure, but what kind of infrastructure? I'll take the words of the opening speech of the Prime Minister that said that now we are trying to build bridge, and if we want bridge, we have to identify the gap, the bridge, in order to connect. And I can see a gap in an industry, a big industry, that usually we don't pay attention as much as worth it in this industry. And this is the MICE industry. It's the industry of events, it's the industry of meeting, industry of incentives, industry of exhibition, and we are not doing well in the Balkan states, all the Balkan states, including Greece. But is it important, this industry? I'll give you some figures in order to highlight the importance of this industry and to simulate and motivate the government and the minister and the government of all the Balkan states in order to focus some little more in this industry. I have official statistics numbers from the Oxford University for the year of 2019, which was the normal year before the COVID pandemic. So according to this number, we have 353 million as visitors globally only to the exhibition, not to the congresses, not to the event, not to the incentives. That is a number more than the population of the United States. On the other hand, we have more than 5 million exhibitors, 5 million companies that participate only to the approved events by the Global Association of Organizers. This is, I don't know, 2 times, 3 times the population of Kosovo. And they participate 180 countries, which is more than 95% of the United Nations members of the states. This creates a direct spending of 130 billion euros direct. And if we add, and create 1.4 million jobs, new jobs, directly to the generator of the event, let's say to the exhibition. If we add in these figures also the indirect benefits, the number goes to 300 billion. It's the total output. Create 3.4 million total jobs, part-time and full-time, and the direct contribution to the GDP is 120 billion. Now, if we want to rank this industry according to the economies of each country, it takes the 55th largest place in the largest economy of the world. That means a greater GDP contribution from countries like Hungary or Kuwait. It's just one place below Greece as an economy. So this is the importance. And why we have to see this industry? Because it brings new money to the destination. It's not the recycling money between us. It brings reputation. It brings recognition to the destination. And what happened in Balkans, we haven't invested in this industry for the last century, I can say. Because if you see in Kosovo, there is no venue for these purposes. They use some other venues, then transfer it. They have exhibition, but not a contemporary one. In Albania, they used the pyramids from the Hoxha era. Now they have a small one next to the airport. In Skopje, they closed down and they transferred it to a mall. In Greece, which is the biggest one, is located in Thessaloniki. Part of them built it by the Marshall Plan, well, after the Second World War. And we can see that in Germany, which is the capitalistic, one of the capitalistic countries of the world, they invest in every city because they have these benefits. They have the secondary benefits that goes around to the economy. Even if we see, if we expand our picture not only to the Western Balkans, but we go also to the other Balkan states, you can see that the Romexpo in Bucharest built it from the Ceausescu era, the Plovdiv in Bulgaria, it was from Zivkov era, even Belgrade, Sarajevo is built by Tito. I mean, we have no improvement in this kind of infrastructure. Of course, it's very crucial and it's very important to have the accessibility. That's why the minister said about the roads, about the airport, about, well, the accessibility is very important. But also we have to include in the secondary package also this kind of infrastructure. What we are doing, and this is the closing remark in Thessaloniki, we try now to renovate, to build a new one, which a modern one, with not only as an exhibition center, but also to include other uses, like a business center for startups, for incubators, like a hotel, in order to attract also the private sector. Because for a private company, it's not profitable to invest in exhibition center, because the IRR is too low. That's why you can see in the United States, even in downtown Manhattan, the Javi Center belongs to the municipality. In Germany, all the venues belongs to some kind of public form, like the municipality or the chamber, or so the countries and the government has to invest in this venue, adding some other uses in order to attract the private sector and the investment, and then to operate it as a attractive point for business. And if we go to the business, you can see that if we cooperate all the Balkan states, we can have better results also in marketing and promoting our product. Why not an Australian to come to Pristina to taste the nice wine of Kosovo, the nice wine of North Macedonia, or the nice wine of Greece, and we have to go all together to Cologne, I mean, to find the Australian buyer for our Balkan wines. So we are planning to have a reconstruction of the exhibition center, and we consider that this is a Balkan exhibition center, and we hope that also other governments will take this initiative to have, like in Germany, different venues that will attract people, who will attract tourists, because if someone is coming as a buyer, as an exhibitor or a visitor, then is coming back, it became an ambassador of the destination and come back with a family, come back with the friends, come back. So I think that, and I motivate the government also to include and to put in their projects this kind of investment. It's a very profitable infrastructure for the economy, not for the investor, but for the whole economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pozrikidis. I think that was a really interesting perspective and something that probably we don't hear too often. So I'd like to start a discussion now, and maybe it will be good to follow up from what you've just said. I'd like to ask you all about the priorities when it comes to investing in infrastructure. So it seems that so there are a lot of different areas where infrastructure is lacking and it needs improvement and it needs investment. There never seems to be enough money to do all of those things. And as Mr. Pozrikidis just mentioned, there are also these other aspects such as exhibition center, investing in tourism infrastructure and so on that are important. So how can both the private sector and governments really navigate these priorities? Where should the money go? How should this be approached? We can start with you, Minister. Yeah.
Well, when we speak about infrastructure and communication, we all have in mind the connectivity within the region. For the last decade, for example, in the Republic of Kosovo, the main priority was building highways. And we have already built highways and good connectivity with Albania, with North Republic of Macedonia, and now there is another project that will continue soon, connectivity with Serbia toward Niš, therefore Corridor 10, and further in Bulgaria, Sofia, and that will connect toward east. Now, there are still projects ongoing that are going to be further continued with them. But the main focus now is to switch toward more green transportation, because as we know, Kosovo is the place that has energy only from coal. 95% of our energy is from coal. And we have a quite good policies to switch toward renewables, but in parallel to that, we will have to be focused, because while we will still be dependent on coal, we will have to focus also on other means for reducing emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, especially from the transport policies. Therefore, investment in the railway infrastructure is now the main priority, but that's not going to be enough if that infrastructure, the network that we have inherited from the socialist time, that is in the process of being modernized, that's not going to be enough, because it won't be sustainable if that's not going to be connected to the corridors region. So the project that I just mentioned, the new railway line that will connect maritime ports in Durrës for cargo shipment and also for passenger shipment, will connect to Pristina, and then Route 10 and Route 6 will connect us to the entire region, that will make possible that all the region to be connected with a new port in Durrës, where it is about to be invested now in both passenger and cargo transport. This will bring now, except reductions of emissions, that will all the trucks that now all the cargo transport is doing from Durrës now, let's say 30% for the moment of the entire goods from Durrës are for Kosovo. Everything is going to be then transported by railway transport that is to be electrified and modernized. This will also create a good link between all means of transport, except maritime one, rail and road, the land transport, but also with the air transport. That this dry port is the next project following this network that's going to be close to Pristina as a kind of center of the entire region and make possible communication in the east toward Bulgaria and Turkey, in the north, Belgrade and Budapest and Vienna, or Romania and further in Moldova toward Ukraine, or in the south toward Skopje to to the Thessaloniki port. So this will create a kind of good integration process between regional countries, and it will make possible to have a better sustainable transport and sustainable economical development. And this is actually going to be close to the existing thermal power plants that will help rehabilitating the degraded zone where the coal has been exploited, and also will make for the existing business of producing energy for thermal more diverse in order to have more chances to go toward renewables. So this is on the perspective of the infrastructure is the main focus now of our country.
Thank you very much. Would any of you would like to add something on that?
I want to add a few things with some figures. Since Minister Aliu addressed about the importance of infrastructure, but I will link it with Mr. Kyriakos' speech. You know, Balkans are a little bit underestimated. I mean, still our traffic at Kosovo Airport, Pristina International Airport, although we are the fastest growing airport in Europe, is dependent to diaspora traffic. Leisure and business traffic is quite limited. But not only Kosovo, also Northern Macedonia, Albania, and the other countries surrounding Kosovo has big potential for tourism, of course, and the economic growth compared to Western European countries is much more higher. So economic growth means needs for transport, needs for mobility, not only for transport of people, mobility of the goods, mobility of knowledge, data, and everything. So, of course, sustainability is a key issue of this center, and all these clean transport infrastructure shall be supported. But I have to underline one thing. Any investment which will be done in Balkans, the return period will be very fast, because the population is young, the population is open to interaction between international community, and economically, these countries has all the potential, not limited with touristic or gastronomic or other. They are open to, they are skilled, they are open to production, and the most important thing is, for instance, for Kosovars, they are entrepreneurs. They are open to do business. You cannot find many financial investors in these countries because neither Kosovars, nor Albanians, nor the other countries, people wants to, make benefit from financial assets. They try to invest something, open a restaurant, open a shop, whatever. If you talk to a Kosovar today and talk about some business to him, for sure he will say that let's do it. So the mentality of the people living in Balkans are open to this sort of interaction and potential, which needs to be supported with the infrastructure investment for sure.
Thank you. Mr. Pozrikidis, would you like to add something on the priorities and what should be the main focus?
Of course, I agree with my colleague and the Minister about the priorities. Of course, in order to operate this kind of industry, it needs some other infrastructures that are obligatory in order to work. I mean, accessibility, visibility, also security is very important. I mean, nobody in a secure place will visit or take part in a congress, etc. We have, the Prime Minister said about democracy and economy. Yes, democracy is peace, democracy is collaboration. We have to see not only the big investments, but we have to see also the small and medium-priced enterprises. Because all the Balkans, well, if I take the example of Greece, the platform that is built, the whole economy, is through the small and medium-sized economy and enterprises. And we have to take care of them. And these are the companies that take advantage of these big events. I mean, the taxi drivers, the hotels, the horeca industry, the people that they put the carpet or the audiovisual, these are small-sized enterprises. They are not conglomerate companies that they go to invest billions. And of course, we have to see the sustainability of this, because if we are talking for infrastructure a century ago, you will see infrastructures that are very energy consuming. Now we calculate, we have a study from Deloitte for the new project that we have, the CONFEX, that says that compared to the today's situation, we have 70% reduction of the energy and 50% of the water There are coming other years now, and we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful with the people. We have to be very careful with the earth, with the nature. We have to be and to take into account very seriously these two. Well, we have to focus also on human, because now we are here. We are discussing very well, and we are happy because we are face to face. We exchange ideas, we exchange proposals. What happened last year? We forgot. We were from the Zoom without using our senses, without. So also this is important because this kind of industry, the tourists that they are coming, they take a taste of the culture of Kosovo. They are coming back. We have also we write the attitude of these people and the ways and the ethics and so it's very important also for the people. I mean to increase. Of course, it's a priority. The road. I was very happy that I drive from Thessaloniki to Kosovo. When I passed the border, I have this new road. I have been here, Minister, 3 years ago, and the road was terrible. And now it's a European road. It's excellent. I mean, from the border to Pristina. Of course, you need to have this kind of infrastructure, and of course, this is a priority, but not also put aside the other infrastructure that brings money, that support the small and medium-sized enterprises, and also bring people together and close.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you about, so looking back at the beginning of the conference when we discussed the war in Ukraine in more detail, so I'd like to put the topic of infrastructure in that context. So the war in Ukraine has pushed Europe to reorganize its supply chains as it's decoupling economically from Russia. So there are a lot of changes in that area. Do you see that this would open any new infrastructure opportunities for the Western Balkans, for the region? Will it become more important in terms of connectivity for the wider European region and beyond, Middle East, Africa, and so on?
Well, yeah, I mean the connectivity in the region is now the project will give a meaning to the existing infrastructure that we have. So without connectivity, what is happening in Ukraine shows us that you are going to be isolated in a critical moment, and your critical infrastructure will fail if you won't be connected to within, let us say, the region. And that's not on the transport issues, also in other fields concerning the water as mentioned. So let us say, for example, Kosovo, within the region, all our rivers just coming up. We have very low capacities of water. And in a way, we are quite dependent on the next infrastructural project concerning the water capacities and the reducing losses of the water that we use right now. And so this was actually a priority of building a proper management plans for water basins that we already have, and bringing new projects for the infrastructure that will help on better and efficient use of water, especially on the critical moments that we have floods and we have dry seasons. So these climate change changes are impacting us too, and managing this policy, it will have impact directly on the neighboring countries and will make better connectivity also with them.
Thank you.
I will try to keep it short. Of course, the Ukraine conflict of Russia affected everything just after COVID, and I'm sure nobody now understands what's going on supply chain-wise, because we were so much affected from COVID, and afterwards this war took place, and big inflation is a big issue for EU and also for the other countries. In the opening session, Mr. Schulz, I don't want to say confess, underline one thing, that as EU, they made things a little bit uncertain, and they kept things very strict. And they extended the membership of the Eastern European countries time by time. Given an example of my country, Turkey, as well, like 60 years of discussion. Likewise, Kosovo is waiting for visa liberalization. For what? For almost 11 years I'm in Kosovo. I know this issue from that period. So there are millions of Kosovars living in Europe. Kosovo does not have an integration problem to Europe. So many people are living there. So EU has to understand one thing. The future of EU is going through Eastern Europe, from Balkans. Most of the things are saturated, manpower-wise, like business opportunity-wise. EU has to consider Western Balkans as a big potential and supporter of them. Politically, none of the Western or the Eastern Balkan countries are hesitant to be a member of EU. They want this. Albania, Kosovo, Montenegro, all these. But now, I think EU is understanding the importance of these countries after the conflict of Russia and Ukraine. So politically, they have to, I'm not telling that they shall underestimate some key rules, but they have to make it a little bit relieving for these countries. We understand, yes, level-wise, maybe these countries are not as civilized as the Western Europe, but think about 60 years ago. What were the situation of these Western European countries? So there's big potential here, and you cannot, divide the problem of Ukraine, Russia, with Eastern Balkan issues. Serbia is in place, and there's big uncertainty going on, especially the energy crisis, energy corridor. Kosovo is in the middle, and there's still recognition problems of this country. That's what I can say.
Thank you. Maybe we have time for some questions from the audience. If somebody wants to ask something. Can't see really. Okay, I don't think they're ready. So one final thing from me would be to ask you about, when we talk about the move towards renewables and climate change and the role of infrastructure there, and of course, striving towards net zero is really important. But as we all see, the effects of climate change are here now and visible. So from my perspective, I think another focus should be to build the infrastructure that is resilient to very adverse climate events, that is resilient to floods and resilient to droughts and so on. How do you think that this should be approached, both from policy perspective but also from the private sector? How can we protect the infrastructure that we built so that we don't lose on it in 20 years' time?
Well, when we speak in general about climate change and sustainable development with environmental protection, the entire, let us say, balance between economic development on one hand and the environmental protection and social impacts on the other hand has a kind of in a background a need for a proper spatial planning that should be always looked much wider than in local aspect that usually is. Combining both local spatial planning and not just national level, but even in the regional level, it's a necessity for the better solution when we speak about sustainability. So when we speak on locally, yeah, we will have always to have in mind sustainable urban mobility plans that should be an agenda of every government. But when we look at the regional aspects and impacts that different states and economies has on each other, it is a necessity to have always, let us say, a zoom out. We have to do a zoom out when we do a plan of economical development of all the countries, having that in a proper mapping. So doing spatial planning on the regional level that will, in a way, impose cooperation between governments and countries when they do their progress development and economical development plans, it's, I think, one of the necessary issues. So, without a proper spatial planning in the background of
let us say, combining all policies and all structures, it's quite difficult. I think one of the keys is just on the spatial planning.
Thank you. Do you have any brief remarks on any of that before we
Just one thing. I mean, you know, there's a proverb called "necessity is the mother of invention." Like the world in general ignored, especially base resources like coal and all, because for energy production, because it was easy to produce from other resources. You import natural gas and it's clean, so you produce energy from that. COVID vaccine was invented in 1 year of period because it was necessary. So the scientists made a rush and they invented COVID vaccine in 1 year. So this is my personal opinion. Kosovo also shall consider to produce clean energy from coal with the latest technology. Now Europe is thinking about this because of the conflict with Russia. I do believe that there are ways of doing this. I'm not talking about 1 or 2 years of period, because if it's a necessity, you can find a solution. Yes, renewables are important, but these are not base energy. You cannot produce energy at the time that you want. So not only Kosovo, also the other countries has to also work on these sort of production opportunities. Yes, Kosovo has limited water resources, no natural gas in place, but there's a need for the energy, so there's necessity. That's what I can say.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the private sector, agree, of course, should follow the private companies' regulations, and also we have to make a campaign to make sensitive all the citizens, I mean, to have a sustainable attitude. But in Europe, maybe it's more easy. What we are going to do with China, what we are going to do with other countries. I mean, I think this is the question that we have to put somewhere, I don't know where.
Thanks a lot, and I think that brings us to the end of the panel. So please join me in thanking our dear panelists for their very, very valuable thoughts and contributions. Thank you. And now we'll continue with the topic about the green transition and renewables. Our next panel is paving the way for the green transition. Are we on track? So I would like to welcome now on stage Artane Rizvanoli, Minister of Economy of Kosovo. Next I'd like to welcome Kreshnik Bekteshi, Minister of Economy of North Macedonia. Next, I'd like to welcome Tomasz Shuniok, Ambassador, Head of EU Office in Kosovo, EU Special Representative. Probably the second chair, thank you. I'd also like to welcome Adam Cvec, Head of European Green Deal Unit. Sorry, not yet. And I'd like to welcome Victor Berishai, Energy Policy Coordinator, Southeast Europe, Climate Action Network Europe. And I believe we're still waiting.
The minister, I will then move
Yeah.
if she's coming.
Yeah, I think Minister Rizvanoli. 5 minutes. And I'd also like to welcome Nagib Krasniqi, Chief Executive Officer of Kosovo Energy Corporation. Thank you. I think Minister Rizvanoli will be with us shortly, so I think while we're waiting, okay. So I'll pass it over now to Mr. Bekteshi, Minister of Economy of North Macedonia.
So first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with you and also to discuss in details all the issues that we are facing at the moment and what we have done in order to prepare ourselves in order to manage this crisis in the best possible way. North Macedonia is fully aligned with the reforms that are undertaken and the politics and all the policies from the European Commission based on the transition and the green agenda, having in mind that for the last 5 years, beside the transposition of the legislation, the keys and the directives, at the moment we have already started to implement those issues with the only aim in order to protect the environment, but also to increase the security when it comes to the energy. In general, as North Macedonia, we have an updated law on energy efficiency based on all the directives, and also we have already fulfilled and are in the process of the fulfillment of the obligations we are taking as a full member of the energy community. Facing the energy crisis, it's not an easy task, having in mind that it's a global crisis, but the biggest impact would be in the European continent, and we consider that we are Europeans not only by tradition and culture, but also integrated as a land, because we are fully integrated when it comes to the transmission lines of energy, but also to other infrastructure, which we call it as a critical infrastructure. Therefore, our full work would be in order to increase and diversify all these routes in order not to have a full dependence from Russia, taking into consideration the wrong policies taken from the European Union overall in the last several years. Why I'm stating this? Because of the fact that it was mainly focused in the north of the European continent based on the investments, and having in mind that the Western Balkans, even though Greece and Bulgaria were a full member of the European Union, were in a way less supported when it came to the critical infrastructure support. So at the moment, North Macedonia is working very closely, and we are in the final phase in order to diversify the supply when it comes to the natural gas. The market test with the Republic of Greece is already finished. The final investment decision would be taken very soon, so that we would start with the construction of the new interconnector with an additional capacity of 2.8 BCM. When I'm talking for natural gas, we consider it as fossil fuel, but having in mind that most of our countries, including some of the European countries, are mainly based on lignite and coal. Up to 2040, we consider that we should use natural gas for the purposes of the industry, but also for the purposes in order to make that transition. I carefully listened to the previous speakers when we are talking for peak load and base load energy. In these countries like North Macedonia, but Kosovo as well, and other countries in the Western Balkans, it's not that easy in order to make the transition as fast as possible without having a base load energy. Why? Because we put our countries in a position to be fully dependent when it comes to the import of the electricity, but also to other sources of energy. Therefore, We will start with the construction as soon as possible, by the end of this year, and it will be finished within 14 months, so that we diversify the supply and open the possibility in order to attract more investments, especially when it comes to the power plants which are working with natural gas. Parallel to that, we are the pioneers within the Western Balkans regarding the support we are giving to the investors, public and private ones, when it comes to the renewables. Till 2017, unfortunately, we had around 19 megawatts of installed capacity only from photovoltaics. At the moment we are speaking, we have around 100 megawatts, and up to end of April, beginning of May of next year, we will reach more than 250 megawatts, but that would be possible to be used within the full power of their generation from end of April up to middle of October, having this weather condition. In other cases, we would need the base load energy, and our plans would be in order to have additional capacities of power plants which would work with natural gas, but also to finish all the procedures when it comes to the additional production of electricity based on hydro, which would be together done with the Republic of Greece, and also use the opportunity to invite the other countries in order to couple the markets, so that have an integrated generation of electricity based on many sources. So whenever we need electricity, the ones which have a capacity of hydro would import and couple the markets all together, and vice versa from the other countries. So in general, North Macedonia supports the decarbonization process of the EU. We are fully aligned when it comes to the legislation, and we are waiting for their support when it comes to the financial means in order to accelerate all these projects that would decrease the dependency of the country and would increase the security of supply, not only for our country, but overall for the region, and why not as a route to be used for the supply of the European countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Hopefully more support will be incoming. I'm very happy to welcome our co-host, Minister Artana Rizvanoli. Would you like us to give us some notes on the topic of the green transition?
Thank you. Indeed, it is indeed a pleasure to be here today. Only one day after the ministers' meeting in Berlin, as part of the Berlin process, but less than 2 weeks also after the ministerial meeting, informal ministerial meeting with EU ministers. And I think one of the good messages that came out from both of these meetings is to see that there is consensus among EU but also non-EU countries with regard to the future, and that is that energy security and climate change are now two goals which have become one and the same in light of the crisis particularly. It has become clear that energy efficiency and renewable energy are not only as a means of protecting the climate, however, they are also a means of achieving an independent energy system, an independent use of resources, and they will help us achieve the energy security and weaken authoritarian regimes also over the mid and long run. Kosovo is no exception. We have a very ambitious energy strategy. We aim to decarbonize the sector by 2050, whereas for the next 10 years we also have very ambitious targets. Building at least 1,300 new megawatts of renewable energy compared to less than 250 which we have now, reaching 35% at least share of renewable energy in final electricity consumption compared to 5% right now, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions by at least 32%. We are already taking the first steps in making this energy strategy a reality. We are already working on several projects in solar particularly. First one, solar farm at Kek of 100 megawatts. Another one is a very innovative project in solar thermal energy, adding at least 50 new megawatts of thermal energy to Pristina's district heating system, which along with an expansion of Pristina's district heating and cogeneration capacities will mean that Pristina's district heating capacity will double within the next 5 years. And this, of course, helps to relieve the demand for electricity during winter, which is one of our biggest problems. In order to integrate these renewables, we, of course, need storage, as we have a very inflexible system. Currently, we rely on lignite for 95% of our electricity production, and with limited water capacities and no gas infrastructure, it means that our system is highly inflexible, which is why storage is a key component of the future strategy. And for this, with the support of MCC, we aim on procuring 340 megawatt-hour reserves, probably battery storage, but if another technology becomes feasible in the meantime, we are open to changing this. And this will happen also in a few years, just in time when these renewables are being built. Including the private sector as part of the implementation of the energy strategy is key. By the end of the year, and that is now very soon, in December, in a few months, we'll be launching the first auction for solar power of 100 megawatt capacity, whereas next year we plan to launch the first wind auction based on this experience. All these make for the start of a new, modern, cleaner energy system. And now, as we are facing an unprecedented crisis, we are also working in parallel in setting the foundation for a new energy system, which makes this a particularly difficult time to actually plan and for the future and fight the crisis. We need to make sure that we are responsive today to address the crisis, but also we need to make sure that the decisions that we make today do not jeopardize our long-term goals of decarbonization. These two sometimes come with trade-offs, but sometimes are actually positive, and they represent opportunities. For instance, it has become clear that we need to move forward with energy efficiency and renewable energy as fast as possible. So we are actually moving faster than planned with some of these projects to the extent possible. And that is, I think, the silver lining of this situation that we are facing today, which is horrible, unprecedented, particularly for Ukraine, of course. And I take this opportunity to stress that the people of Kosovo stand with the people of Ukraine firmly, and will continue to do everything that is in our power to help, and hope the invasion will come to an end soon. But also we need to keep in mind that Ukraine is fighting not only for Ukraine, but Ukraine is fighting for all of us. Therefore, anything that we can do, including if it means sacrificing, reducing our energy consumption in the near future and making some sacrifices, which is the least all of us can do, is something that we need to do and we fully support.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think your last point is very important, and it's something that we do not hear often from many politicians across the region, so thank you for that. I'll pass over now to Tomasz Szuniok, Ambassador and Head of the EU Office in Kosovo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to be here today. I am actually probably going to repeat a lot of things that the ministers already said, and I'm particularly pleased that a lot of points I have in my presentation are very similar to that of the Minister of Economy of Kosovo. I would probably start by saying that Europe has been facing an unprecedented security crisis caused by the Russian aggression. And this crisis, of course, also affects negatively the energy situation in Europe, triggering price volatility, energy insecurity. The high prices are affecting negatively not only consumers in the EU member states, but also businesses and industries, and in particular small and medium-sized enterprises. The EU and the member states are working dynamically on reshaping their energy strategies to reflect this new geopolitical reality and to address the need for affordable energy. Our main conclusion is that it's critical to accelerate the transition to clean energy while significantly reducing the reliance of Russian gas and complete the phase-out on the Russian gas before the end of this decade. There is a plan, the Repower EU, already from May. There are some other proposals, but I would like to underline one important thing, that the EU is not thinking only about itself and its member states, but is also involving regions directly affected and neighboring the EU, which is in particular the Western Balkans, but also Eastern neighborhood. So I'm really pleased that the energy minister meetings of EU are also open for ministers from the region, and I think it's important to underline that the countries in the region of the Western Balkans must be part of the solution, not part of the problem, and we want to do this together with them. As for Kosovo in particular, I would like to underline that there is no silver bullet to change the situation quickly. Kosovo has, unfortunately, old energy infrastructure and has heavy reliance on two old lignite-fired power plants. But as the Minister said, I think that this new situation can and should be used as an opportunity to really speed the transition towards clean energy. It is not only necessary to ensure stable energy supply, but it's also necessary to address long overdue structural challenges. First, the lack of reliable electricity supply. It has been for a long time identified as one of the major problems of doing business in Kosovo. The recent restrictions have cost businesses more than €1 million per day. Second, the coal-based energy production is having huge cost on the air quality and public health. I'm not aware of any study done on this specific topic, but I'm sure if the study is done, it would kind of show a really serious costs for healthcare services and the people's health. Finally, the green transition would potentially open the door for foreign direct investments. Many EU companies, especially of newer technologies, would only invest in countries where they can use clean energies for their production. They also want to make sure their employees have a healthy environment to live in, integrated public transport and active mobility, such as walking and cycling to work. And I think, again, this is something Kosovo has been missing. As the ministers mentioned, there is a draft energy strategy, which is very ambitious, and we are ready to support it. My understanding is it's still not final and adopted, but let's hope this will be done as soon as possible. But I think further work is needed on legal and regulatory framework to accommodate the investments and to ensure active participation of energy consumers in the market. Finally, I would also say that it's important to really produce a strategy for attracting foreign investors, which will be particular focus on these alternative sources like solar and wind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like now to pass over to Adam Cvec, Head of European Green Deal Unit, Energy Community Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. An equal pleasure to have the opportunity to present the views of Energy Community. Energy Community is an organization that comprises 6 Western Balkan countries as members, and also Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. And Energy Community Secretariat, the institution that I'm representing today, has almost 20 years of experience in working with the region, with our partners, assisting them, and also monitoring the progress in terms of alignment with the EU policies and EU legislation in the field of energy, environment, and climate. So I would say that when in 2019 the European Green Deal was presented as the strategy of the European Commission, that became, of course, immediately a point of reference for our work. And there is one very important thing that resonates from that strategy that is very much valid for today's discussion, and that is that European Green Deal cannot be achieved if our partners from the EU neighborhood are not taken on board. And I think in the context of the current energy crisis, this is particularly important when we have a slightly distorted balance between the security of the supply, between competitiveness, affordability, and decarbonization. Let me then maybe very briefly give the more regional perspective on how we see the progress in the process. Let me recall maybe political commitments that are already on the table. First one from Sofia from 2020, there is a commitment of the countries to follow the climate neutrality path. That was reiterated under the decarbonization roadmap for the energy community from the last year. And very importantly, we are looking forward to have this December at our Ministerial Council the adoption of targets in the field of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, increase use of renewables in energy mix, and energy efficiency until 2030. So these are the commitments. They're already there. We have a toolbox, legislative toolbox, which is gradually expanding legislation under the energy community. And this should be put into context of 2, I would say, very important work streams for green energy transition. The first one is market liberalization. This is something that has been there already for years as a commitment of our partners. We are not yet there. However, I would say that importantly for the green transition, I would point to 2 key elements. First one is market design. Market design is friendly to renewable energy sources and measures in the field of energy efficiency. And here I'm talking both at the supply side and demand side. I think it's important to have this picture. And the second key issue here is the market integration at the regional level. Ideally, we are looking to finding a regional transition model for the whole region that would, on one hand, increase the bargaining power, of course, and on the other hand, leverage the, let's say, national deficiencies when it comes to attracting investments and when it comes to integrating, in the end, the region with the European market. This is very much important in light of also the legislative proposals that the EU is putting on the table, for example, concerning carbon border adjustment mechanism. The second key important work stream is, of course, decarbonization itself. And here let me point to 2 important elements. The first one is the governance of the process. We have quite sophisticated tools now on the table to be transposed and implemented by our partners. And the second important issue is the energy intensity of the economy. It's very often 2-3 times higher than the EU average. So I think there's a great potential in that aspect. And these 2 work streams that I mentioned, market liberalization and decarbonization, should be assessed against key gaps, challenges, which are there, which some of them are, of course, already mentioned. So let me refer to the main one, probably, which is the issue of modernization of the energy sector. Needless to say, we have, of course, a legacy of inefficient, carbon-intense, environmentally extremely unfriendly infrastructure, both line infrastructure, but of course, mostly I'm talking here about the issue of the coal phase-out. There's, of course, probably the biggest challenge of the energy transition in the region, and it is, of course, compounded significantly by the current crisis. So I think here there is a very strong need for EU support, additional to what is already there, and a structural approach to phasing out in a fast pace, which is, of course, additional problem of the process. Second gap, I may say, is what is very much the essence of the decarbonization policy and climate policies in EU, which is the carbon pricing. That is not a very, I would say, popular topic, of course, especially now, but it has to be put in context of market integration as a tool to create a level playing field. And also it has significant potential in creating possible internal revenues for decarbonization. We have estimates in Energy Community Secretariat that I believe in 2021 around in the whole energy community, but that is to a large extent Western Balkans, that the avoided cost of carbon amounted to 3.8 billion euros. So this is a significant, of course, potential revenue. This has also to close the argument of the carbon border adjustment mechanism I mentioned in the context of market liberalization, but also carbon pricing is that key condition for the region to be exempted potentially from carbon border adjustment mechanism when it comes to the electricity. Last but not the least, if not actually the first very big challenge, is the challenge of making the green transition just. This is the very popular slogan, I would say, just transition, but it has to be put in practice, and both in the EU and both in the region. Just transition is about social inclusivity. It's about not creating winners and losers of the process, and I think that applies both to interaction between the EU and the countries in the region, it applies also to the structural approach to coal regions, which are regions that are dependent on mining and on the coal business as such, and of course ordinary citizens. And again, here I think specifically currently, with regard to necessary short-term liquidity resilience measures, this issue should be put at the very heart of the process. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'd like now to move over to Nagib Krasniqi, Chief Executive Officer of Kosovo Energy Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable guests, dear participants, thank you for the opportunity to share with you the KEC perspective on one of the most important topics of the time, energy. I will try not to repeat the previous speakers, but policy and business perspective are very much intertwined, and it's very difficult to separate actually the policy, regulatory, global and energy markets developments, especially in the light of the war in Ukraine and also the energy crisis. I mean, the policy trilemma that EU and development countries deal with is actually the energy security, energy costs associated with the crisis, and decarbonization, of course. And this is more or less valid for the whole region, but in our case, albeit is significantly higher on the downside social effect, actually, especially given the GDP size of the country here, and low disposable income of the population. Now, we are here actually at the crossroad of the energy transition, and we are there at the midst of the crisis, energy crisis. So actually, we have to be very aware that actually this transition is so difficult to do as an isolated island. So we have to think more from a kind of one planet approach, although it might sound a bit too ambitious, but at the end we have one planet, and greenhouse effects globally. Now, Kosovo, in comparison to the other countries in Europe, has relatively low emissions per capita. But on the other hand, we have the power sector, which is about 95% based on coal, and we actually, and this becomes, I mean, the transition becomes even more complex when we think about it, that actually the low disposable income for the population and the high electricity share of the overall family budget. But also we have to actually be very aware and prioritize the security of supply of energy and the sustainability of it, meaning the transition from coal to the renewable energy has to be a bit more balanced and gradual, because we cannot just jump from today where we are to tomorrow where we want to be. Changing the operation model that we as a company have and transformation to the green energy, to renewable energy, will demand significant structural changes in the business model. Quite a lot of investments, adoption to the new technologies, new skills requirements, financial sources. And, but we also we see that also that we need also the government to be, government aid to be able to mitigate the social and economic cost of the transition. Now, all this actually doesn't actually change our view that transition is a must, and then we have to do it actually. Because at the end, even the energy transition will be in the support of the energy sustainability. Now, studies have shown that significant investments in new power generation as a replacement for or the decommissioning of the existing ones will increase the energy poverty at household with 2 to 6%. I mean, this we have in the World Bank study of 2019 as well. Looking beyond the today high energy prices, it's very difficult to foresee in the foreseeable future, long-term energy future, what holds and what is going to be. But I guess KEC, same as the other companies globally, faces the conflicting pressures of to provide now for the energy, the base load of energy, while on the other hand we have to accelerate for the new energy transition for the future carbon neutral energy. Today, we are, as company, we are 100% reliant on coal, which is dominant source of the greenhouse effect, gases actually. But nevertheless, we have very ambitious plan in reducing the greenhouse gases and moving toward the energy transition. So just to mention a couple of them, that we have, let's say, environmental upgrade at the Kosovo B power plants. We have the Danox and ESP project with EU, a project that is funded by EU for about 76 million euro. We already have in pipeline 2 projects for the solar power plants. So we have 1 megawatt with KfW and a European Investment Bank. And also we have another 100 megawatt, which we are actually doing it in collaboration with IFC, with the aim to do it through the public-private partnership. We also are looking at some capacities for the battery storage, because at the end all this energy has to be balanced, and especially having in mind that the inflexibility of the power plants that we have right now. As you can imagine, all these projects are very capital intensive. While in the short term, we have this seasonal variation in demand and the very high energy prices. So it's very difficult to manage all this too. And on the other hand, we have to be very, very cautious in capital rationing actually, and how we invest in what projects while not risking the sustainability of supply today. Just to mention as example, the current electricity demand in Kosovo during the winter time peaks between 1,200 to 1,400 megawatts at the peak of it, which actually significantly exceeds the power generation that we have, let's say, around 800 megawatts in KEC, and this is mainly coming due to the heating demand. Now, KEC also today produces around 140 megawatts of thermal energy, and we have the ability with just a marginal investment to increase it to 300 megawatts, which actually will address this gap between the, let's say, winter season and the base load of the consumption also in the country. Now, do we need additional capacities? The answer is clearly yes. Now, we have to be balanced in terms of what we build today will lead us to the end goal of the Green Deal agenda, that at 2050 we are a carbon neutral company as well, because that means actually the core existence of our company as a company as well. Just to mention that KEC in total has around 1,000 hectares of land, unused land, mainly from the depleted mine fields, which actually are potential for the solar and other renewable energy. And we actually, what we plan is actually in the next 10 years as a company, we are committed to increasing the renewable energy for at least 40% of the current production capacities.
Thank you. It's good to hear how much progress Kosovo is making in accelerating that transition. And last but not least, I'll pass over now to Victor Berishai, Energy Policy Coordinator, Southeast Europe Climate Action Network Europe. Thank you.
Van Derit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable dear Ambassador, dear guests.
How, but I was actually invited to give an opening remark in this panel, but nevertheless I will adapt to the discussions and I will give a key takeaways of so far what has been discussing. I would like to take a step back and look at from a macro level, why are we discussing this? Science has actually proved that we have entered the spiral which, if it gets out of control, it will actually lead to a very serious problem, maybe a never-changing landscape of the Earth and the way that we do, and that is the climate change. We have relied on fossil fuels for development in the last 150 years, and we have exploited the fossil fuels without any regard for the environment and what are actually the consequences of it. At the beginning, we sure didn't know, but in the last 60, 70 years, the information regarding the use of the fossil fuel and what we are actually contributing to has only been confirmed time and again. So we are now working towards starting from the reason why we are all doing this is to curb the effects of the climate change and limit the increase of the Earth's surface temperature to this 1.5 up to 2, but we as the civil society prefer the 1.5 in order to be much more safer. This transition that we are talking about would have happened on its own. We are living in a world with finite resources, so we can never think that we can continue to use the fossil fuels how we have used it even in 100 years, because the reserves that the Earth has and how we are actually using it, by 2100, we will actually run out of it. But this transition has to be much more faster because of the reliability, insuitability of the fossil fuels to actually continue, and of course the repercussions on nature and on health of people. So the decarbonization is the road to actually reaching the climate neutrality for the region of the Western Balkans, and actually make a cohesion between the Western Balkans and the EU in actually achieving the climate neutrality of the European continent. So this kind of stems from the EU Green Deal presented in December of 2019 by President von der Leyen, and in it included a green agenda for the Western Balkans. So the EU expressed openly that it wants to work with its partners in order to actually reach the common goals. Now, the effect and the weight that the Western Balkans actually has in all of the climate saga is very limited. But as some of my co-panelists actually mentioned it earlier, the cost is actually too high. Until now, in the Western Balkans, we did not factor in how actually costly this production of electricity and energy based on the fossil fuels is costing us. One, because we do not have, the polluter does not pay, so there is no carbon pricing. And carbon pricing at the extent which would actually mean the proportionate actually amount of payment vis-a-vis how much we are actually polluting. The second one is that we never factored in how much public direct and indirect subsidies go into maintaining the fossil fuel business alive. And lastly, we never factored in the health costs on the people. And there are studies, Mr. Ambassadors, that tell us that even for countries like Kosovo, the money that actually citizens pay is from 100 million to 300 million of euros every year, because we have coal power plants which are not compliant with its national emission and reduction plans, as are within the Large Combustion Plant Directive. So if we factor in all of those costs, the electricity bill which we would actually receive at the end of the month in each of the countries in the Western Balkans would have been much higher. But now the lost myth that the fossil fuel-based energy is cheap has been broken since the energy crisis, which has been fueled by the fossil fuel crisis, started last year. And now just reinforced with the Russian aggression over Ukraine, which limits the ability of the EU to actually import fossil fuels, and that has actually disrupted the energy markets. That is why today in Kosovo, if we import electricity, we import it at the price of 700 or 800 euros per megawatt hour, which is completely out of the reach and capability of these countries to actually pay, when we know that the price of the kilowatt hour was about 60 cents, if I'm not mistaken, in Kosovo. So this is about what we are talking. So the myth has been broken. The need to move towards sustainable and reliable energy sources is a must, because it is the most feasible, most economic, and most reliable way. Because if one thing the renewable energy has actually taught us during this crisis of 1.5 years so far, it's their ability to adapt to the crisis and how flexible the renewables actually had. The studies from the last year, when we had the initial gas crisis, showed how much the renewables actually cushioned by billions of dollars the cost of the crisis. I would like to come to the end of my intervention based on the framework which will allow us to actually reach this transition. As Mr. Cvec underlined earlier, we, the Western Balkan countries, are part of the Energy Community Treaty, and within this treaty we are working in the cohesion between what is considered today the most advanced. We have our reservations, like as Europe, but advanced policy making in terms of energy transition. The adoption of the clean energy package within the Energy Community Treaty allows us to actually have a specific framework to deploy, to make specific targets and reach those targets within the specific and credible plans to actually achieve it. So I would like to underline one of the remarks that we had also earlier in the earlier panel on the connectivity, and we hear a lot about the security of supply. Although there are many geopolitical issues within the Western Balkans, each of the Western Balkan countries must understand that they are not islands, that the regional cooperation is key, because we cannot actually manage this transition without each other's help. Of course, there need to be lifted the deadlocks that we have, the geopolitical ones, so we can actually have a free-floating electricity and energy between the countries, work on the market integration, market coupling, and regional integration to actually achieve why we are part of the energy community, to create a pan-European energy market. So these are the key issues that we actually need to address. So we need kind of a credible plans for this to reach these means. And national and energy and climate plans, which are kind of a threshold for the next 10 years, will allow us to actually, is a stepping stone to reach the climate neutrality by 2050. I'm finishing. I know I'm over my time. So we need to address all of the barriers that actually do not allow deployment of renewables, if they are regulatory, if they are financial, if there are subsidies in the fossil fuels, etc., or technical or environmental barriers. And one of the points that is not being discussed enough is the importance of the energy efficiency. We cannot build fast enough as much as we can save, especially now in the time of crisis. So now the first best thing, of course, is to work on deployment of renewables and utilizing of the electricity energy grids that we actually have, but actually save as much as possible in order to curb all of this. I want to address one of the last issues that Mr. Quetsch said, that all of this transition will not be able to actually happen if it's not just for the people, for the environment, and for all the citizens of the Western Balkans and wider EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for all of your great comments. I think there's a lot to unpack here. The green transition is ultimately, a political decision has to be made in order to advance this and in order to progress this. But I would like to ask my question now to a representative from the business, Mr. Krasniqi. What do you think the government policies should be in order to incentivize business to adopt this way of thinking in terms of net zero while business is still remaining profitable? So how should the governments, what are the policies that the governments should adopt? And then probably I'll direct that question to our representatives from government as well.
I guess that this question will be able to better answer Mr. Zvanoli, Minister Zvanoli, but I will try from business perspective. Now, if you think I agree with Victor what he said. Let's say the first thing that we need to work very, very keen is the energy saving. That would be a very key thing, because we can do it with not too much investment. The second thing that we have to do is, in my opinion, is the prosumers. The houses and businesses should be enabled to very easily, without not too many bureaucracy and obstacles, be able to become from time to time producers and consumers. So that will also relieve also the stress on the grid as well, but also on the consumption overall. On the large corporation like KEK, we have a social cost to the transition. We have the environmental cost of the transition, which was actually accumulated in decades, and it is not possible to address it on the short term only by the internal company resources. and also supporting the, let's say, the renewal projects that we are doing in our company. That will be a couple of things that might, help to the transition, energy transition.
Thank you for that. And now maybe Minister Rizvanoli, Minister Bekteshi, do you have any thoughts about the policies that the governments could do to?
I think actually, again, going back to opportunities that this crisis presents, since last year, since the crisis and price increase, we have already seen increased interest by companies and increased awareness about addressing particularly renewables, and particularly interest for installing solar panels, for instance. The interest for efficiency is coming slower, but I think it's also there. And I think this is actually a golden opportunity to tap into. And for this, one of the key interventions that we are doing is adopting for the first time the law on renewable energy, which on the one hand deals with support scheme, competitive support schemes for large generators, but on the other hand also streamlines and foresees the procedures for companies and households that want to benefit from renewable installations. Removing barriers, unnecessary barriers, particularly bureaucracies, administrative procedures that are there and should not be there, is key here. And then one other thing is, of course, in addition to that, but after removing the barriers, potentially subsidizing or providing soft loans for such investments. And also, at some point, another thing that we want to incentivize that is not quite there yet is getting companies to focus on more efficient technologies. Because a lot of the companies, particularly bigger ones, large consumers, do not necessarily have the latest technologies and more efficient technologies. And I think here also there's more to be done for awareness. But with increasing prices and with a crisis, this is coming naturally, and we as a government simply need to make sure the conditions are there and that companies are able to access loans or partially grants also to incentivize them to make these changes quicker in their own interest, but also in the interest of the general public and the taxpayer from the climate and environmental pollution aspect, but also from a very tangible financial aspect, because currently we are subsidizing, all of us in the region are heavily subsidizing tariffs for both households and companies. So it is in everyone's interest to maximize this investment now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add to what Ardana has already explained, as North Macedonia, we are already implementing these measures. We have introduced the prosumers for 6 months now. Today I had the opportunity in order to pass the last barrier when it comes to the bureaucracy and the documentation needed, especially for the micro and small enterprises, but also for the households. So in North Macedonia, every household and micro and small enterprise or a business entity can install without any procedure up to 40 kilowatts solars within their roofs, but we have to take in consideration one issue. I think that Victor already mentioned that the integration, especially the regional one, is key in order to have the opportunity and to make these investments feasible. Why? Because as North Macedonia, I think as Kosovo as well, in summer times, that production of electricity has to be absorbed by the grid, not only nationally, but also to be integrated within the other regional countries or neighbors. Why? Because Greece, for example, and Albania need energy or electricity, to be more concrete, during summer because of tourism. And if we are not integrated, then it would not be feasible, even for the companies, in order the additional production of electricity, which they don't need during the summertime, to put it in the grid, especially when the market is closed, as it may be in North Macedonia, in Kosovo, or in the other countries. So we are implementing these measures at the moment. We have already asked the European Union in order to incorporate within their schemes of support and co-finance these investments, especially for the micro and small companies, in order to cut their costs, especially when it comes to electricity or energy overall, so they maintain the competitiveness not only on regional level, but also on European level. Because we are talking for a single market, we are talking in order to liberalize the market, but our companies cannot be competitive if we do not have the support of the EU, especially having in mind that we have more than 85% of the trade exchange with the EU companies. When it comes to the private investments, we have introduced for 3 years now the so-called auctions, where we gain as a government, but also we give the possibility of the off-taker to all the private investors. So we let them to be on a free market, and they have huge profits when the prices are high. But when we have more supply than demand, afterwards we have introduced the off-taker in order the investments to be more feasible for the private investors. Therefore, in a period of not more than 1 year, we'll have more than 400 megawatts installed capacity, only from solar, and not to be included also the wind ones, which will be more than 170 megawatts. But at the end of the day, after 5 years, after 3 or 10 years, we will sit here on the same tables, and we will discuss for the increase of the security of supply, especially for the baseload energy. When we are talking for the baseload energy, we know the resources we possess as Western Balkan countries. But if we are fully integrated within the EU, we have the full support of the EU when it comes to the increase of the capacities, especially for the projects which has to do with the interconnectivity, then yes, we can fully shift to renewables. Otherwise, we have to invest on our own in order to have capacities that would provide the baseload energy, especially for the interest of the companies, but also for the households in our national grid. So by doing so, I think that North Macedonia would use, as mentioned in the opening remarks, the natural gas as a transition resource, but also we'll see the capacities and the hydrology that we can use in order to increase the hydropower plants. But those resources are scarce, not only in North Macedonia, all over the region. Therefore, the integration and the investments that would link the region, the transmission lines, interconnectors, and investments like these are of a crucial importance, and to start to be built as soon as possible. They should have started yesterday, but we should start now and not tomorrow.
Thank you, Minister. I have another question, this time about financing. Maybe I'd ask it to you, Minister Rizvanoli. So we know that the region is receiving a lot of funds from the EU. However, this is far from the array of funds and support that member states actually receive. So it is much more limited. There is funds also coming in from multilaterals as well to the region, but will these be enough? If it's not sufficient, how can Kosovo and how can the other countries in the region fill in the gaps in terms of financing in order to support that transition and not lag behind their EU counterparts?
This is a very relevant question indeed. When we talk about leapfrogging from coal to renewables, or when North Macedonia or other countries in the region talk about having made these ambitious commitments, we need to bear in mind that technically and financially this is going to be a huge undertaking, and one for which the costs of which cannot be possibly borne by the consumers. In Kosovo, for instance, we have around 40% energy poverty right now, or according to the latest assessment a few years ago, even though we have the cheapest electricity prices in Europe after Ukraine. So we need to be very realistic here and bear in mind that we are going to need technical as well as financial support in order to be able to achieve these ambitious goals that we have set ourselves, despite our initial conditions, which are far from those of Europe or industrialized economies that have used coal for decades and centuries to reach this level of development. We receive significant amounts of support from the EU, from the US, bilaterally from Germany, but also other countries in the energy sector. However, this needs to be both resources need to be added to the existing pools and instruments of funding, but also we need a new pool of funding and new instruments to deal with the crisis. This has been one of my requests, both in the ministerial meeting in Prague 2 weeks ago, but also yesterday in the Berlin process meeting. The normal business as usual procedures of IFIs, of different financing instruments are will not cut it in these circumstances. We are talking about years of having a project approved, doing the studies, then having it approved, then starting implementation. So, whereas, to illustrate, the cost of one of these projects actually often does not exceed the cost of imports for last year. If we talk about efficiency, for instance, top priority, which we haven't discussed enough in this panel, but Victor mentioned it earlier, this is one of the ways in which this is key to actually making this transition, especially for our countries in the region, especially for Kosovo. We have huge energy intensity, 2.5 higher than the region Kosovo, and 4 times higher than the EU, which is a bad thing, but it's also a good thing because it means that there is potential to increase efficiency and this way reduce and curb the demand, increasing demand for energy in the future. Inefficiency interventions, for instance, under business as usual conditions, we have applied for WBIF study for efficiency in the residential sector last year. The terms of reference are being done now. The study is supposed to be finished sometime in 2024, and which means that we would start with a new mechanism for residential sector in 2025. We just don't have that kind of time. So what we did is we started this year, apart from piloting insulation and other measures in the residential sector with the support of MCC, government institutions, all institutions, for the first time on our own, we designed and are implementing now a scheme for subsidizing efficient heating equipment for households, heating pumps, or efficient biomass stoves. And we've had to plan and implement this, come up with creative ways to do it and finance it in a very short amount of time. And this level of responsiveness that is needed right now to address the crisis is just not compatible with the way multilateral institutions, be it at EU level or IFIs or wherever they are, it's just not there, and we need this kind of support and more flexibility to be able to deal with the crisis in these years. Because I'd much rather spend tens and hundreds of millions in efficiency projects, even if they are not perfect, as perfect as they would be if we do them 5 years later, rather than using this money to import expensive energy, particularly if it's coming from countries that we want to be independent from. So I take this opportunity again to raise this issue, and we've already seen, I want to thank the EU, but also the German government. We've had already positive feedback on our request, and we hope that these will be materialized very soon and will enable us to make the interventions and to be able to fulfill the needs of our citizens now, for next winter, and the next winters.
Having the same panel, the ambassador of the EU here in Kosovo, I don't know a country in EU, but for sure in the world, that is more supportive to the integration and to EU and to the West in general. But before we are talking for the support that the EU would provide, especially for the countries in the Western Balkan countries, let's first talk for the immediate support that we need. We were talking for an hour now that we have to manage this crisis in the best proper way, and especially for those countries in this region which are fully dependent from some sources from the Russian gas and the influence of Russia in this region. Therefore, we need the immediate support from the EU in order to show that we are fully part of this continent. Therefore, I think that prior to the visit of President von der Leyen, tomorrow she will be in Skopje. I think that after tomorrow in Kosovo, we will have good news and great news in order to give to our citizens that the support of the EU would be full and would also fulfill what are the expectations of our citizens, which have done a great job in order to maintain their path to the integration and not to be part of the influence that some of the countries, including here Russia, would like to have in the region.
Thank you. Maybe, yeah, comment from Mr. Shuniok.
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to start by saying that again, as I already did in my presentation, I would like to underline that we, as the EU and EU member states, take Western Balkans as part of the solution, part of discussion we are having. Of course, there was a little bit of surprise when there was the invitation for 6 Western Balkan ministers to come to Prague, and only 3 showed up, including Minister Rizvanoli. So I think that also is a certain thing which needs to be self-reflected in the region. But I would also like to confirm that indeed we are now working on the solution of the short-term needs, which will be substantial and which will come in weeks, not years. I think that that's something which I can confirm even before the visit. And again, that's something which still needs full cooperation from the countries in the region. So it's not just kind of a blank check. It will be based on the kind of firm commitments and certain benchmarks and implementation kind of conditions and other things. So that's important to underline. But I would also like to address this issue of energy efficiency. I also agree with those people who are saying this is actually the best energy, is the energy being saved. And we are already happy to kind of participate with the government of Kosovo on energy saving fund, or energy efficiency fund for public institutions or public buildings, and that works very well. We are ready to actually increase the support. And again, we are happy to look into the private sector, but that probably also needs to be addressed probably in more broader kind of context, because when we looked into the issue of private kind of housing, it's of course also implies that there need to be some changes in the spatial planning, and needs to be changes in the way how municipalities are handling the construction permits. Because my understanding is that the energy efficiency conditions are not actually, for the time being, part of the construction permits. at all. And of course, we also would probably need to address this issue of practice which is quite popular here in the region, basically building something illegally and then kind of retroactively kind of legalizing. And then the question is what kind of energy efficiency measures are being used when doing something like that. But again, you know, it's nice when you drive from here to Pristina to see all those new buildings. But I'm always kind of wondering what kind of heating systems those new high-rise buildings are using. How that would affect actually the consumption of electricity, and how that would affect the CAC and other. Because again, it's hundreds and hundreds new apartments being built. I'm just kind of wondering what kind of energy efficiency kind of criteria were used when building and designing those buildings, and how they are basically applied. Finally, on the EPA and programming of EPA and other things, I think that again it's a joint enterprise between EU and the recipient country. So we are always kind of discussing the issues. Of course, it's a process which is not easy. Sometimes it takes years, but it's a joint enterprise. So if we are told by the government that everything needs to go to energy efficiency or energy and other things, we are happy to comply, because again, it's fully aligned with our Green Deal agenda. So, but again, and by the way, we just finalized the EPA annual program. The biggest part of this EPA program is actually for energy transition. But there is also kind of substantial money going to municipality and also for public administration reform. So those are all kind of priority we need to somehow combine. But indeed, as it was mentioned, by far the biggest project we are having currently, unfortunately delayed a little bit, is this kind of retrofitting the Kosovo B both blocks with filters, which would reduce emission significantly. Unfortunately, again, it's delayed because of COVID and some other issues, but I am still confident that in the next 2 years we can have this project implemented, and that would have a really significant impact on the environment and health of Kosovo citizens.
Thank you. And that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you very much for this fascinating discussion. I was prepared to ask you about whether the crisis will delay the decarbonization efforts, but I'm positive that this will actually accelerate it from all that I've heard. So join me, everyone, in thanking our great panelists. And I will welcome back Alistair and a panel on food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario. That was fascinating. Very interesting discussion, very timely discussion. We're going to move on to another timely discussion as our guests leave the stage. This one, I mean, we've talked today about the difficult context, the difficult environment, global environment we find ourselves in, and before any of the current upheaval began, we were already looking around the world at issues of food security. If anything, those issues have become more complex, more difficult. We've seen blockading of grain exports from Ukraine, and that's had a tremendous impact on food prices around the world and availability of food. Back in the UK, where I'm from, it was recently announced that a basic basket of vegetables, the most basic vegetables that people, particularly poor people, buy, have gone up by 17%. So 17% inflation, if you're poor, is pretty disastrous. And people are having to make very difficult decisions about the nutrition of their families versus the heating of their homes. So we're going to move on now to a panel where we're going to focus a lot more closely on this. The food crisis, food security, its impact on inequality around the world. And I'm going to plough straight ahead and invite my guests up onto the stage. I'm really, really pleased to have them here. We have first Faton Peci, who is the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Development for Kosovo. Minister, please join us when you can. We have Itai Green, who is the founder and CEO of Innovate Israel, a real innovator, obviously, in the food sphere. Very pleased to welcome back Branimir Jovanovic, who's an economist with the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies in Vienna, who was with us a little earlier on. And we're going to get a response from the business sector, which will be represented by Rabbi Simnica, who is the Managing Director of Cosmonte Foods, who I also welcome to join us. Are we quorate? We are. We have everybody. Excellent. That's a good start. Wonderful. Well, same format. We're going to move through our panel and give everybody an opportunity to give us their opening thoughts on this area, and then we're going to pick up the threads of the conversation later on with some questions and answers. So let me hand straight across to Minister Peci. Will you take us away on this topic? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Excellencies, all distinguished ministers and representatives of civil society, media, and international organizations, dear agriculture representatives, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this invitation and unique opportunity to be here today to deliver a speech and discuss with you on such an important topic as it is food sustainability. Serious obstacles related to international agricultural trade started with the COVID-19 pandemic. Their transport routes have been disrupted, and many countries in the region and beyond have started implementation additional control measures in the border. That causes serious difficulties in export and import of both inputs and final production. Although by 2021, most of the obstacles in international transport related to COVID-19 started to get back to normality, the new crisis caused by the Russian military attack in Ukraine brought back the problems and difficulties. With all the concern and problems that are now in Ukraine, there in southeastern Europe, we are also going through the consequences of this criminal aggression of Russia, particularly in very important topic as it is food security and a growing concern over increasing in food inequality. Taking into consideration that Ukraine and Russia were two of the biggest producers of seed and fertilizer, now with the conflict and disruption of the supply chain that have pushed up the price of grains, fertilizer and energy, our agriculture sector was also directly affected due to highest input price. For instance, the agriculture inputs price have increased by 100% on average, and in some occasions even up to 300%, such as the price of fertilizer. Agriculture is one of the main sectors of the economy in Kosovo, which contributes to the overall economy development by 8% of the overall GDP. This sector provides employment to nearly 23% of the total number of employees in Kosovo. Therefore, as a government and as the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Development, We see this sector as a potential, one in offering real opportunities for alleviating poverty, generating new jobs, and enable the creation of sustainable incomes for residents living in rural area and beyond. Science, investment, and development are important in this sensitive moment to create better solutions which serve better for our citizens and in order to provide food security. Reducing inequality and alleviating poverty is one of our main priorities. Therefore, together with my colleagues from the government, but my team, we are working closely to identify action needs to adapt food system to sustainable development and enhance food security parallelly. As the International Monetary Fund is predicting that the recession may become even bigger, this may cause that more people will survive to the chronic hunger. Therefore, we need to work hand in hand with policy leaders and with producers. For this sustainable development and agriculture sector, the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Development have developed a number of policy and strategies that are oriented toward continued support for the stimulation of farming in achieving the best result in agriculture production by creating the most favorable environment for development. We have published the Strategy for Agriculture and Rural Development 2022-2028, which aim to develop the agro-rural sector competitive and innovative, based on knowledge, technology, and modern standards. The strategy is based on 4 main objectives, through which the transformation of the rural economy is aimed at making it more competitive, more productive, sustainable, and more comprehensive in the international and the external market. Witnessing the current situation, as point pandemic impact and decreasing number of the workforce in the agriculture sector, especially among young people, we have focused to track the biggest needs in the agriculture sector, starting from adjusting the mechanism for subsidies and grants to continue making effort in creating stability in every link of the circle of the agriculture producer chain, in which case it will be possible to ensure sustainable production and supply. Comparing to the most government of the neighbors, we are an example in the region and perhaps even further for increasing support for farmers through the program of direct payment or subsidies. We doubled in 2022 the budget dedicated for agriculture. In this case, we are speaking for direct payment. To some strategic producers such as wheat, corn, potatoes, beans, and the financial support goes up to 100%, comparing with previous year. For instance, for wheat, the increase in budget was up to 2016%, corn 119%, potatoes and beans 108%, etc. We are working hand in hand with our minister and private companies to stimulate local production. For instance, when it's come to trade, comparing it to the last year, our data show that we have increase in export for agriculture producer until 25%. Parallelly, we are working on increasing our state reserve to main agriculture production, and for this we have allocated additional budget. As I mentioned before, since the investment and development are another factor that we focus on, we believe that technology enables automatization of administrative procedure for agriculture, but it helps us, a government, to expand our services to the farmer, manage risk, and improve environment, social, and economic sustainability. We work closely to reduce administrative burden for farmers who want to benefit from grants and subsidies, and not only. Additionally, we are in a process of preparation to create digital cadastre for forestry and for fruits, which will help us in better management of this important subsector. We have already in place a digital cadastre for winery that enable us to have a clear picture of the situation in the subsector. In sum, digital technology and innovation offer many opportunities but many challenges. However, we believe strongly that the efforts are worth it, as it is the future of agriculture. But at the same time, our hopes are that digital agriculture can also ensure that the young may become more attractive and drive to this sector. Let me only extend again my gratitude for the organizer of this forum, and I hope such debates that touch up the issue of agriculture and food sustainability will only continue further in the future. It was a really pleasure. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be a lot more debate, I hope, in future and here in Pristina too. So thanks very much for that intervention, Minister. I'm very much looking forward to hearing your perspective on this, Itai, because you know, obviously Israel has long been a real leader in this field of turning agriculture into an added value business. Putting it at the centre of the rural economy and making it a driving export business. So over to you for your. Don't let me lead you at all in your comments. I'm sure you won't, but I'm very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you very much. I just need the clicker. It's here? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has not only been a humanitarian catastrophe, but also emphasized the food strategic challenge. Technology and innovation are a must for a country's security and resilience. Western Balkan countries must become more competitive and quickly close technological gaps. This is the only way to promise long-term resilience, security, and prosperity. There are over 60 areas of competition affected by disruptive technologies. It is crucial for countries not to stay behind. The current crisis has highlighted the importance of technologies in the fields of agriculture, food, and energy. Europe is lagging behind in the adoption of innovative technologies. The Western Balkans have the potential to quickly grow through the adoption of innovative solutions. Technology is the way forward. Biotechnology is a domain that shows the impact of a disruptive technology, and in industries such as agriculture. Many relevant technologies exist today. Adopting new technologies is the engine behind prosperities and food breakthroughs. The numbers behind the bio-revolution highlight the gap not only with respect to food security. Europe leads in research publication. However, the United States filed more patents
and invested more in early stage funding. Europe must move from theoretical research to adopting existing technologies. Now is the time for open innovation, which is the path to prosperity and resilience. The flexibility of a small country is an advantage that allows moving forward quickly. The fastest and most efficient way to overcome this gap is by the open innovation methodology. No need to develop internally. Partner with those that have already developed the technologies. The majority of the smartest people will always work for others. Even in the case of Amazon, most of the smartest people do not work for them. They work for others. It's a matter of statistics. So if that's the case, partner and collaborate with these smart people. Here you can see the Israeli food tech ecosystem, which consists of over 200 startups. And here you can find the Israeli agri-tech ecosystem, which consists of over 400 startups. Each tiny logo is a startup. In the next slides, you will get a taste of 12 examples of innovations from Israel that may help address the food crisis and build resilience. Please prepare the cameras. DOTS. DOTS developed a solution for a real-time soil nitrate monitoring. Emotion developed climate modeling for future extreme climate events. RipeGuard has developed a shelf life prediction technology which applies experiential dates for fresh produce. Nanovel has developed a fully automated machine for picking fresh fruit. Scoutex developed a support platform to increase yields and profitability by enabling the prediction and early detection of plant diseases. Alta uses unmanned aerial vehicles technologies for pesticide application, time optimization, accuracy, and labor cost savings. Chuck developed plant-based dairy alternative consumer products based primarily on chickpea protein. Biomic has developed a method for growing vegetables in tubes, enabling vegetables to grow from top down to increase productivity. Geshem has developed a solution that combines precise agriculture and farm management on a single platform to improve field efficiency. Katif developed autonomous farming technologies to help facilitate the move to urban, vertical, and automated farms. Chunk developed clean label, plant-based products using plant ingredients and food-grade microorganisms with the texture, flavors, and nutritional benefits of meat. Better Seeds, which is the last one, use genome editing technologies to design novel varieties of seeds that enable farmers to meet output goals. Please keep it in mind. This is the basic idea behind open innovation, which is the most efficient way to innovate. And I would like to conclude with 3 tips. Partner, partner, and partner. Your flexibility will make things happen fast. Open innovation methodology is the key for success. How to do it, that's for another presentation. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Well, partner is my approach to ballroom dancing, so well done for spotting that. Thanks very much. Okay, well, let's move along now to the view from an economist. Will you go ahead and give us your thoughts on this. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so I will have a slightly different perspective on the issue. I will speak as an economist. I will speak about the economic and social aspects of food security and especially food inequality. And as, like I said previously, as someone coming from the Western Balkans but living in the EU, I will try to compare these two regions, Western Balkans and Western Europe, let's say, in terms of several things. And my focus will be on the last word of the title of this event, which is solidarity. And I will also try to be provocative as during my first, let's say, speech here, not speech, but question, let's say. And I will raise 3 main points, and I will try to conclude with maybe a question for everybody else. And my first point is actually very simple. It starts with the idea that whole Europe, perhaps the whole world, is going through a cost of living crisis. But even, nevertheless, even though we have inflation everywhere, the inflation that we have in Western Europe is very different from the inflation that we are having in Western Balkans. In Western Europe, inflation is driven primarily by energy prices. In the Western Balkans, inflation is driven primarily by food prices. And that's not strange, because the Western Balkans is a poorer region. People there spend more on food than people in Western Europe. Concretely, people in the Western Balkans spend around 35% on average of their budgets on food, whereas that share in Western Europe is 15%. So more than twice as much in Western Balkans than in Western Europe. And it's not surprising. Economists know very well that the richer you get, the less of your income you spend on food, because you cannot eat, like, 50 times more than someone else. The amount of food you can consume is limited. So that's the first notion. Inflation in Western Balkans is driven by food, differently from inflation in Western Europe, which is driven by energy. The second notion is how much people actually cannot afford to eat what they want. And there is a statistics on this. Eurostat produces these statistics. And in EU countries, that statistics is around 7%. So 7% of the people in EU cannot afford to eat what they want. The statistics is calculated as share of households that cannot afford to eat meat, vegetarian alternative, or fish twice a week or something like that. So in EU, it's 7% of the households. In richer EU countries like Austria, it's even less. 3% of the households in Austria cannot afford to eat what they want. But in the Western Balkans, for instance, in Serbia and Montenegro, the percentage is 15%. In North Macedonia and Albania, the percentage is 35%. And in Kosovo, the percentage is 60%. 60. I'm repeating this one. According to Eurostat data, 60% of the households in Kosovo cannot afford to eat what they want. Then I'm going, and these numbers were calculated before the current crisis that we're seeing, before the huge increase in food prices from the last year. Now I'm getting to my third point, and it relates to food prices. So food prices in Western Balkans increased substantially in the last 6 months. And I'm not talking about the invasion of Ukraine, the Russian invasion on Ukraine. It increased, food price increased that, during the invasion, because of the invasion a lot. I'm talking about the period after that, after March. So after March, food prices, for instance, in Kosovo, increased around 8% in the last 6 months. It's very similar in Montenegro. In Serbia and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the increase was 12%. And in North Macedonia, the increase was 20% in the last 6 months in food prices. At the same time, global food prices didn't increase at all. They declined. If you take the Food and Agriculture Organization, which is the main UN organization on food and agriculture, they calculate the index on food prices. It declined by 15% in the last 6 months. So global food prices have declined 15% in the last 6 months. Food prices in the Balkans have increased substantially. Why? Because obviously someone is taking advantage of the situation. And now I'm coming to my conclusion. The only Western Balkan country which didn't have increase in food prices in the last 6 months is Albania. I didn't mention it. Albania, on the contrary, had a small decline in food prices in the last 6 months. They increased by 1 or 2%. Why? Because Albania has price controls. Albania, 6 months ago in March, they adopted a law or whatever, the government decision, whatever. They kept food prices. They said basic food stuff cannot be priced more than this. And not just that, they also said, any company that doesn't obey this regulation, we will confiscate all their stocks of food that they have, and we will also take their license. And because of that, food prices there have declined in the last 2 months. So my conclusion, or my, let's say, question for everybody else, should we maybe think about price controls or capping food prices in order to make that we don't allow the current situation to end up with some people increasing their wealth while many others are, let's say, going into starvation. So that's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll save that question. It's an excellent one, and I'm sure everybody's going to have a view on it. We'll keep that for later, but in the meantime, let's go to the business perspective from Rabbi Simnica. Can you give us your thoughts on what you've heard and your thoughts on this subject?
Yes, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm much honored to be present among you all on behalf of company Cosmonte Foods, considering that many of you are important personalities for economic environment in the Balkans and Europe. There is a tendency by many of us to invoice the impending global food crisis to the invasion of Ukraine by Russian authorities. However, food crisis as it relates to food shortages and problems with supply chain started to come in effect during the pandemic COVID-19. Nevertheless, after the invasion of Ukraine, it was clear that the economic effects and supply problems will be felt all over the world. This is because both of these countries are major global suppliers of grains and many other food products. We have been warned by a humanitarian organization that prices will go up and people around the world will face inflation. All of these obstacles that we have been worried about are turning out to be real now. This holds true even for a small country like Kosovo because we are heavily dependent on imports. The price of most of the products which we import as a Cosmonte Foods has been increased. Therefore, inflation is felt in every home in Kosovo. I believe the burden of inflation is heavier in developing countries like Kosovo because a considerable amount of family income is spent on food. In our case is 26%. The conflict in Ukraine has amplified the inflation in Kosovo because together with Russia they are some of the largest producers of wheat, corn, fertilizers, sunflower oil and so on. Regardless of the food crisis and problems we are facing as a country and as a company, we sympathize with Ukraine and understand that what is happening there to the innocent people is unjust. We were able to speak freely on this matter because as a Kosovars we had a similar fate more than 20 years ago. The company which I represent, Cosmonte Foods, cooperates with two well-known companies in Ukraine whose employees we have offered housing and a safe place to work in Kosovo. Of course, we are very proud that we have been able to offer such help to our valued partners. What I want to specify is that the war in Ukraine has undoubtedly opened old wounds for the citizens of our country, and those the economic impact has been felt to a great extent, just like in the whole Europe. As a company that distributes food products, we have been faced with an increase in prices from our suppliers throughout Europe, due to the consequences that the war had on medium and small farmers, which directly has affected the production. The impact of the entire supply chain by the occupation of Ukraine has also called into question the possibility of meeting market demands in other countries in Europe, but which are not part of the EU, such as it is Kosovo. Cosmonte Foods, as a leader in the distribution of food products in the Republic of Kosovo, has an excellent cooperation with the institutions of the Republic of Kosovo. where we have coordinated activities to increase investments in production and ensuring that we have a regular supply of food products during the winter, which is predicted to be difficult. For this, Cosmonte Foods is in constant communication with partners from all over Europe to ensure that the supply of food products is stable, just as it was during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we supplied the Kosovo market in a regular basis with essential food and dry and fresh food. The return of peace to Ukraine after the unprovoked invasion by Russia is necessary as soon as possible, so that economic peace can also prevail and our economy returns to normality. We at Cosmonte Foods remain committed, regardless of the circumstances, starting from the COVID-19 pandemic and now with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, to offer only highest quality products, to offer them regularly in the Kosovo market and in compliance with all standards of EU. Finally, I wish those who are in Kosovo for the first time welcome to our beautiful country, and I thank you all for your presence and your attention.
I'm in Kosovo for the first time, and I'm already looking forward to coming back. So thank you for that invitation. Okay, well, let's move right back to Branimir's excellent question. I'm going to start with you, Minister. This point about price controls, of course, you know, a government can choose where to expend its fiscal resources. You could control any price you want if you chose to, but only for so long and at the cost of other priorities. So what are your thoughts on this? Where are your priorities?
Thanks. First of all, we are aware that our production, I mean in the agriculture sector, do not we fulfill the domestic needs that we have in our society. On the other hand, we are democratic state that we are aware at the same time for, let's say, a restriction that we could undertake as a government. But despite them, also we are aware that many products that came, especially when we speak for production in agriculture sector, came together with inflation, because if you import a lot, I mean in the agriculture sector, we are aware that we import at the same time the inflation. But despite that, the government last session have sponsored a law that foreseen to address, let's say, artificial price in the market. So we are working in process, taking for the reason and argue that a colleague mentioned before, and that take as an example Albanians that have arrived in let's say that based on your presentation, 1 to 2% of the products are only increasing. Unfortunately, in our country are increasing much more, but we are working in the government, and as I mentioned, last session in the assembly, one of the, let's say, topic that have many conversation and many, let's say, some political parties that refuse approving this law, that consider it is on the benefit of the citizen, that do not connect it with our tendency to have access or to harming the principle of the free trade or free market. So I agree with issue that's raised by our colleague, and let's hope that this issue that it's raising will have also attention of MPs in our parliament, and as soon as possible to approve it, because it's very necessary. So if we come back again to solidarity means also the that is of institution, in this case adapting a law that is necessary to address this issue, that it's a concern. Regarding the presentation, may I have to additional issue? We are working also with Madam Ambassador of Israel in Kosovo, and we are in process of discussion to find the common interests and to find the best way how we can communicate, and in order Israel for the technology, especially in the agriculture, maybe another field. It's, let's say, a queen, and we are working hard in order to identify the common interests and to push forward the idea, communication and cooperation in order that our agriculture in the future in Kosovo to have technology that is appropriate and it's very beneficiary for the farmers, for efficiency, but on the same time for the final products and to increase or let's say that have much more independence from the imports of the agriculture produced. So thanks.
Thank you. Itai, I don't know what thoughts you have on this area of controlled prices. Do you have any input you'd like to give us on that?
I think the controlled prices is like a short-term solution, but as the minister said, there has to be kind of a way of thinking forward, like a year or 2 years ahead, and not only for this coming winter. So price control is really for short, but for long-term, even for mid-term, I think that investment in technology, in adopting new technologies, is really the area where I would focus on. I think that Kosovo has the potential, being small, relatively small, with great people, young people, smart people, bilingual people, really have the resources and the potential to adopt innovation fast. And adopting innovation from external resources, which is the open innovation, is based on mindset. And as far as I was impressed since the Prime Minister's speech this morning till now, really I was listening to all the speeches, I truly think that Kosovo has the potential. And to overcome the challenges of adopting innovation. It's truly an issue of mindset. And I saw that the ministers are really, really young. And I wish in my country the ministers were that young. And I think that thinking ahead, we can share a lot from our experience. There is a reason why over 500 multinationals are constantly looking for innovation in Israel. It's Google and Amazon and others constantly look for innovation, looking for startups. There must be a reason for that. They are not managed by stupid people. And I think that once the state of mind in Kosovo, not only in the government, but also in the private sector, would be more open for partnering with others, like startupists, you'll get the value quite fast. I'll give you a small example. In Israel, and this is something which I think that the government here can change in a week and get the fruits in few months. In Israel, since 2018, it is mandatory by law to have at least one board member in each and every bank who is specializing in innovation and technology. Super simple step. Thanks to that fact, since then, suddenly, all the discussions around the boards are around innovation. They're looking for innovation. Board members are looking to meet startups, are looking to meet entrepreneurs, are looking for creative solutions. And this is something which is really super simple to implement, and you can get the value fast.
Thank you very much. I noticed the Minister take a note there, so maybe you'll get a call, who knows. Okay, well, I want to address a slightly different point now, and that is the role that agriculture could be playing in Kosovo and in the region. I understand these are World Bank figures, so who knows whether they're right or not. But I understand that agriculture accounts for about 7% of GDP in Kosovo. Of course, you want everything to grow, but it feels to, flying over Kosovo, looking down from the plane, there's an awful lot of green, there's an awful lot of agricultural land. So it feels as if there's an opportunity there to add value to the agricultural sector and to put it via innovation closer to the heart of the project to grow the economy. Is that how you see it? And what are the barriers in the way of bringing agriculture into a more prominent position in the economy?
So we saw, as I mentioned previously during my speech, that we saw, and we also based it on some estimates that are made by some international experts that speak that Kosovo have two main, let's say, priority or field that could develop our economy. First, it's IT technology, and the second is agriculture. But on the same time, we are working hard in advanced legislation. For example, we have many difficulties, and one of them is that we have many lands that are separated. And if we want, that for sure we want, to increase the productivity in agriculture, we need to make many reforms. We have started for the first time, Minister of Agriculture, our government have approved the new strategy. So we have operated, unfortunately, for 20 years without the strategy. So we have a strategy that and our objectives are very clear. On the same time, we approximately 14 to 15% of arable land it's not using. That is potential for agriculture sector. So based on the new plan of legislation for the next year, we foresee that those reforms will have direct impact. For example, if we saw the statistic or data for this year, we have arrived just in one for corn, for example, we have increase in near 90% of arable lands increasing for the corn. So if the interest that it for sure that is have a will to support an increase in budget, advancing the policy, advancing the legislation, we are confident that we have arrived to contribute in GDPs of our country through our sector, in this case agriculture. But we are aware that we have a lot to do, especially in the technology, and what investing in the new technology will have impact that, especially for the young, that not only in Kosovo but around the world, it's not that if we could say so attractive, making engagement in agriculture sector. But one of the best, let's say, measure that we planning to undertake in the future that already started now, is to invest in the technology, and this way will be more attractive for the young generation to have engagement in the agriculture sector and to have very good benefit from this sector. So to conclude, advancing legislation, increasing the support, advancing the policy, investing in technology, and taking consider that we have arable land that could use it for the agriculture, and we saw, for example, that this year it's the situation in the area is improving a lot. I came here from the visit that we have in two municipalities together with the Prime Minister, and discussion with the farmers explained very clear that for a year and a half we have we have arrived to have many successful stories in the agricultural sector, and we are committed to continue in the future.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Branimir, your thoughts, maybe broadening it out a little just from Kosovo to the wider region, and relatively briefly, what do you see the opportunity here for the region arising from agriculture, and where do you see the blockages to be?
That's a very good question. So we published a study this year, we prepared it the last year or something, which is on smart specialization or kind of industrial policy for the Western Balkans. And we basically identified 6 sectors which, in our opinion, in the opinion of our institute, the Western Balkan countries should develop. And one of those sectors was agri-food, or agriculture and food business. And many people were criticizing us, why did you choose that? But we believe that it's a very important sector for several reasons. So first, why do people actually think that agriculture shouldn't be developed? Because it's traditionally considered to be low productive sector. It's, it's something that less developed countries do. If you want to develop, you cannot develop by agriculture. You can develop if you move from agriculture and mining to secondary sector, which means manufacturing, then to the third sector, which means services. And you have this kind of dogmas, if I can call them like that, in economics. Because of them, agriculture is considered to be a kind of backward way of developing economy in a way. So I think that's one reason, but we have to challenge it. We have to change this understanding. What we were suggesting in this study is that we need to change the way agriculture is done in the Balkans, so that it's not done in the traditional way, like small production, low quality, low price, but we should make a huge jump, huge leap forward towards high quality production and high price production, so that you can really produce good products and sell them to the West in EU or, in Vienna, the fruits and vegetables we can buy in Vienna is nothing compared to what we can buy here. Here, for instance, today, I'm eating only tomatoes because I cannot get enough of them. They're so tasty here. In Vienna, you cannot find good tomatoes, for instance. So, you can sell these good tomatoes from the Balkans in Vienna, in Germany, everywhere, for a high price, of course. So I think that's the first thing, that we should kind of challenge this understanding that agriculture is something which is backward. And I think the second reason is that politicians in the region, they think about agriculture in a very, how should I say, short-term political economy way. So the minister was saying that, mentioned how much subsidies they are giving to agriculture. In my home country, North Macedonia, the Minister of Agriculture and everybody in the government is saying the same. So we are spending huge amounts of money on agricultural subsidies. And yes, it's true. We are spending, North Macedonia is spending more money on agricultural subsidies than on social protection. But how is that money spent? It's spent on basically buying votes, at least in North Macedonia. I'm not saying that in Kosovo it's the same. So basically what the government is doing, they're giving money to the peasants so that the peasants vote for them. And whichever government comes to power, you have the same pattern of behavior. And that must be changed. Agricultural subsidies must be understood as a policy for developing food production and agriculture, not as a policy for buying votes. So I think these are maybe not the only reasons, but I think these are two crucial reasons that we need to change if we want to develop agriculture. But I fully agree, there's a big space potential in agriculture and food in the region. And there is actually a very old song. I'm sure many of the people here will know it. It's by a Serbian poetess, Desanka Maksimović. It starts, it happened in a land of peasants. So the Balkans are considered traditionally to be a land of peasants. So this is what people traditionally can do. So there is a huge potential for producing food and agriculture, and we should just develop that potential.
I forgot during the discussion to mention that one of the reasons why we see the good opportunity to invest in agriculture in order, for example, to have impact also in the price of in the market is that if we arrive to fulfill all domestic needs, of course, we will have impact in the price, taking consider that the price, one of the reasons why it's increasing is the cost of operation. So it's one issue. Another issue is that despite we do not have a sea, we are near shoring 2 or 3 hours from here. We have a sea in, for example, in Albania. And as one of the panelists in the morning said that always we should emphasize that we are geographically, we are part of European Union, despite that in the process of integration it's not, let's say, at the position that we want to have. Our producer, for example, if we mention the winery sector, most of them are exporting in European Union country, including the Croatia, because I see the ambassador, Madam Ambassador of Croatia, but some of them in Switzerland and Germany. Or if we speak, for example, the small fruits like a blueberry or strawberry, most of them are exporting to the European Union country. So we do not see the agriculture sector just to fulfill our domestic needs, but on the same time we see the possibility to export for the future, and in order to create also the new jobs for new generation. So those are the issues that I forget to emphasize, but just to, let's say, to have a note regarding the previous discussion that we are just fulfilling our promise that we gave during the election, but we do not foresee to have election very soon in Kosovo.
Excellent. Well, I can guarantee you have a market for tomatoes in Vienna, which will help you along the way.
They can exchange Vienna schnitzel and tomatoes.
Indeed, indeed. I look forward to following the progress in the agricultural sector over the coming years. It's of great interest. That's it as far as we're concerned for this panel. We're out of time, unfortunately. I'm sure we could talk a lot more. But please do join me in thanking our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great meeting you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll have a quick picture and then we'll be back for the final session.
She's great. The Minister of Education is now in Israel. Yeah.
How to decide what to do with food?
I got mine behind me.
Protect the sensitive areas. Thank you very much. Great meeting you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Thank you. Itai.
Yes, I know.
What's your name?
Joseph, and we just...
Oh, from SAP. Yeah. Really.
It's really cool. I just don't think I should work for you.
Going to move along for our
because I can help you.
final panel.
My business is innovation,
but what
not
a panel it
necessarily
is.
agri-food.
Not only a fabulous lineup of speakers and analysts and experts, but also a topic which I think is in many ways brings together an awful lot of what we've been aiming towards over the course of the day. We've been looking at challenges that this region faces, but we've also been looking hard for the opportunities that are open to the region, of which, of course, there are many. But changing technology means that some of those opportunities are wider open now than they would have been 10 years ago. And I'm really looking forward to exploring this area now of what we call the tech acceleration and innovation in the Western Balkans. This could be a really important driver of growth and development in the region over the coming years. So we have a large and very varied group of speakers with us, and I'm going to